separate components. They don't let you
No,
do
no,
that anymore,
no,
right?
no.
Okay, no,
They're
of course.
anti the rules.
Okay, can the folks
That's
out
a
at
no-no, Dale.
MWD hear
That's
us
one that's
okay?
been tried.
Multiple purchase orders.
Angela and Ruby are here with all the paperwork.
Okay, so we can hear you. Let's go ahead and get started, because we're about 20 minutes behind schedule. We'll try to squeeze things this morning to allow as much time this afternoon as possible for the discussion items. So first order of business is call to order and roll call. Why don't we go around the table here in Sacramento, and then we'll go down to Los Angeles. Anthony.
Anthony Gonzalez here.
Mindy Boley.
Stephen Clark.
Mark Crocamore.
Rich Gossett.
John Quinn.
Bruce Burton. Bill Draper.
Gail Cho.
Renee Spears.
Bruce Godfrey.
Naima Lodge.
Christine Sotelo.
Andy Eaton. Let's go around.
Steve Weiss,
I'm sorry.
Utica Powell, facilitator.
Hi, Caitlin McCarthy.
Nick Knight with the Office of Enforcement.
Okay, let's go down to Southern California.
David Kimbrough. Gilda Nashville. Allison McKenzie.
Miriam DeBoer. Ezra Anand. Cindy Zernicki.
Thomas Fukuman.
Okay, anybody else down there? All right,
Nick Aaron.
item 2, which is public.
And Ruby's coming in. She just stepped out. Ruby Lau.
Okay. All right, so let's move to item 2, public comments for items not on the agenda. Anybody from outside here who wants to make a comment? Okay, nothing in Sacramento. Anything from Southern California?
Hi, yes, this is Nick Aaron with the City of San Diego. I'm not an ELTAC member, but just here to observe and learn as much as I can about the process. Thanks for holding these meetings.
Thank you. And do we have any people calling in from the public? Hearing none, we will move to item 3, which is approval of the minutes. Can I have any discussion on the minutes?
Just a quick request for a revision, and it may have been definitely captured this way in the audio, but on item 5, the motion that I had intended to make wasn't to have a review of options 1 and 2.
No, it was 1 and 2.
I'm sorry, it has been corrected.
It has been corrected.
Has been
on here.
corrected.
Yeah,
Oh, I thought we were,
included a revised minutes after I talked with Mindy the other day, and that's the separate.
yeah, because
attachment
3
that
was
y'all
already
have.
covered. Okay, great, so then it's been amended and we're good to go.
Okay. Any comments on the minutes from Southern California? Hearing nothing, I will assume none. Can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion approved.
I'll second.
Okay, moved and seconded.
Did you say them? Yes. Okay.
Let us move on to item number 4, Christine's report.
Do you have, I think we have to adopt it, right?
Yeah.
We have to vote.
Everyone has to vote.
Vote on approval of the minutes?
Yeah.
All right, we'll roll back to item 3. All those in favor of approving the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay, the minutes are approved officially now.
Really,
And now we'll move to item 4.
really tinny down there. Is there any adjustments that can be made? I mean, it literally sounds like they're speaking out of a can.
Yeah, it's something on there.
Is there anybody down there to make any adjustments, or is it just gonna be that way the whole meeting?
Yeah. Miriam, are you there?
Yes.
Hi, can you do something? Is there any way you can fix the sound and the quality of it?
We're getting both feedback of us and you guys sound like you're speaking in tin cans.
Is this better?
Yes, that's better.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
All right, now moving on to Christine's report.
Okay, so the first item for the DELAPA report is the resolution to fund a training contract. So on April 19th, the board approved for us to have enter into a multi-year contract to have training for ELAC staff. It would be classroom style method training, auditing training based on our current regulations. And we all know we need that, so we're happy about that. We're working on drafting a request for proposal, and we'll brief you on some of the content of that and at a next meeting. And it will be a state public bidding process, and we hope to award the contract in September.
Okay, any questions about?
So all the training is right now focusing just on our current regulations?
Yes.
Okay.
Drinking water methods and auditing skills.
Yeah, good.
Yes. There'll
Any-
be, there'll be a lot more detail in the request for proposal.
Okay.
Any questions from Southern California? All right,
Okay.
No.
All right, so the next update is that I have a new boss, and I'm hoping he's on the phone. Robert, are you there?
apparently not.
Nope. Well, he is my new boss, and he is the new Assistant Deputy Director of the Division of Drinking Water. There are 3 deputy directors. You have Bruce Burton as one of the 3, and so we have Robert Brownwood, and you met Kurt Souza at the first meeting. He gave the opening statement on behalf of the division. He started on the 18th, and so I'm hoping that he can come to the next meeting in person on the 15th to introduce himself. But, so he is now helping with ELAP and all of our initiatives and helping us move forward in a positive direction. And then I wanted to bring up Nick Knight. Hi, Nick. So Nick is our attorney. We have a dedicated attorney from the Office of Enforcement to help us work on any enforcement actions that we're taking here in ELAP. So I wanted to just give Nick a couple minutes to talk about our partnership and the vision that OE has with ELAP.
Sure, and I'll be brief in light of our false alarm earlier with the fire alarm. But so I'm Nick Knight. I'm a senior attorney with the Office of Enforcement. Just by way of history, the Office of Enforcement was its own department created within the Water Board to originally it was focused entirely on prosecuting environmental violations and water quality, and that's still our focus predominantly. Although in the last few years it's expanded its purview. We have a division that does fraud, waste, and abuse prevention for the cleanup fund, and we have a special investigations unit. We have a new cannabis unit, and so we're branching out. Part of that branching out has been a partnership we've formed with the Environmental Laboratory Accreditation Program, and so I've been working closely with Christine and Miriam and their staff to look critically at the enforcement component of the regulations and kind of bring to life that aspect of the regulatory structure for the program. I think going forward, as it's widely accepted that enforcement is going to be a necessary component of any good regulatory structure. And so our expectation is that working together we'll have a robust program along those lines with some dedicated legal support and cooperation. Does anybody have any questions?
So I really think that having him as our partner is extremely beneficial because then we have that checks and balances, and am I interpreting this correctly? We run everything by Nick. My staff can call him anytime, and we, everything eventually runs through myself or Robert Brownwood, my supervisors. So it's a good relationship. They didn't have something like that at Public Health when ELAP was at Public Health, so this is a really good partnership. And they've got a lot of experts, and so we're really lucky to have their expertise in helping ELAP.
In addition to Nicholas, who seems like you're going to be focusing on enforcement, I know there's going to be discussions after after the state board adopts whatever process they're going to follow, that there may be a need to change regulations. Is
Yes.
that going to be you as well, or will there be somebody else within in your department that will be focusing on regulatory narrative changes?
Our office is going to have some aspect of that. Certainly our focus at the Office of Enforcement or the enforcement side.
Right.
And so we have lots of resources along those lines, and we'll have some input into what we think are going to be good regulatory changes to assist us in our work. However, there are other legal staff that comment generally on the regulatory structure and drafting those items.
And so you'll be working together, because the narrative that's going to be in the regs is going to need to be enforceable.
Correct.
And therefore, you guys have to have some marriage
Yeah,
of,
you've got it.
okay,
Yep.
excellent.
Yeah, there'll
Right.
be a partnership between, and you all met Kathy Ewing.
Yep.
She's our lead attorney, and so hopefully they'll be working together.
I would just note that throughout the history of the Office of Enforcement, one of the focus has been trying to bring some level of consistency and fairness and those kinds of things, real justice to the program. And so it's I know from my perspective, if we're always talking about enforcement, it can sound draconian. However, our focus is really on fairness and consistency.
I think that was one of the biggest issues with ELAP in the past, is that as much as they wanted to do enforcement, the regs didn't support a lot of the actions that would have been the normal things that all the other labs would say, yeah, go get those people, but you couldn't do. So working together and having that updated is perfect.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm excited.
Good.
Okay, so if there are no more comments, we can move to the next item that I have in my report. And it's just a reminder about emails. There have been emails forwarded, and there are a couple of ELTAC members that were on there. And so we just have to be cognizant of our emails, just to be on the safe side. Don't email each other, because they could be forwarded to one another, and then it could cause some violations of Bagley-Keene. So we just want to be cognizant of that. And so we just included the Bagley-Keene handy pocket guide again for you all to review. The issue with that is that if there is conversations with members of ELTAC on topics that you're going to be voting on or discuss, it could jeopardize, the decisions that you make, and there could be questions on whether it's valid. Bagley-Keene is designed for the public to be involved in to listen to the discussions that you're having and the votes that you have here in this forum. So if they are cut out through these email forwards, then it could be a problem. So just make sure that we're not emailing each other.
At all? I mean, even just
No,
like,
it is two people
Two
can
people.
contact each
It's
other.
okay,
That's
okay.
why for the
And so
FOTs, we did subcommittees of two.
And so this
Where
was
is the 2 in the Bagley-Keene? I mean, I've gone through there and everything says it can't be more than a quorum. There is no mention that says it can't be more than
it was
2
a
people.
subcommittee. There's discussion about a subcommittee.
But if we're talking about topics that are not a subcommittee or anything, then why?
You would be forming a subcommittee, and so the specific email was about fees that was sent from David, and David and I talked about this already. There are a couple of ELTAC members here in the email included, and so if that gets forwarded, then you have you already have multiple ELTAC members discussing fees that the public is not part of. But, if we have questions about Bagley-Keene, let's invite Kathy again to our next meeting.
Because still even the formation of the subcommittees, that was one thing that I read in there that says, if you have a formation that's an official subcommittee, then any meetings that they have or discussions they have to be available to the public. So how could we form, the FOT subcommittee? I'm just confused on this aspect of it. I mean, it is, how can we form these committees and then actually have them get together or talk about stuff if that's not available to the public, if that's an official subcommittee, or if you just had 2 people working on stuff on their own, it's not a violation. Does that make any sense?
Yeah, this is David down in Los Angeles, and I agree with this. I mean, if we want to be consistent, we have to be consistent. you know, if we had subcommittees exchanging emails right and left without agendas, without any of this stuff, if that's okay, then why shouldn't other people exchange emails? And if it is okay, we just have to be consistent.
So those are good questions, and I can talk to my attorney that represents ELAP, which is Kathy, and then I can advise you all.
Okay.
But I know that when we speak to any of the board members, we have meetings with them, just the two of them, and that's not a public meeting. They can do that. They can discuss topics that they're voting on, as
But
long
if
as
there's,
it's not
but
more
they have a,
than
they have
two
a
of
board
them.
of five,
so
so you
three
can
would
only
make
have
a
two because
quorum,
three
right.
makes a
Yes.
quorum. So the number two for five is good, but when we have
Yeah.
14, it would be anything more than 7 would make a quorum.
Which
So-
would allow us to be a whole lot more efficient.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So that's why I
let's
think we
talk-
need to
let me-
relook at
Let me
that.
talk to our attorney, and then we can
Yeah.
hash out a lot of these.
Okay, great, thank
And I
you.
don't think anybody's debating the concern about
Sure.
emails being
No,
forwarded
not
that
at
all of a
all.
sudden create a quorum. It's the having our hands, I mean, even when you were having discussions with us as individuals about, did we support, you moving
Yes.
forward with solicitation of funding, you were very strategically trying to make sure there wasn't more than 2 of us. And so I think getting some resolution on this would help everybody
Sure,
understand
yeah.
that the limitations of our dialogue, to assure we're not violating Bagley-Keene, but also not tying our hands to a point where we can't communicate effectively.
So there's a part in this is page 3 of the
Thank
meeting
you, I was
guide,
looking
and
for it.
it says the act governs 2 types of advisory bodies. Those advisory bodies created by the legislature, which is you guys, and those advisory bodies having 3 or more members that are created by formal action of another body. So if the committee creates a subcommittee to work on an item that's before the committee with 3 or more members, then we have to notice and the public has to be able to access those meetings.
I think the word was formal though,
Yeah.
right?
So, but if you're working on an issue that's before the committee with 3 or more people. then it's
Yeah, but
created.
the only committees we've had created to date are the FOT subcommittees,
But were
right?
those even formally committed, or?
Well-
Yeah, I mean, that's, I guess, another term is what does a formal creation of a committee? Because that was people chiming in, and I mean, people who were gone when they first came out just got put onto other committee, and I don't know how formal we would say that all was
And
really
then, for
done.
example, the one with the fees, I wasn't involved in that, but that wasn't a committee. We're discussing subjects that are going to be discussed, the parties, presumably, we're discussing
Right.
subjects that were going to be discussed as it related to
Yeah,
our
that was
functionality as LTAC. So I think understanding what formal is and isn't and where we have to draw that line. would be
Yeah, well, I
helpful.
think the point of it is that if you were skating the line in any way, it gives somebody outside of this group who doesn't like your recommendation grounds to challenge the work that you've done. So, I mean, I think that someone mentioned that we need to be consistent. I think it was David, and I think that it's worth looking into having some sort of unofficial policy that everyone in the committee abides by so that we know what the rules are, we know what's expected of everyone. That's something that you all have to decide and work on together. But yeah, I think that we need to define what is formal, what's not
I
formal,
mean,
and what's
to
a
the
violation,
extent
so.
that we can manage to create subgroups that are more than 2 people, we're gonna accomplish a lot more for ELAP than the way we're constrained to do it right now.
Yeah.
So my recommendation would be go back to Kathy and see if there is any way around the limitation of 2 people without violating Bagley-Keene. Because I think if we just were to say, what does Bagley-Keene say? She's gonna come back with 2 people. And she should be trying to help us rather than.
Yeah. And if it's not a formal committee, if we just say, hey, a group of people are gonna get together and work on this, as long as it's not more than 8, is that allowed? Ask her if that is a violation. That would
Okay,
be.
so we will talk to Kathy, and we will report back.
Well, let me add, the letter in question about the fees was not a subcommittee of LTAC. It was a group called the Lab Accreditation Work Group, which had actually met months ago and had prepared that letter and working on that letter for a while. And it wasn't, it was before the LTAC had even been formed. So all that happened was the letter was submitted finally, and members of that committee were copied. Some of those members later became ELTAC members, but I did want everyone to know that the letter had been, in fact, been sent.
Okay.
So it wasn't like this, as a group of LTAC members got together and talked about these and submitted comments. It was an outside group.
Now, I did note in my notes on page 3, I wrote down specifically what she said. She said any subgroup of LTAC is covered by this act.
And I'm looking for that formal,
Yeah.
because for the public that wants a challenge, we go to section such and such of Bagley-Keene, it says formal. This was not a formal committee. It was, just like two board members getting together. I think they notify that they discuss the subject matter to assure that they're not exceeding a quorum, I'm sorry. But they're able to justify it based upon citing, letter and verse. And that's, I think, what we really need.
Yeah, definition.
Definition.
Well, I don't want to speak too broadly about Bagley-Keene because I haven't gone back to study it, but there is a value judgment in the act. And what it's about is sacrificing expedience for the involvement of the public, and I'm sure that Kathy talked about that at great length. So it could be that she has some useful ideas about how to capture some expedience, but it's going to be an arduous process, and deliberately so. And that's the point of the act, is to make sure that the public is not excluded from any of those. And so my expectation is that simply calling something informal will probably not suffice to exclude it from coverage under the act. So again, but that's not a formal legal memorandum at this point. But I just would caution with those words. I do need to step out, but it sounds to me like Kathy's got some questions to answer as well. But I'm always happy to assist.
Thank you, Nick.
I was just gonna say for like the interim, if we can email one person, but we just cannot forward any
Yeah,
emails.
you
That's
should
just
stay on the safe
the most
side.
important thing right now.
And not forward email.
Since this is your section of our meeting, can I ask a somewhat tangentially related question that was touched on at the last meeting? But is our need under our bylaws in October, I believe it was, to report our dialogue, who we've had dialogue with in regards to our position and our activities in LTAC? I literally will get an email from one party. Or I'll be then at a meeting where there's, a group discussion, as we were at CWEA.
Sure.
So what level of, do I have to cite, letter every single email that a party reaches out to me when I report in October? Or am I really more dealing with, bigger picture meetings where we're discussing ELAP and LTAC?
To me, I would want a summary. I wouldn't want, you may have.
You don't need a spreadsheet.
Yes,
Oh,
exactly.
good,
But
good.
we'll cover that at the,
Item 7.
I thought I saw it under there, and I was just
Yeah.
looking, I wasn't quite sure. Bylaw expectations, there it is. Okay, I'm sorry, all I saw was the LTAC constituency.
No
context.
problem.
Okay, thank you.
so that is it for me. If no one has any more comments or questions.
Okay. Let us move on to item 5, the FOT worksheet review. As you all recall, at the last meeting, we distributed all of the FOTs and asked for feedback, and we created multiple subcommittees of 2 depending on
Excuse me, but did we finish item 4? Because we didn't talk about reporting procedures, and I have an issue with not knowing who I'm supposed to report to.
That's in item 7.
Okay, thank you.
We will get to that. So on the FOTs, we originally essentially sent the FOTs out to groups of 2. In some cases, it was multiple groups of 2 for feedback back to Miriam. And some of us who were talking realized there were some overarching issues. So I tried to put together what I think are some of those issues, and instead of Miriam taking all the feedback that she's gotten from individuals, I thought the best idea for LTAC was for us to talk about some of those major issues so that ELAP can then think about what they really want to do, and then they can come back with revised FOTs along with those guidelines, and if necessary, we can provide the feedback, although I think there were a lot of things that people gave to Miriam already in terms of detailed information about things that were missing. So on, attachment 1 to agenda item 5, I have the bullet points that I put together in terms of what I thought were the key issues. And I would open the forum for discussion on those so that Miriam can listen and chime in with any questions. Any general comments? Jill, you look like you're
I'm
getting
trying to
say
find
something.
where you are in the,
It's
Right
about
after Bagley came in.
a third of the way through. It's right after Bagley Keene.
great.
So when you get to the dense legalese, then just go to the next page.
Okay.
Before we start, I do want to mention that John Quinn is here in place of Bruce LaBelle from the DTSC. I was going to say that, but it wasn't.
We can't hear you, Christine.
John Quinn is here instead of Bruce LaBelle representing DTSC. All right, any comments on the FOT bullet points? Jill?
I think we would all agree that consistency would be really great with, not only the FOTs, but, you know, the CFR and other kind of reporting sheets. And I'm just wondering if ELAP has considered adopting some of the same organizational styles that other documents have, like alphabetical, instead of by method number. Just kind of makes it hard to kind of compare, you know, what are the approved methods versus what's on the FOTs. You're kind of like having to bounce around a lot looking at the FOTs. That's just one kind of formatting, you know, issue that I had with the FOTs.
I would concur with that. As I've been going through my list of FOTs, I eventually got to the point where I was fed up, and I said, you know what, I'm just going to restructure it to the way 136 is, and so that way I can compare documents and then add in as needed. So it took a lot of time, but it would be nice if consistency was out there.
I agree. I mean, I think Marianne does. We're open to all of these suggestions.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
I think it would probably make it easier for you in the end, you know, to add methods as new methods are approved in the future.
Thank you.
So Andy, I queried a number of public health labs and got I didn't get 100% responses. You normally get a whole response, but I got some people responding back. And it just, number 5 is one of the issues that I think I was seeing about the technology descriptions. And some of the confusion I got from some of the public health labs and some of the technology descriptions. So that's something I would think we should focus on as well.
Stephen?
Yeah, and Bruce and I worked on the toxicity FOTs 113 and 119, and a couple of the comments that we had blended in quite well with this item 5 attachment 1, in that there were a number of regulatorily mandated protocols that weren't on there, so we recommended those. And another major item was that we have 2 FOTs for toxicity. And all that you're doing is just testing a different media. It really didn't make any sense to have a separate FOT for hazardous waste where you would also potentially test sediments, where you also have sediments in FOT 113. And then slightly different from this, we also recommended a change in the title of the FOT. It's entitled whole effluent testing, but we test ambient waters, we test sediments, we test all kinds of different things. So we packaged up in our committee.
Aquatic tox test.
Yeah, I think we recommended a change and just blend the two. Whether or not that affects fees is inconsequential. It's just kind of more logical, common sense place to plug and fit things. Yeah.
other comments from?
There was one other from the guys for the ACIL labs, which had to do with.
Bruce, can you speak up because they probably can't hear you now?
I have a microphone
Okay.
right here.
All right.
Anyway, the comment from the ACIL labs around the country had to do with, and most of us are NELAP labs already, so a single lab validation, the timing between when you do the validation of the method and when you get accreditation. The labs would like to say, okay, we've done the validation, we got the package complete, we sent it in there, we're gonna do the testing. And then let ELAB get around to accrediting the lab, within the quality system structures of NELAB, in a later date.
Yeah, so that's not as much.
It's like adding single
per se. It's
validation equals accreditation if you're a NELAB lab, is essentially that message.
Can I ask a question about the NELAP requirements on, let's say you're already approved for a certain method and you have clients that continually want to add new analytes. How is that handled in the NELAP program?
You have to validate them. You have to validate that you can hit detection limits and performance.
So you have to do the MDL, the recovery studies, the whole
Correct.
thing.
Mhm.
All right, so the new NELAP requirements require the MDL study. They're following the 3-level, or is it 5-level triplicate at different concentrations for recovery study. So if you already have a method validated and you're adding one analyte, you're going to have to repeat all of that for the entire method for one analyte. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
Yeah, then once you do that, the labs don't want to wait for ELAB to come and bless you.
Right.
Because that's a.
Well, I'm sorry, but how does this deal with the FOTs?
Because this is Allison McKenzie. That was our comment more regarding the wastewater FOTs, 110 and 111. If we're going to be dealing with these FOTs on an analyte and method basis, there has to be some efficient and quick method to add, process by which a laboratory can add a target analyte for an FOT or for a method that they've already demonstrated proficiency to ELAB. If we have to wait for ELAB, our laboratories, if we have to wait for ELAB to come out and audit, do an on-site audit for the addition of one single target analyte, that's not efficient or effective, and it makes it rather difficult to conduct business.
Okay, David here. I understand the point, but I don't think it has anything to do with FOTs. That's the accreditation process. And ELAB has a normal accreditation process, and they have an interim accreditation process and an amendment accreditation process. But the structure of the FOTs is a separate issue.
Well, maybe that's what we should be discussing then, is the structure of the FOTs. Instead of being analyte and a method number focused, maybe it should be focused on a technique. Like
So
if you are able to operate GCMS and you have systems in place that show that you can,
do all your
tune and
performances.
You know how to do SIM, you know how to set up a method, then the rest of it is just demonstrating recovery and sensitivity on a daily.
Well, that can,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
it can apply to drinking water. I'm sorry to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, no, go ahead, I was done.
Well, that system might apply to hazardous waste or wastewater, but not to drinking water.
I would disagree.
And what, how?
Why?
Yeah.
Because the EPA has certain, and California has certain analytes that they approve for drinking water.
And test procedures for them.
But if you're running an ice, with EPA 300, and you want to add on, orthophosphate, and you've been running nitrate and fluoride for years, there's no reason why you shouldn't with all your other demonstrations, IDOCs, and proficiency testing. It should be seamless. It shouldn't be this long delay waiting to be inspected on an instrument that you've been running for years.
Okay, but I mean, I agree with all those comments, but again, that's a little bit off point
Right,
for what we're
Yeah.
doing now. That probably gets into some of the discussions of standards.
Right.
and Other stuff, I think, you know,
And even regulations on how we, draft regulation, fee regulations on how we charge.
I think that the back end in terms of the procedures for getting approved is one thing, but Gail brought up a good point, and that's kind of along the lines of, do we go alphabetical, do we go method-based, or instrument-based? So that fits within the FOTs, is do we change to an instrument-based protocol rather than an analyte-based protocol? I'm a toxicologist, but I work with a lot of analytical laboratories on environmental monitoring studies, and I think my knowledgeable enough to be dangerous chemistry background, when you add a new analyte, that just because you are good with that instrument doesn't mean your recoveries and all of that are going to be good. You may have matrix interferences that might be specific to a particular analyte. You may have degradate issues or things of that sort. So I defer to the chemists in the room to deal with that, whether a instrument-based protocol would be acceptable, because of some of the challenges that individual analytes can present in terms of getting acceptable data.
You would still have to do all the QC that goes along with the method.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
you would still have to
to
prove that you're getting it.
Right, I don't think she's saying that just because you're approved for GCMS, you can do all these analytes. You get approved for GCMS
And
by
then you
adding
prove-
analytes
I
better
by
understand.
demonstrating
They
that they
You don't
work.
have to wait the whole
Yeah,
process.
and FOTs still need to reflect individual analytes.
Right.
Yeah, I was just going to add two things. One is I want to support what was said earlier. Just because vinyl chloride is the classic example. You can do, lots of people can hit, TCE and PCE real easy on purge and trap GCMS, but they can't hit vinyl chloride. Second point, I think this is the bigger point though, is the PT sample issue. If we simply get approved, and we discussed this last time, if I'm approved for 502.2, and I'd have to do PTs, and I don't get to choose which analytes I want to run, then presumably I have to do every single analyte on the PT list if I'm being approved by the method. And we discussed this last time with the RADs. It's the same problem. Labs we don't want to get approved for some of the more obscure radiologicals, but if you're getting approved by the method, when you do PT, then you'll have to do all the analytes on that PT list. So it creates tracking problems for the PT unit. It creates tracking problems for us on the PTs if we simply do it by method.
Hi, this is Angela Anand. I'm just going to give a little bit about the way the FOTs really are set up right now. One of the way our database is set up. So, and then of course is divided with the drinking water, wastewater, and the hazardous waste. So drinking water side, we did spell out all the analytes, and somebody's suggestion, the group, it should not be there. We realized that later on in the drinking water FOTs, but the wastewater and the hazardous waste side, the way we are certifying right now is with the method, and according to our regulation, 85% has to be acceptable from the PT, and that's how we have set up right now. So that's just a little bit information I wanted to give for the FOT right now.
I mean, to me, the challenge on that comes back to 85% of what?
Yeah.
85% of what is available in the PT study.
Okay,
And the non-reported are supposed to be counted as unacceptable. That's the understanding we all have among the ELAP right now.
But the problem is if you have a laboratory, for instance, that is interested solely in BTACs, and they do the PT, and because they only ever report BTACs, they will fail automatically because BTACs is going to be much less than 85% of the total analytes that are in the PT. And that's the fundamental problem.
This seems like an easy fix. I mean, I think ELAP would like to provide I would expect that ELAP would like to provide laboratories with options to be accredited for whether it's methods or instruments, however we end up drafting, however you end up releasing the FOT process after this, that you don't have to jump through a bunch of hoops and do a whole bunch of work for one thing. If the laboratory wants to be certified for one protocol within whatever structure it ends up being set up, it doesn't make any sense to have that laboratory do a bunch of PTs for things that they're never going to report and that they're not using. So I would hope that part of the engagement will be almost like a logical business decision, because it doesn't make any sense for a municipality or a business to do a bunch of work for something that they're never going to do.
One of the issues, this is Miriam, I just want to clarify that one of the issues that we encounter is that laboratories advertise for a method. Sometimes they are not advertising for an analyte or a group of analyte. And also the fact that permits are written per method, because a lot of, in their permits, they have to do a screen of multiple analytes in there. And they don't list which analyte they have to test for. So they go by method, they want to identify what is in a sample. So that's what we, initially, that's how we have organized our FOTs to go by method. But flexibility is there if the regulated agencies want to put in their permits by analyte specific to screen for, we can fix that. But that's the reason why we have organized it the way we have.
I think the fix for that is catch them in an audit. If they're listed as only doing BTEX, but they've got whatever is the method for BTEX posted on their website, and you audit them and find out they're doing a bunch of other protocols for which they're not accredited, you bring in your attorney, you know, and you deal with it that way. So from an audit procedural standpoint, I think it's relatively easy. You know, you've got records to go through to potentially identify that.
But from a regulatory agency, that's kind of after the fact. To me, I would rather it be proactive.
Right.
I don't want to have to go back and, as a drinking water program, go back and look at data that I have to invalidate for compliance that happened over the last year if they catch something.
So would you be willing to then change all of your regulatory mandates to specify what she would need so that that can be addressed, instead of specifying a method, specifying analytes? I mean, that's what she's basically saying, is she would need analytes specified by the regulators, and the regulators are specifying methods.
For drinking water, they specify the analytes and the method.
Yeah, drinking water is different than the rest of the drinking waters.
This is David here. It really does depend on the method. I mean, the permit. Some permits do specify analytes and some don't.
Yeah.
And it's usually, for example, in our permit, we have to check for ticks, tentatively identified compounds. You know, so that permit we're going to have to check for everything. But others where you only required for VTEX, yeah. So it's not like all permits are written the same way. So I think the easiest solution is what was mentioned earlier. For those labs that want to do every analyte under the sun, they can do it. And for those that don't need to, they don't. Just the same protocol that applies to drinking water should apply elsewhere.
I think it also addresses the, you know, how ethical, if you're saying that labs want to advertise that they do this method, if they're not certified on every method, one, they shouldn't be advertising it. They should have a little asterisk that says most analytes. And anybody who's sending samples to them, I mean, whenever I'm using a contract lab, I am going to ask them, you know, these are the exact analytes. This is the detection limit I need. Can you meet this? Do you have your, you know, certification? Before I send samples to them, I want to see that they are certified for those analytes. So you know, I mean, somebody has to do they have to be ethical, and they have to do their research to make it work, in addition to the audits and checking to make sure. So
this is also a standards issue. For example, if you're a NELAP lab, you could add, like, let's say you put out a statement of work for a contract lab to do. They got N-1 number of analytes. You add in the analyte you're missing. You do your single lab validation, and then you're good to go.
Yeah.
And that's how it works in the standardized accredited world.
Okay, this is Gilda. Number one is that do we want to apply the rules for drinking water to the wastewater and hazardous waste? That's the first question. But there are states that are very stringent on drinking water. They don't have even a program for hazardous waste, and they accept that if you can do this method, you're good for other things. And number two is that if we go and certify for method for this non-drinking water, if we follow the method, it always says you have to have a calibration, you have to have MDL and all that. So it's covered. And I don't know why we are trying to make it more difficult than it is.
when we get the PT for 624 or 8260, the list is 75 compounds. And not all the labs need those compounds. You can get it, report what you want to report to your clients, or report all of them, and then that 85% or 90% rule applies to that. But if you are doing just BTEX and an MTBE5, then you have to pass everything, because maybe the 85% will be half a compound. So I think I'm missing maybe the point here. Please help.
So are you suggesting that we just adopt drinking water structure? I'm not sure I understand.
No, the question is that we have drinking water and all these other programs under the same certification, but do we need the same rules to apply to every FOT? If there are certain compounds that are regulated for drinking water and they are listed on the certification, that's one thing. But if there is no restriction for other methods, why should we not go by the method and go by analyte?
Well, it's because the state can add analytes that are not necessarily on the list, right? I mean, what is that called?
Boron's a good example. You know, even this is even on drinking water. Boron, it can be, the drinking water program can send out a letter to an agency, we require you to monitor for boron, which is not currently listed on for drinking water. So, you know, they need to add one analyte.
Yeah, I'm thinking of the
So
303 list.
I happen to think that by analyte is the way to go for everything.
Another issue that was brought up was, or brought up to me, and it wasn't the group I was working on, but still to make sure the feedback is there, is that like the standard method reference on the drinking water ones are all fairly incomplete in that the, you know, EPA with drinking water approves standard method versions 18 through the 22nd. And so like to have, you know, 9.222B, those are different in and the online version is approved as well. So it's not, you know, just to have the letters and the numbers without a version number isn't fully complete. I know that's going to make that list incredibly long, but that was one comment that was brought up to me, is that we need to make sure that it is accurate or complete for which ones people are doing, because that is going to be different when they get audited.
I think. Hi, this is Angela. Let me clarify for standard methods on the wastewater FOTs. The year which is written that's the year it was approved. So any version which has that is okay to use. Right. And drinking water does not have specification for that yet.
Right. Yeah.
So you
I
know
mean,
exactly
the way,
all of the past one.
the way standard methods now cites things, and we've been putting on my standard methods hat for a sec, we've been pushing this for about 15 years, and it takes a long time to get there, is instead of referring to additions, referring to the year of approval.
Right,
So,
now I understand that, I just, the letters have kind of changed over the methods and that, or over the additions. There's some of them that are
We've
different.
tried not to do that.
Right.
We had one problem with ammonia about 15 years ago, and we've been living with that problem ever since. But, you know, ever since then, we've tried to say, if we decide we're not gonna have a particular method anymore, we just reserve that. So 9223C doesn't suddenly become 9223B.
Right, okay. That was just one of the, another question, concern that I had from constituents, I don't know, people that I represent that were sending questions to me, is wanting to know more so about when they get something in their permit that is not a method that ELAP approves. Do you just want a list of those specific tests, or how do those get handled? And then also when they're given an FTP or ATP from EPA, but it's not something that ELAP has, it's like, what's the point? Why, you know, should we not have those on the list, or is that just something that we need to get those in there as we update the regulations, because we haven't been able to update the regulations? But if EPA is approving methods and you're able to get an ATP for it, don't we eventually want those onto ELAP's list?
Those are individual case by case.
Yeah, that's
So,
individual,
Right.
Yeah.
I'd like to say something about that, please.
Yeah.
And also, I wanted to mention earlier, as a regulatory agency, we're very cognizant of the fact, and we're talking safe drinking water and then permits. We want to make sure that whatever whether it's Safe Drinking Water Act, you're doing your analysis, is within the purview of the Safe Drinking Water Act. Whether it's effluent permitted facilities, it's under Clean Water Act, hazardous waste, SW 846. And so all of those tests, depending on what the matrix is, has to be, the tests have to conform with whatever that regulatory act is that's authorizing that. With regard to the ATPs are a case-by-case issue. So although EPA may approve an ATP, that's not a promulgation, so you will not find that in 136.3. That will either be between your discharger, your permitted in PDS permitted facility, or the laboratory that is doing the analysis for that, and that laboratory has to apply itself. Generally, what we find with ELAP as well as EPA, the interested party will submit the paperwork through myself, quality assurance officer, and then for the they will concurrently submit the paperwork to EPA, who has the final authority in approving that ATP. Christine's group is also copied on that because their lab or their unit will verify that they can do the method, perform the method adequately. It's EPA that reviews the method or the slight alteration in the alternative test procedure. So it's kind of a combined process with regard to that.
Yeah, I think the question that Mindy is raising
But the ATPs
is,
will not be.
how do you get the ATP to show up on your accreditation?
Yeah,
And historically, some of that used to be covered by the .99 stuff.
And that's it. I have a lab that has they have quite a few, not my lab, but another one that they have quite a few methods that have the .999 designation. And they're wondering, and even talking with the IT person, it's like, okay, well, those can't show up because we don't have that capability. And, how are those going to be addressed? And are they going to stay as methods, or are we going to finally get permit writers to go with standard, or more approved promulgated methods?
The ATPs will never appear in a permit before they're actually put into the permit, because a permit is written, the permit templates are one certain way. So the ATP comes sort of as an afterthought with EPA issuing that letter specifically to either the discharge facility or the laboratory that they can, within the constraints of that ATP, implement this.
So one of them here was for a 13267 letter to be able to run tributyltin, which is, 13267 letter coming from a regional office saying you will test this. There's no approved method on it that other than the 9.999 designation on the method. So they're running it in-house by that method, but there's no certification, but it's a requirement from the 13267, which is a state
And maybe
agent.
the regional board is
And
not
so-
familiar with the fact that they need to contact us, sort of an EPA to get the ball rolling for an ATP. We often have that occur. So that
So
may be
I
something.
I can
So we're
forward you this
closing the
whole
loop.
list of concerns.
We'll figure out the way.
Yeah.
And we're closing the loop on the communication with the regional boards. We're going to all of their roundtables, and they're part of the state regulatory agency partners. They just haven't been active.
Good.
Well, one question about the ATP, that's limited to drinking water, that procedural, like, if you can't use, can you use ATP for
ATP and wastewater.
No, you can't.
For drinking water,
ATPs are specific to the Clean Water Act. It's under the purview of the Clean Water Act, as well as, although separate, because the Safe Drinking Water Act is a separate federal authorization oversight. And then the Clean Water Act has their ATP methods, or their ATP process as well, because you're talking diverse methodologies here.
Yeah.
And,
here's the difference.
Oh, yeah.
ATPs under
Yeah, but the
136
laws are different, the federal laws are
can
different.
be an individual lab, an individual discharge. ATPs under the Safe Drinking Water Act are only national.
We only have ATPs under a federal law, either Clean Water Act or Safe Drinking Water Act, federal Safe Drinking Water Act.
Yeah, so any other comments from up here, and then we'll go down to Southern California. And hopefully we've gotten enough information, Miriam and Christine, they can go
More
back.
question, and maybe we'll wait to see if there's follow-up in the Southern California meeting area. But what's our next step? How are you gonna integrate all this information? When will we get a report back from your staff in terms of how all of these ideas and concerns are going to be addressed? So I'll wait for this, just in case somebody has something specific.
All right, any further comments from Southern California?
Yes, I have a comment about.
Speed up the agenda too.
I have a comment about standard methods. When they're designated by the year, for example, let's say TDS, 1997 is when it is the approved version. But when you're looking at drinking water, all of the versions are approved. So the QA from the 18th edition is completely different than the QA in the 22nd edition. Yet the 1997 version is approved. So it says the same thing in every edition, but the QC is different in every edition. So how do you resolve the ambiguity?
Is that a question for me wearing my standard methods hat, or for ELAP?
For ELAP, how is a lab? How does the ELAP say what the lab needs to do for QC?
It's a question for ELAP.
So within the method, I'm sorry.
If you look at standard methods, the approved method, i.e. in Miriam's example, TDS 2540C, is the 1997 version, but over each successive edition, standard methods has changed the QC, which is now considered an integral part of the method, which means in theory, somebody could do 2540C going way back to the 18th edition, which has pretty minimal QC, or they could do it using the 22nd edition QC, which is much more rigorous.
Well, David here, I'm going to make this a little more complicated because what you're referring to, Andy, is only applies to wastewater. When they did the method update rule for 136, they said, yes, you have to use the most current QC section from standard methods, but they didn't have similar language for 141. So in 141, you're not required to use the QC in standard methods, but 136 you are.
Hi, this is Angela. So since it is not stated so far in the drinking water side, the lab needing the certification for standard methods for that version, we will go with the QC of that method. That's my understanding, and the wastewater side will go with the latest one.
But if that's the case, how do you standardize how ELAP does the audit?
This is the part of the audit part of ELAP, which is method related, so we go by method.
But standard methods position would be that the QC in the 020 sections is an integral part of the method. So you're still caught. And I think this is something that, ELAP needs to either bring back to us at a subsequent meeting for further discussion or discuss internally. Miriam, do you think you've gotten enough feedback from people?
Yes, I think I have got enough feedback, and we have to do a lot of thinking. And a lot of it can fix itself as we go through the process, and we can address separately.
Okay.
Andy, I'd like to throw in one more thing here. We actually, and Andy will remember this, when we were dealing with, about 10 years ago, ELTAC had a subcommittee which wrote a draft set of regulations with Alexis Malaya. And we addressed this by actually adding a section that specifically said that if there is no QC, then you have to use the most current QC in standard methods for drinking water and wastewater. So we actually tried to address that in a systematic way in that, so that would be a way to address this.
Right, it doesn't get covered by the FOT part, but it gets covered by other aspects.
Yeah, and that's what Miriam was explaining, and it will fix itself when we have our regulations, but that's still up for discussion.
Yeah.
But I propose that you put a white paper together with some points here. I propose that we
Take that along with
and
this discussion
respond,
and
yes.
consider it.
And then ensure that all of the subcommittees have submitted their comments to Miriam, so she can synthesize all of the information, and then maybe at the next meeting we can respond point by point here.
Okay.
Because we're kind of jumping with
Okay.
this topic around.
All right, let's move to, let's move to the next item, which is the mission statement.
You know, Andy?
Okay, I think.
Do you want to do Bill first?
Well,
I have an update for you.
Okay.
I went to speak with the chief counsel about the issue of quorum and Bagley Keene. So I'm pleased to tell you that for this group, it is one less than half of your membership. So therefore, it is 6 members are okay to speak together. However, he said there can be no serial communication. For example, if you have a group of 3 and a group of 4 and they communicate, that's not allowed. So as long as you keep it to 6 and there's no cross communication, you are fine to have one less than half of your membership.
Hooray.
Okay? So I thought
So,
that would be,
Michael Lawfer
that would
is
be
the
good. He is
chief.
the chief counsel,
Yeah.
so your.
He trumps.
He trumps. And he said that, that a lot of the attorneys are still understanding Bagley Keene, but he gets it. I went right to talk to him. He has confirmed that, for our purposes, because we have a board of 5, it's 2 for us. However, for this group, it is 6.
Perfect.
Okay? I thought that would be good news.
A lot more done now. Quick
Yes.
item.
Yes.
I believe a form for this group is 8.
Well, I thought that you had a group of
We have
14.
14, right?
So
Voting
14
members.
would be half. He
So
said.
it's one less than
He
half.
said, yeah.
The
half.
concession
One
of
less-
6 I'll take. I was
One
just
less
curious.
than half. He said one less than half.
Okay.
So he said 6 is okay. So I thought that would be good news, and I've
Very good
confirmed it,
news.
and there you go.
Thank you, Gita.
You're welcome.
Terrific.
When in doubt, go to the top, right?
All right, thank you, Gita. All right, let's move on to the mission statement.
I think we can probably rock and roll through this and then get to Bill's presentation, but I will just read what we have right now. The working mission statement is ELTAC serves to facilitate transparency as an inclusive conduit for the fair and balanced exchange of information and dialogue between the lab community and ELAB. ELTAC works to provide support, critical stakeholder review, scientifically valid advice, and unbiased guidance to ELAB on technical issues and the foreseeable effects that regulatory decisions may have to ensure public health and environmental protection. ELTAC partners with ELAB to create and maintain a high-quality accreditation program to meet the needs of the California laboratory community. And we've broken down what you gave us, and we just want to make sure that we're not missing anything, if there's anything that we need to add or anything that we should take off. So the first part is our cause, and it's who, what, and where. So right now we have ELAB, the lab community, and California lab community. So is this inclusive? Is my question. Anything that we need to add? State agencies?
Just curious why we're dealing with lab community in one area and then the California lab community in another, because there are laboratories from out of state that are accredited, so I would not have a difference there. My recommendation.
So we'll strike California?
That's my recommendation, because we're not only certifying within our state, you're certifying from labs out of state as well.
This is my first meeting, but there seems to be nothing referring to the people who depend on ELAB to certify labs, like the drinking water program. So we certainly want ELTAC to have that in mind also, because we're essentially ELAB's customers.
Is that captured under the what, such as works to provide support, critical stakeholder reviews, and scientifically valid advice on, well, I'm sorry, there was data in here somewhere. Maintain high quality accreditation program to meet the needs of, yeah, okay. I see that.
Okay, so we can add data users and
Yeah.
regulatory
Yeah,
agencies.
yeah.
But we don't, I mean, it also has the line to ensure public health and environmental protection.
That's what I was looking
And
for.
so
That's what I was looking for.
that works
So I
for that too.
think the consensus is that we're covered with what John's concerned about in terms of the full mission statement, just not when we broke it down this way.
Okay, so we're comfortable with what's represented on who, what, and where. Everyone, should we not add, we're taking out California?
I think.
And then should we add regulatory agencies, or it's covered?
Just to put people down in Southern California see this, or?
They can't, but they have this breakdown that's in your book also.
Right.
So does the ensuring public health and environmental protection address your concern about the user agencies? Does that address your concern that ensuring public health and environmental protection addresses the agency concerns of data?
I guess as a general statement, it does, but the devil's in the details.
I mean, I don't think it would hurt for us to add at the end, to meet the needs of the laboratory community,
And
regulatory
regulatory
agencies and
agencies.
data users.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
So then the second question though is, are we taking out to meet the needs of the California laboratory community? Are we just gonna say the lab community, regulatory agencies, and data users?
Yes.
Okay, great, so we're in agreement. As far as what we do, right now we have facilitate transparency, serve as an inclusive conduit for fair and balanced exchange of information, dialogue between lab community and ELAP, provide critical stakeholder support, stakeholder review, provide scientifically valid advice and unbiased guidance, partners with ELAP to create and maintain high quality accreditation program to meet the needs of the California lab community.
So will we cut out California lab community?
There. So this was just a mashup really of comments that we got from a number of members, so we just want to make sure that we're being inclusive, and then hopefully a member will motion to finalize this and then approve at the next meeting.
You know, I mean, we're taking California out of the lab community, but if we're adding in regulatory agencies, I'm wondering if we should add where we're putting to meet the needs of the laboratory community, California regulatory agencies, because we are a California program. I mean, this is a California program. We're here for that. To me, I just do think that we should have something that mentions that it is for California. We're not doing this for Wisconsin.
Your accreditation is for California regulatorily mandated analyses. So
Yeah.
I would say the California agents, regulatory agencies and data
Yeah.
users would fit there, just not under the laboratory community
Right,
part.
yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Moving to our impact.
Right, changes for the better. Right now we have transparency, balanced, foreseeable effects that a regulatory, I think this is decision. I wrote the wrong word up. Decision may have, maintain a high quality accreditation program to meet the needs of the laboratory community. Any other positive changes that you all want to have?
Any comments from Southern California?
Sounds good?
I'm just so on the part, just reading this all kind of blended together, one part, it's just a sentence, I'll read it. ELTAC works to provide support, critical stakeholder review, scientifically valid advice, and unbiased guidance to ELAP on technical issues and to, and this is what I'm kind of, what does this mean? Foreseeable effects that regulatory decisions may have. What does that mean?
My interpretation of what that means is that you all will advise us as to the effects that a decision that we make and put into regulations would have on the laboratory community.
Okay, I was
So-
thinking agency regulatory decisions.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, yeah.
okay, then maybe I'd say foreseeable effects that ELAP regulatory decisions may have. If it's specific to ELAP and not, we're trying to understand what other agencies want, which I don't think we can really do. Yeah, just a minor tweak there so that that's a little clearer in terms of what the objective of that
Okay,
is.
awesome. Okay.
All right. Can I have a motion to approve the revised mission statement?
Motion to approve as revised.
Second.
Approves, Mindy seconds. All those in favor here in Sacramento, say aye.
Aye.
Southern California?
Aye.
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 Anyone opposed in either place? All right, the revised mission statement is approved.
Thanks to Rich and everybody else
Yeah.
that, contributed to this.
Yeah, very well done. Would that all the rest of our stuff could go this fast.
I've seen meetings where that was an all-day exercise, numbing, absolutely numbing. So kudos to everybody, including staff involved on that.
All right, we're running about 15 minutes late, but I know Bill can talk fast. So let's move to the next item.
Okay, so do you want me to stand up or can I sit down?
I think you can sit down, but let me actually introduce you first because not everybody knows Bill. Bill has a BS in biochemistry and a PhD in agricultural chemistry, the latter degree from UC Davis for those people who are Aggies. After a postdoc in pesticide toxicology and academic positions at Utah State and the University of Minnesota, he joined the State of California Department of Public, what's now Department of Public Health. And for the past 5 years, he's been chief of the Drinking Water and Radiation Laboratory Branch, which is part of the Center for Environmental Health. And because TCP is rapidly moving up on the radar in California, Bill's going to talk about where they are in terms of new methods and what he would like from ELTAC. Bill.
Thank you. So I think I probably stole this slide from somebody in this meeting or in a previous ELTAC meeting. If I did, I'm sorry, and that's a kind of a nice thing to start with here. Nobody else could appreciate that, but this group probably. So I was asked to talk about trichloropropane determination in drinking water. And so actually the title in the program is not correct for me. I'm not talking about DLR because that is something I'm not qualified to talk about. I am just talking about method detection limits for 1,2,3 trichloropropane. And so I think that's an important thing to probably correct in the record there because I probably get in trouble for talking about DLRs because that's about policy. And this is just about laboratory capabilities. The objectives then are to discuss the modifications of the original CDHS methods for trichloropropane that were published on the internet about 2002, and at the time supported the notification level and the DLR of 5 parts per trillion for TCP. The OEA's public health goal in 2009 was lowered to 0.7 parts per trillion. And so our lab was challenged by Gary Yamamoto of the Drinking Water Program at the time to look at those methods to see whether they could be further modified to support a lower detection limit and a reporting limit. So I'm going to start out by just talking a little bit about those 2002 methods, and then I'll talk about how they were modified. So the methods that are published from 2002 for the TCP notification level, there's 2 of them, and these were developed at the time it was California Department of Health Services, and we have a purge and trap injection GCMS method. And we also have another method, liquid extraction method. So these are modifications of the original US EPA procedures like 524.2 and 525.2. So the 524.2 method you're familiar with is the standard purge and trap method. And some things were done to it to make it a little bit more sensitive. So 524.2 can get so far with TCP. I believe the MDL there is about something like 50 parts per trillion. So if you're going to get a DLR down to 5, you got to do something. And the things that were done to the method were to increase the sample volume to 25 mils, to use an isotope labeled internal standard for quantitation purposes, not just as a surrogate. And also the mass spectrometer was not scanned, it was just looking at single ions. And then also when the instrument was tuned, you add 300 volts to the electron multiplier. And so everything, all the stops are pulled out, and that's how you get that sensitivity down to 5 ppt. And so that was developed by our Southern California laboratory at the time, and we got 0.9 parts per trillion MDL. The other method we have is on the right there from 2002. That's where we got sensitivity by, or lower detection limits by modifying 525.2. 525.2 is for synthetic organic compounds or semi-volatile compounds. And so TCP is kind of intermediate. It's a volatile, but it's also semi-volatile. It's not a very volatile. So it kind of has nice properties. And to get the sensitivity there with this method, the conventional method is a single contact separatory frontal extraction or solid phase extraction. But here we used this continuous liquid extractor that's commercially available. At the time, it has a methylene chloride permeable membrane in it. It's really a slick device. They're expensive. They have to be operated in a hood, and it requires 16 hours to do a liquid extraction with methylene chloride. But we get a tremendous concentration factor. We go from 1 liter down to 1 mil in our methylene chloride extract. And then we make a 2 microliter injection of that. We can do GCMS using similar adjustments like we do with a quadrupole instrument. We do single ion monitoring, or we can do with an ion trap, we can do selected ion storage. And by using all that technology and isotope dilution quantitation, then we get, again, an MDL of about 0.8 parts per trillion and meet the DLR. So, so that's kind of the starting point to the story. And then what modifications did we do, and do we feel that might be useful to lower the reporting limits? So the first, this is a fairly straightforward and fairly obvious modification. You know, we've got, we're only making a 2 microliter injection of that 1 mil final extract. Why not make a big injection? And that can be done pretty easily with a large volume injector, which these are commercially available on our instrument. There's a Varian 1078 large volume injector that we can use. And we can get up to 40 microliters of injection volume. So we can just get a larger sample onto the column and onto the instrument. Normal splitless injection, you only can inject about 1 or 2 microliters, or else you overload the capillary column, and that doesn't work very well. So we have to use this large volume inlet. Also, in looking at this, these modifications, we didn't just do single line monitoring, but we had available to us an instrument with a wave board, and we could do MSMS determination. So that was another modification we looked at here to maybe give a little bit better specificity to the method. And by making these modifications, we can actually get down to an MDL of 0.2 parts per trillion. That's at a 80 parts or 0.8 part per trillion spike level. So that's one technique that seems to be, could be used by the electron. Sorry. So these are some of the details. I think do you have this handout, or do you have these slides? These are the instrumental details for the large volume injector and the GC conditions. And so basically, this is a little bit about, rather than splitless injection, the large volume injector, it's not only controlling the purge to the inlet, but also temperature programming. The large volume injector rapidly ramps the temperature up, or slowly, or sits at a temperature for a while, and a combination of the controlling of the purge time and also the temperature program, you get an enrichment of your less volatile analytes, and you keep a lot of the solvent out of the system. So I guess that's inlet discrimination is what you would call that. You're concentrating your analyte and you're getting rid of all that solvent that you don't want to go onto the column. Here we used the 60-meter conventional capillary column, and the ions that we're monitoring in MSMS, TCP does not give a molecular ion. It wants to lose HCl. So in an electron ionization, it loses HCl, and also in chemical ionization, it loses, it fragments. So we're starting with a fragment, and then we're looking at a product ion here. These are the transitions that we use. So got to show a linear calibration curve here. This is, we get nice linearity with this particular system. And this shows, this does not include the 1,000-fold concentration factor that we have, but we're calibrating here from 0.5 to 50 micrograms per liter. And then on top of that, we add the 1,000-fold concentration factor to get us the sensitivity. So this is just demonstrates some MDL data. I can't see very well, so I'll have to turn around here. This is just a one MDL experiment, and we're spiking here with 0.8 parts per trillion on the left and 2 parts per trillion on the right. On the left, we're using lab reagent water. On the right, we're using tap water. And our accuracy is pretty good, 80% on the left and 120% on the right. And those are the standard deviations, and the experimental MDLs showing about the same, so about 0.2 parts per trillion. We looked at the MRL, and we couldn't really satisfy, at least in this experiment, the accuracy requirements for both of these. We could only do it on the experiment on the right. So I don't really like the MRL determination. I'd rather just go by the MDL, although we were going to repeat this and see if we can get the MRLs to match up for accuracy. One of the opinions that I had about this method was that it would probably be very rough on the instrument, because you're doing an exhaustive extraction, a 1 liter sample, and you're concentrating it down to 1 mil, and then you're putting a huge slug onto the injector. So I thought, well, we're going to be recommending a method that a lot of laboratories are not going to like, because it will probably crap up their instruments, and it will create a lot of enemies here. So we looked at the issue of ruggedness, which is probably, it should be robustness, which is a terminology I was a little hazy on. Miriam corrected me on that, or suggested maybe robustness is a better term, and I agree with her. So this is looking at the area of the internal standard over 35 injections for a sample batch of groundwater samples, and looking at how stable the area counts are in the internal standard. If the instrument was getting fouled, then we'd see the peak shape go to heck, and then we'd also see the areas drop off, and eventually wouldn't see anything. We'd have to maintain the equipment, take it apart, change the inlet liner, and possibly break the column off or do things like that. But we don't really see that. We see that it's pretty stable. It doesn't seem to be fouling. So I think that's satisfactory to show that it's fairly robust. And these are the results from the method with the isotope dilution quantitation. Here we've got some of the samples are at a high concentration, like 50 to 80 parts per trillion, and some of the low ones down there are 1 and 2 parts per trillion. And the RSDs for the top group are about 6% on average, and then for the two really low concentrations, the RSDs are about 20%. So that's fairly, I guess, robust performance in this demonstration. So the other approach, that method was developed by our Northern California laboratory, and then the Southern California laboratory at the time down at Temple Street, which has since closed down and consolidated with us in Richmond. They came up with this method. And actually Miriam, who's on this call, worked or assisted in this this method development project, and went to Lau, was the leader here on this work, but his approach to this was a little bit different. They chose to modify the purge and trap injection method, and they did this in a kind of a clever way, which is they took a large water sample and put it through a solid phase extraction column, and then eluted that SPE cartridge with solvent. They did a solvent exchange, and then took that solvent and distributed it into a 5 ml water sample and added that to the purge device. So what a great idea, because all of this capabilities is available in a standard drinking water laboratory. All you got to do is SPE. You've got a purge and trap apparatus, so you can combine the two. It's kind of a tandem technique, we call it. And by doing that, we're able to get MDLs, much better detection limits.
Question?
Yes.
The assumption is with the SPE that by using methylene chloride that you've got a strong enough solvent that you're not losing some of the contaminant of concern on this SPE column, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So blanks and whatever that would be done, not blanks, but spikes would be able to identify whether there was a loss factor involved.
Well, you've got it's isotope dilution.
Oh, okay,
so
got it.
Yeah, you got a perfect internal standard in there.
Bill, I like these methods. Do you know how much TDS was in your groundwater?
We don't have data on that.
Because that's, when you start talking about robustness, you climb above 300 ppm TDS, your SPE is not going to work, and your column, your peaks are going to go. No,
that's a good suggestion.
Yeah, so when you do matrix matching in the future, measure the TDS of that groundwater.
Yeah.
And that's a clue. It's not always the greatest thing, but once you're over 300 ppm, you're not.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent suggestion. In my experience with SPE, usually the harder the water, the better the recovery. That's kind of the strange.
It can work for and against you. It depends on the analyte and who's the manufacturer of the SPE material. Okay. Some work better than others. None of them work great for everything.
Yeah.
So
it's good. It's a good point. So let's see. What can I tell you here? These are the method details. So that's very fine print. I just wanted to provide this to folks that are interested in it. I can just say that we in this particular slide here, we mentioned the source of our cartridges. We use the EnviroCarb Plus cartridges, 400 milligrams. Those are it's a charcoal SPE cartridge available from Sapelco. And then the instruments in this study, we didn't use a brand new clean instrument. We used a 10-year-old 5973 MSD with a diffusion pump. It's kind of an antique instrument, actually. And we thought that, so we're not really pulling out the stops in terms of the instrumentation. This is just a standard old instrument that's available. Let's see, the analytical procedures. I don't really remember exactly what I wanted to highlight there. I think the key point is when you're going to go through the solvent exchange, you are dealing with a volatile. So that's probably the heart of the method. You've got to be very careful at that point, because if you're concentrating, you have to use a room temperature water bath, and you have a keeper in there. It's diethylene glycol, so that's not going to disappear. But you leave a tiny little bit of the methylene chloride there. So you add 25 microliters of diethylene glycol, and you go down to 50 microliters. So you leave some of the methylene chloride there. And that's important. To get that 70% absolute recovery, you've got to leave that there. And then that will dissolve nicely or into the 5 mils of water, which goes into the purge apparatus. So here's our MDL data here. Again, we have two spike levels on the left, 0.25 parts per trillion, on the right, 0.5 parts per trillion. And our accuracy here is really good because it's isotope dilution. We're getting 95% and 103%. And our experimental MDLs are 0.11 or 0.19. So that's, you would call that 0.11. And our laboratory reporting limit would be something like 0.3. And that's what we've based on that. That's what we do because of our lab policy on our reporting limits. And then to look at the robustness again, we went around, we had our engineers in the drinking water program go around and give us groundwater samples from around the state where there was historic TCP contamination, and to see if we got results that made sense from the historical data. And we've got, the data all made sense. We've used the method quite a bit. This is over quite a period of time. This goes back to 2011, I believe, or thereabout. So we've just done quite a long time ago. And we were here using a reporting limit of 0.3. And if you look at some of that data, its reproducibility was very nice. We had some duplicates from the Merced well there, number 1 and number 2. Those are duplicates. And we're getting 22.4 and 22.5, pretty nice. And so I think that's the evidence that it seems to be, that's a workable method too. So our conclusions then, I've described 2 isotope dilution methods for determination of TCP with reporting limits below the 0.7 parts per trillion public health goal. And then one technique uses this large liquid extraction, large volume injection modification. And then the other technique uses that tandem sample preparation with the solid phase extraction, then going to purge and trap sample introduction. I want to acknowledge the people that did the work here, which are our Northern California lab folks, Dedong Su and his co-workers, Jagdev Dude, Mario, and Raymond Roll. Also, then the Southern California group, who have, because that lab has shut down, they've moved on to greener pastures. Wenta works for us in Glendale still. Miriam, of course, moved on. And then Essela moved up to join us in Richmond. And then the engineers in the drinking water program provided the groundwater samples. I'm hoping that from these assembled labs in ELTAC and ELAP, we can get some information like what are labs using? Do they get much demand for TCP testing? What methods are you using? The preservation and holding time, that's kind of a undefined issue, because if you use the volatiles method, then you use a volatiles holding time. If you use the semi-volatile method, then you use a different holding time. So we're a little not really decided on that so much, holding times and preservation conditions, so on. And also, what do labs do for, what's ELAP's experience with labs performance of the 2002 methods, I guess. And then the questions of which of these seem attractive from a practical point of view. Liquid extraction is not going to be very attractive necessarily, because you got to have a hood, you got to have that fancy glassware, and it takes 16 hours. So there's a lot of costs there.
Costs of solvent too.
That's right, a lot of solvent. So I think one thing that Andy mentioned was the possibility of multi-lab validation of methods. So if there's interest in the lab community to contribute to a multi-lab validation, that would be interesting for us to work with you on. So I'll stop there.
All right, thank you, Bill. Any comments from up here?
Well, I just have a question, so these, what you're doing here are modifications to existing approved methods, or these are just brand new? I just don't know a whole lot about it.
Yeah, that's a good question. They're modifications to modified approved methods.
Okay.
So they're
brand new.
Okay. Well, because, the main reason I ask is that, we've actually just recently been asked that when we go through and do our report of waste discharge, major sampling next year, that we add TCP on, because it is coming up as a concern item. They want us to add it in, and it's okay. But I only want to use an approved method, because not that it's not proven, but if you have an experimental or still coming up method, but that's gonna give you much lower detection, whether it's real or not, you're gonna end up with data that's gonna be used against you. And I mean, we found it in there's other issues where money is being spent to labs to do work that is gonna be used to either come up with regulation or whatnot that are not approved or ELAP certified labs, but it's research labs and whatnot. So I'm just trying to see the interest, I mean, or the feel in the room. Would I want to go with the best method that's gonna give this, or would I want to go with an approved method if I'm going to report it as a regulatory agency?
You would want to go with the method that ELAP approves. That's the answer, I
That's been
think.
promulgated,
Right
that's been
now,
promulgated as well.
You're constrained at
that's-
2002
Yeah.
original method.
But now, should that apply with any group that is doing analysis, that is sending out analysis that wants to be used for further regulatory work, that it is only coming through an ELAP certified laboratory? If there is a certified method?
Well, let's see. This is getting into ELAP turf.
I guess
So,
not. I mean,
let me-
and I know it's kind of how you guys relate with your other regulatory
Yes.
agencies with.
So in terms of this analyte, we certify for whatever the need of the regulatory agency is. So if the Division of Drinking Water has standards for it, whatever that standard requirement for DLR would be, we will certify for those methods that can achieve that level. And that's what the purpose of this whole discussion was, that in event that the division decides to go to lower DLRs, what is the laboratory community capability to achieve that? And for that reason, we have researched to find out which methods have those capabilities, and these are the two methods that Bill has worked on. Now, the next step is if laboratories have already these methods and they are willing to go to these detection limit, what it takes to go there.
Okay.
And that's what we want to sort of gauge here in this discussion, is that we would like to prepare a survey just like the perchlorate, and we would like to engage the community in providing those information to us.
Okay, thank you.
For this amount of effort, I'd like to do more than one analyte, though, that's the only thing. I mean, it's expensive for a lab, I would imagine, to have to go through, an interlaboratory study. Is there a way it could be expanded to class of compounds?
That's a great question. And actually, we think that this method would not only work for TCP, but also other volatile compounds with the right kind of physical properties.
So this is carbon, right? It's solid phase is carbon?
Right,
Okay.
right. And it wouldn't work for like fixed gases, I don't think, but it'll work for the semi-volatile volatiles. So, we're interested in furthering this application to some of this carcinogenic VOCs, other ones. But we do have methods, these two methods we use right now, the 2002 methods are only a single analyte. So it is expensive.
I mean, anytime you have a single analyte method, by nature it's expensive unless it happens to be, ICP or colorimetric. That's just life. Bruce?
But Andy, the thing, Renee and I were just talking, the way we get to where Mindy was on this is like an approved method. The fastest way is through ATP, the alternative test procedure. Just redid method 624 and 625 at the agency from start to finish. That took them 8 years, and they're not done yet. So that's a method that already exists on platforms that, and with all due respect to Bill, this could be a QTOF method, quadrupole time of flight would get it. MSMS is probably the better way to go about it in terms of sensitivity. You guys put your MSMS together, I can see, but one from a manufacturer, these take a long time, the whole procedure approval, once you even know what platform you go to.
Yeah, I mean, the good news is that this would be California specific, so the whole procedure approval doesn't have to go through.
Right, I just want to clarify the difference between the ATP and the promulgated method is probably 10 years, if you wait for the agency. So it'd have to be some variety of
Well, for regulatory monitoring, though, it would have to be. has to be a regulatory monitoring. So
Yeah,
we'd
so-
have to have either, the auspices of Safe Drinking Water Act or SWRCB 46 or Clean Water Act for regulatory monitoring, compliance monitoring.
So that's the ATP procedure on the fast track.
So I received an email at my lab. I don't know if anybody else got this. It wasn't a part of the LYRIS, right? Is that what it's called, LYRIS?
From Division of Drinking Water.
Right, exactly, about the early monitoring for TCP. And it says that it has to be an ELAP accredited lab using the acceptable drinking water method, SRL 524.
Yes.
Okay, or 504.1. So that's kind of where we are. I mean, is any lab doing this method with these low detection limits that Water Boards is asking for? And we're already getting calls from our clients. And we had no notice about this as a lab. We're trying to service we're scrambling. Like, this is very real for my lab right now. We're dealing with this right now to meet this. And I'm wondering, can we run this method while still using our GCMS for other analytes? I don't know what the answers to these questions are. I don't know.
So,
The division approached us, right, and
Yes. Yes.
asked us.
yeah, that's what we're trying to do. And Bill, these two methods before modifications are that SRL 524M, right?
Right, correct.
So we
Yeah.
have a number of laboratories that are already certified for these methods, but not with the modification to go to lower detection. And that's what we're trying to find out. Are they capable, or are they willing to modify their systems to go to these lower achievable limits or not?
So we released a list and gave it to Division of Drinking Water of all the labs. So that's why you're getting.
But my lab doesn't do, we're just 524.2. I mean, we're trying to modify to be this method. But the problem that our lab had was that this went out to all of our clients. And so they call us asking for bottles to collect the sample and bring it in. And we're saying, no, wait. Let us do a little bit of footwork and see if we can meet these limits. So I just felt like it was a little premature. Like, labs should have maybe been notified first before it went out to all of the water systems.
And
Because they're
that's-
so eager, they want to get it done right away.
Yeah, and
I mean,
that's,
there are
that's
actually two different
partially,
issues, because, the 2002 methods have been in use with lots of labs in California already certified for those for a long time. And I think what happened in terms of this notice that just went out to utilities is because the state is moving very fast towards promulgating MCL for TCP, they're asking for people to monitor. What Bill's got here, I think, is sort of a tandem question, which is, okay, right now there are methods out there that have 5 part per trillion DLRs. There are methods that Bill's lab has developed that are capable of getting down to something below or equal to the public health goal. So the question is, what's the capability of the lab community to look at doing those if, when Division of Drinking Water promulgates TCP and they set a DOR of, instead of 5.6 because these methods exist, then everybody would have to go to these methods, because you can't do it the other way.
But one of the clauses in here is that if you use a lab that is certified, that has that low detection limit, and you come up with a non-detect, then you can use that result later on when the regulations are enforced. We just can't do both at the same time. We can't, my lab specifically, it's gonna have a hard time coming up with our MDLs and analyzing samples at the same time for those low limits. I don't know if that's making sense.
Yeah, you'll have to validate the method
Right.
first. So you have to go through the whole thing Bill just went through.
I don't know if I
So, I mean, for me, even though there's two separate issues here, a research-based method that was refined to get a lower limit, a regulatory need to get a lower limit, and then communications that get out to regulated parties that basically get them kind of scurrying. This is a good case study in things that can be done a little differently in the future. Yes, there's a need for, human health protection, environmental health protection to deal with the issue. But let's make sure that the laboratory community has the capabilities. And one of the challenges I think you could run into here, and we saw this with pyrethroids when they came out on the market as an analysis that was needed in the regulatory setting, is everybody was kind of trying to do it their own way, and certain shops had this special instrument and other ones didn't. And so you end up with some real complications in terms of, it doesn't mean that you always have to do it the same way, especially if you're using an ATP or some reporting limit based or compliance limit based protocol. But this is now for me the second time I've kind of heard of this kind of concept going on. And analytical labs probably would indicate it's happened maybe more frequently than that. So it's a good opportunity to say we've got a regulatory mandate to get lower. Let's talk to the lab community, and we can maybe facilitate that of parties that might be interested in evaluating if there's a market. They got to look at marketability and all that before a notice goes out to regulated parties.
Well, actually, yeah.
I'm not saying this is you. I'm saying collectively the group
But
involved.
the regulatory process is not as simple as you would think, because it begins at a certain time, and then over time some things just change, and then when you go to adopt regulations, MCL for example, the analytical capability has evolved. So as part of the decision making, you have to establish whether there is capability to go to the lowest possible limits or not. And that's exactly what we're trying to gauge, to see if that is possible or not. That's all we want to achieve.
But it sounds as though the regulated parties are now kind of scampering around to try to get things done when they're really not quite sure.
Well, it's the question
Right,
was,
and let
are
me jump
they
in.
capable of doing it?
No, that was
Yes
the
or
one
not?
to the labs, but if the ones to the regulated, the water
Right,
agencies was, we want you to test your water to this level, who are they supposed to go
Yes, so
to
I'll
if
let-
most of their, are there any labs certified in the state right now that can actually hit that level that the drinking water wants?
I can't answer that, but what I was going to say, this was poor coordination on the Division of Drinking Water. We'll do a better job in the future. The points you bring up are very valid, because we don't want labs we don't want water systems going out there, because they're going to get frustrated too. So we'll just do a better job in the future. And, I certainly understand your points, and we need to coordinate with ELAP to have that announcement go out first to you all to alert you to that, so.
If I can add one more element, and I'm glad to hear that, because I think we've got a group here that can engage the laboratory community on that subject matter, and of course, those that see a business opportunity or a
Right.
regulated party opportunity are
lose
gonna
business.
do pros and cons of this. I think the other thing for me working in the environmental compliance world outside of just my laboratory in watershed monitoring that concerns me is when we end up with one lab knows how to do something at an ultra low level. I don't have a lot of confidence if that's what the market bears. I mean, I want to know that this is not a specialty that only one party knows how to do, that it should be something that more organizations, more laboratories have a capability to do something. So I don't have to just kind of blindly trust, I know there's MDL studies and all that type of thing, but I want a degree of confidence that this isn't a niche, unique, only one of. And we see that it kind of starts we had some discussions a week or two ago, it kind of starts in a university laboratory, then all of a sudden it's like, well, how confident am I that that is something that can be done on a routine compliance kind of protocol? So just tangent, but kind of
Really good
related.
comments. And I will commit to coordinating with the division too. I mean, they're driven to get their rulemaking regulations done, and they requested this list. We put it together, and so we should have coordinated with ELTAC.
Gilda here. We have seen groundwater clients and NPDES clients are asking for low TCP limits. Any idea about that, or any regulation on groundwater and NPDES limits?
I think that's what this all is, right?
Yes. It's
Yeah.
all about this.
It's all the same. That's what the notice went out to, was those people, those providers.
Well, this sort of brings us, this is David here, by the way, in Los Angeles. This brings us back around to the FOT issue. If right now ELAP offers this method for drinking water, it doesn't offer it for wastewater. And so the question is, if a lab that's certified for drinking water for 223 TCP, would that be appropriate for them to then be monitoring for NPDES compliance using this method, which is intended for drinking water, not NPDES permit compliance monitoring?
I don't know what the effect the matrix would be on it.
Yeah, I will say that, all the experimentation is about drinking water. And so we're the drinking water laboratory, and that's where, we are a contract lab to the drinking water program, Division of Drinking Water. So that's all we focus on. So I don't think that this is not a great candidate for a wastewater method.
Yeah.
But see, but this is very typical for board permit writers to simply throw out something like that. They did the same thing a few years ago with Chrome 6, and without checking, is the method approved for this matrix, for this program? And then, people then had to scramble around to find labs approved that were actually not approved for that program, for that matrix.
So I would say, if we're particularly talking about the NPDES programs and clean water, we have Renee here.
The permits will state, if not specifically the methods, they will state all methods approved under 40 CFR 136.3. So I'm surprised. It might have been a specific regional board thing.
So even if we have a letter saying, we want you to test for this at this level, if we don't have there's no certified labs that can test at that level, we should go with the certified lab that we can contract to that gets as close as possible? Or how do we handle that? Do we go back to the Department of Drinking Water and say, Division of Drinking Water and say, tell me who?
Are you talking about?
Well, David here again. There's two separate issues. One is the method valid from a scientific point of view for this matrix? That's one issue. The second issue is regulatory. The state board would then have to itself adopt this permit and recognize this method as approved, and then ELAP would then have to offer accreditation for in that matrix under that program. So there's two separate issues. One, is it valid at all from a scientific perspective? And then is it approved from a regulatory perspective by the lead agency, which would be the state board in this case?
The state board doesn't approve methods. EPA approves the methods.
State board can approve methods if it chooses to.
That's the federal government that approves a method, an analytical method.
Well, this is a clear example of a method that the federal government did not approve is being used by California Drinking Water Program.
I'm not so
and there
sure,
are several
Dave.
others.
I think you use method 624 and modify that appropriately for this if you were in wastewater, because we're modifying 524 for drinking water. So it would just be a modified 624, and the modification would be sample preparation. Probably in this case, we'd have to define what limits there are to the groundwater. Total dissolved solids makes one sense, and there might be other parameters you put to it, like it won't work above 500 ppm TDS or something like that.
The solid phase one.
Yeah.
But this is the separate question. Is it even valid? Does it even work? That's one question. The other question is who then recognizes this as approved. Obviously, EPA is not going to do it because they don't regulate 123 TCP.
Well, that would come under, David, I can answer that. That'd probably come under the standard. If you validate the method in your laboratory, just the way Bill delivered, these data here, then you've done it. And so, given the TNI standard, you do this, you get a performance evaluation sample, you pass it, you're
We're
done.
not currently under TNI standard though. We're
Of
talking
course.
now.
So it becomes a standard issue, not.
But that's not how state regulation works. State agencies enforce state regulation. And so, for example, with the drinking water program, in their regulations, they cite 40 CFR 141. They say, here are the methods you will use. They incorporate those methods, by reference, incorporating by reference federal regulations. The same is true for 136. It's not that, because state agencies can't enforce federal regulations. State agencies enforce state regulations. For those of you who are old enough to remember when the lead and copper rule came out, it was not enforced by Drinking Water Program. It was enforced by U.S. EPA Region 9 because California had not adopted it. Same thing happened with the Interim Enhanced Surface Water Treatment Rule. It was adopted federally, but it was the EPA that enforced it until California Drinking Water Program incorporated that. Same thing here. ELAP can't enforce federal regulations. They can only enforce state regulations.
I'm going to encourage us, since I think the presentation's been made, we've had a chance to discuss it, and we're 20 minutes behind schedule. Although we were 20 minutes behind starting, and we've got some meaty information to discuss at lunch, that maybe we kind of wrap this up. And
sounds reasonable to me. So my suggestion would be that, first off, Miriam sends out a survey to the lab community talking about these new methods, finding out if anybody is actually already doing them, in which case technically they're doing unapproved methods, but we won't go there. And more in that survey, probably just asking laboratories if they are interested in participating in a validation study. Because certainly if these methods end up being part of a future drinking water regulation for TCP, you don't want to go just based on what one laboratory has achieved.
I just have one more question with that. Is Bruce, do you know, could anything be done as far as communicating with water systems that there might be like a delay in the initial monitoring? Like to let labs kind of catch up?
That can certainly be done.
Okay.
Okay. We are, as Steve pointed out, we're about 20 minutes behind. Let's see if we can restrict lunch to about 40 minutes so we can try to get back on schedule, because we do have some fairly meaty stuff this afternoon. So with that, let's try to reconvene at 1 o'clock, and hopefully somebody can be downstairs to let us all in right at 1. All right. We're adjourned until 1 o'clock.
I think we're supposed to start at 1:15.
Oh, 1:15.
On schedule, yeah.
Okay, fine, make that 1:15. We actually have 55 minutes for it.
A little more.
And there's a farmer's market out there.
I saw that.
Is that why we can't park in the garage?
You just go to the visitor center and we'll bring you all.
At that restaurant across the street?
Sounds
You got lunch plans? There's a little restaurant right across the street. It's got everything from sandwiches to salads. It typically is a very fancy. Is this a secure room?
It is, we can make sure.
Okay, so it's okay to leave this?
Yeah, I'm gonna stay, we're gonna grab lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Bye.
It's too gray, very messy, and then now I notice it, like, anytime we have like a, you know.
How are you, Bruce?
Good, how are you?
Good to see you. Jill,
Yeah,
we've
right.
met before, yeah, a few times actually.
Yeah, Burton's a little better. You don't get quite, you don't get the crazy.
The real world.
I live in the hills.
Everything going well for you?
Oh, really? We're gonna, hi, Bruce.
I gotta get broken rice.
I missed that. You wanna grab?
I know, I talk to Janice all the time now. Yeah, things are going really well at Royalty and Rice. We have a new GM who's been there for almost 3 years, so I'm still feeling new, but going really well there. Yeah, it's exciting.
I can't.
Your little system or?
I can.
What kind do you have?
I have 6.0. I have a triple quad.
Can you hear us there in LA?
Did you get the ICP-MS triple
I
quad?
have an ICP-MS also. That works great. Those guys don't complain about that at all.
No, but the ICP-MS, the ICP triple quad?
No, I have a
Is that
TC
you,
triple
Miriam?
quad.
Yes, it is.
Okay, we're waiting for a couple more people and we'll start in a couple minutes.
Okay, thanks, Christine.
Thanks. Hi, can you guys hear us? Miriam?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, Christine, we're all here.
Okay, hi. So thanks for joining us again. So we're just waiting for Gita Kapai to come back, and then we'll start on item 6. But you know, at lunchtime I had some time to reflect over how these meetings are running, and since this is just our second meeting, I want to make sure that we are understanding our roles. So I think it's a really good opportunity to kind of go back to the FOT topic and then also talk about the 123 TCP presentation that Bill Draper Dr. Bill Draper presented to us. So with respect to the FOTs, I heard a lot of discussion and good suggestions about how we should redo this, formatting, technology. So what I would like from all of you is really a recommendation, a consensus on everything that we do in this room. All of you are very smart people, technically brilliant, and I want to harness and empower you to give me the technical advice on what we should be doing here in ELAB. So I would like for us to talk about the FOTs, maybe discuss a process on how you can come back amongst yourself to me and give me a recommendation for the program.
Yeah, I agree. At the end of the discussion, I felt like we didn't decide anything.
Yeah.
I mean, essentially what we did was I threw it back over the fence to Miriam, saying, okay, we've provided you with a lot of information. You guys need to think about this and then.
Yeah, and I'm guilty too. I said that as well, but as I thought about it, like you're one group, ELTAC. You had great individual comments, and so we need to somehow come together because, collectively, you will have a great recommendation on FOTs, and we'll most likely, highly likely, just say, yeah, let's go with that. This is what our technical committee advised us to do. It makes sense.
I think one hard thing though is without doing it in the group meeting like this is that, we don't all have, the information that you receive from all the different ones. So yeah, if you don't, so we don't know, we can't weigh in on, well, somebody made this comment, but wait a minute, I find this issue with it, or, yeah, that's a great one, we agree, so putting it all together, I think that's a harder, to just come to you with a proposal.
Well, perhaps, again, David down in Los Angeles, perhaps then the approach would be to have a subcommittee and, to try to bring all this together and synthesize it to present to the next ELTAC meeting.
And compile all the data.
Maybe not the next one, because the next one's scheduled for June, but we can schedule, say, August or September, and then the committee can have some time to sort of, cogitate and come back with some sort of synthesis.
I mean, I think
Sounds like an action item.
Yeah.
Yeah. So how about if I ask for people who would like to work on that subcommittee to volunteer, and then when we get to 6, we'll have to stop or have, 2 separate subcommittees of 6, but that doesn't seem like it makes sense in this case.
And we can take on the burden of synthesizing the individual subcommittee comments. That way this group of 6 can comment and review and bring it to the rest of the group at a future meeting.
So the procedure would be you guys will synthesize what you got
Right.
from both the individual stuff and some of the discussion here, give that back to the subcommittee to digest and come up with a specific proposal.
What do you want to call this subcommittee?
FOT subcommittee.
Has there been a consensus, I mean, is there a consensus, or do we need to wait from ELAP to say, okay, it should be by analyte, or it should be by method, just to kind of help with the direction of the FOT
I
revision?
think that's up to us
I think
to
that's
make
what
the
we're
recommendation.
Okay. Okay.
And just for me, for my clarification, any format is available, right? We're not, there's nothing in the regulation that says we have to specify method or anything like that. So the tables can take any appearance that we want.
The tables be major.
Berg. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, so that we don't,
I'm sorry, there's some of the, the FOTs themselves are defined in statute. You know, it says FOT 101 is microbiology, so there's, within the framework of what's currently in law, we can work with that, but it's not a complete clean slate.
Yes, that is, cannot change, but the format of how they want to list it can change.
Yeah, that's open to us.
Right, did you get that?
yeah.
You can't
Right.
change the FOT and its number, but we can change everything else within that.
And we need to look into that combo, yes.
Okay, so that I don't inadvertently exclude Southern California by asking for volunteers from up here first. Who do I have as volunteers from Southern California? We'll see sort of how many people down there are interested, and then let's go to our larger group here.
This is David, I'll volunteer.
David? Okay.
Okay, anybody else from Southern California? Okay, hearing none, we'll go to volunteers from here. And I'll throw my name into the hat.
Okay.
I'll do it.
Rich Gossett,
Awesome.
Sorry, can I?
Jill,
Jill
Rich.
first?
Okay. Sorry,
Jill. Thank you.
Gail,
Yeah.
and we have room for one more by my count.
Yep.
5's a great number.
Because that way it'll have to be a majority vote. All right, and here we were worried about, constraining ourselves.
I'm so happy that you don't have to go with
More
two
than two.
anymore, that,
Right.
so
All
keep
right.
it at the 5?
Yep.
Okay.
I can volunteer. This is Gilda.
Okay,
If you
so,
still have room for one.
yep, we do have room for one, so Gilda, Gilda.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, we have our subcommittee of 6.
Does this have to be like a,
Now, so I have a question. Even though we're below a quorum, since this committee is being established by ELTAC, is it still has to comply with the Bagley-Keene Act, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
So if we meet, we'll have to do the whole public notice thing and all that.
no.
No, you do not. But you can't have serial meetings, you can't email the rest of the group. You have to discuss the issues in this format when you come back together. But you can meet independently of, yes. So the 5 or 6 of you can meet and have this subcommittee and converse amongst yourselves, but you can't broadcast that information outside of this meeting that is publicly noticed.
It's no different than the FOT committees that were already formed.
Yes,
We
but
had a
now-
limited number of parties,
Yep.
you're expanding the number,
Yep.
Yeah.
and you have the dialogue and
Yep.
framework and proposals within your group, and then you bring it to the LTAC to
Right,
submit.
and you don't send out emails and stuff to folks outside of your 6 people.
Yeah.
Could you even, ask one person for input, or no? Because then you get into the quorum business. Okay.
So then you're violating.
Okay.
Our input's been
Are you
provided,
asking
and
one
Yeah.
more person on the committee or? one
Another
more
person
public?
outside of the committee?
No, because
Okay.
then you get into the expanded scope of this
Okay.
group.
is my understanding from chief counsel.
Okay.
But again, I'm not an attorney, so I caveat.
Are you asking Jill if you can ask someone outside this group?
Outside of the subcommittee,
Can we get
no,
input from
someone,
our-
no, someone, no.
Within LTAC,
No.
we
Within
can't ask
LTAC, no,
anybody.
you cannot.
But we could reach
outside,
out to
yeah.
people outside of LTAC.
Technical expertise from somebody
Yeah,
outside
so
of LTAC.
it has to do with the voting members and transparency with the public.
Okay.
So you cannot have a majority of the group participating in a sidebar conversation that is not privy to everyone plus the public. Does that make sense? Okay.
Okay,
Do
can
we
I
have to
have,
make an action to form this committee, or?
yes, so can we have a formal vote to approve
Moved
forming
and
this
seconded
committee?
it first?
Oh, you have to be moved. I move we form this committee.
I second it.
Moved, seconded.
Bruce?
Bruce moves.
And Rich seconds?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Southern California?
Aye.
All right, any opposition? Hearing none, we have a subcommittee and we can decide amongst ourselves who will be the chair of that subcommittee, but we won't take up more time with this on that.
Okay, one more.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I do a lot of thinking while I'm eating. So,
I do when I'm driving.
So with the 1, 2, 3 TCP, that was left open-ended as well. I think I want to use Stephen Clark's idea of using this as a case study, because this is not the only time there's going to be rulemaking that the division will be developing, and so we should think about a process in how we do this so that we don't have the issues that that Jill mentioned. So
But that has to be a collaborative effort with your other agencies that you're dealing with. It's not just within
yeah.
ELAP.
So, so I need to be able to communicate with the regional boards, so we should have a process, right? Because, everyone is, so let's open it up to suggestions on how we can do this so that we don't have that happen in the future.
You're asking for our suggestions on a process?
Yes.
Well, yeah, it seems like we should be going through the state board, Division of Water Quality. They should be the conduit down to the board staff, the permit writers, discuss these issues.
So that's the larger process, the process here for LTAC.
So my thought, and now I'm being put on the spot a little bit since I proposed the concept, would be that regulatory agency staff or management that has a need for a new method or lower limits, reach out to LTAC and identify the need and what specifically they're looking for. Reporting limits, speciation, methods, whatever. LTAC, through ELAP staff as well, distributes information to, by your sort and filter of the FOTs that you currently have, laboratories that may have such capabilities. Identify this is going to be a forthcoming need, potentially, and that there's a desire to determine capabilities, because maybe they already meet them, and there may be something that they're doing for other states that is exactly what would be needed in California. And, or it's not something that they're working on if there's an interest in developing some interlaboratory exercise to get the protocols specified and or the refinement of the reporting limits that are needed. That then comes back in whatever timeline that can be, back to the agency staff, so they know that they shouldn't be releasing kind of mandates or needs to the regulated parties in advance of that being fleshed out. And then once it looks like protocols, capabilities, multiple laboratories are capable, it's ready for release. That's a process though.
Yeah.
So that's what I would recommend.
Would that start with ELAP drafting a letter or a white paper that you would then share with the water board or all of the different agencies that you deal with? Or is that just something that we can tell you, what Stephen said, and you go talk to them and go from there?
Yes.
Can I jump in for a sec? I think that what we want is, we want you to formalize that suggestion for that process to us and have LTAC
that we can
vote
take it.
on it so that we have an SOP of sorts that we'll follow in the future if this happens.
Given that there were probably 4 or 5 elements from that. What I would recommend is that we come back to the next meeting and have that as an agenda item that's scripted out, much like we kind of did on our mission statement, and vote on it, unless there's an urgency today to take care of that, so that we can make sure that, you know, parties have a chance to wordsmith it if they so choose at this meeting, instead of you having to go to our recording and try to regurgitate what I said on paper. Because otherwise, is everybody clear on all the elements you'd be voting on in a motion today? Probably not. So I will take a stab at drafting something in preparation for the next meeting, if that's okay, timeline-wise. We put it on the agenda, we can wordsmith it, change it, and then put a motion, a vote, and go from there. How the regulatory agencies will need to function is information too, in my mind. And how you unwind that process, that kind of is maybe institutionalized now, I'm not going to touch that.
And that's all out of our hands. We have no control
so it'll
over
be
that.
what our
But
desire
ELAP is within the division, like this specific case, we're within the Division of Drinking Water, and we've got Bruce here.
Yeah.
And we can talk to our agency, we can even.
We also have our roundtables, all of the different programs, the programmatic roundtables that meet on a regular basis. Where
So
we try
why don't I, to kind of flesh this out in a little bit more procedurally, I'll reach out to Renee and talk to her about the functionality that's already occurring between State Board and various agencies, so I can try to capture that in the wordsmithing of hopefully a relatively short paragraph with some bullets, and I'll prepare that for the next meeting.
Because Christine, it seems like the relationship between ELAP and the rest of the agencies that want to regulate compounds or chemicals or whatever. So, you know, if they want to do some regulations and it involves test and measurement, they got to
They
come.
need to talk to the labs.
They got to come to ELAP, then ELAP comes to ELTAC. You know, in that order. I think Steve had a little different. He said, well, go to ELTAC right away. But I think they come to you first, then go to ELTAC. And then we would advise where we think the best, you know, approach is.
Just to be clear then, the question was how to coordinate with agencies and regions, and there was a discussion that ELAP should write a letter or a white paper, but then it's not the subcommittee that's gonna formalize the request, but Stephen is gonna draft this, and it's not really a subcommittee, it's the
Keep
group,
it simple.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless somebody else wants to participate, but I don't think this is a big deal.
So the LTAC will formalize this request, but you will draft it. And then you're gonna come back to it at the next meeting?
It'll be an agenda item on the next meeting for people to feel free. I'm not that onerous in terms of wordsmithing. Add things to it, change things, and then let's
We'll
put it
do
for a
it
vote.
exactly the same way that we did the mission statement.
Okay, perfect. Cool.
And hopefully it will be just as uncontroversial.
Moving forward.
Do we have to
I'll work
move and
diligently.
motion and all that kind of stuff about this, or no?
No, this is just a
Good.
task.
Okay.
And then I have this one.
Go for it.
One more thing?
One more thing.
Oh, it's on the next topic, next item.
Oh, you mean on laboratory standards? And
Yes.
I no longer have a pointer because Bill still got it, I think. Oh, there you go. Not that I need it because that's the item we're on. Unless you want to jump to.
Well, what I want to do is kind of set Gita up for a successful facilitation item. So just on the similar vein of having all of you as one group come together on a decision, consensus, a vote, is for lab standards. That is the goal here. That's the end goal. So if we can keep that in mind. And then I just wanted to talk about the webinars that we held last week. I'm pretty sure all of you, most of you were on the webinar and listened to it. So I wanted to kind of frame the beginning of this to ask you if, you know, did we hit the mark or not? And specifically go through the decisions that ELAP has to make and get your opinion on whether or not we got the pros and cons, and if you need more information. We have a very productive discussion.
Before we start on that though, coming into item 6, do you need to get public comments or anything? Like isn't that the?
No, because we had the public comment stuff for the beginning.
Well, no, the public comment earlier was for items not on the agenda.
There's supposed to be public comment for each item. Last meeting, we did public comment before each item got addressed. We haven't been doing it today, but yeah. I just remembered last meeting, you asked for public comment in between every item.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so my suggestion is it might be better to do it towards the end as opposed to at the beginning of the discussion, because otherwise we might end up spending all of our time responding to public comments. Stephen?
So since I think we got the public comment item addressed, to get back to your question about the webinars, since I kind of pitched the motion that was tweaked and adjusted at the last meeting, and maybe it was potentially via lack of clarity on the motion, I was personally hoping to see what option 1 and option 2 specifically would entail. And so that wasn't the outcome of the last webinar. And so I'm not sure I'm more down a particular pathway now than I was at the last ELTAC meeting, because that's what I was hoping might be an outcome, is what are option 1 and option 2 going to look like. And what I basically got from the webinar was that that's up to parties to bring those forward. Is that generally correct? Do you have a vision for what option 1 and option 2 is going to look like? I know that different states do different things, and we kind of got that,
Sure.
but that's what I was hoping for.
Yes, we know, excuse me, the rulemaking process and the regulation writing process and the length that it would take to choose option 1 or 2. And so that is why, and when we asked the decision of quality management systems and then which ones, we did our research, and then that defined our options, and then we had pros and cons. That was the con, was 1 and 2 were a long process.
But you don't have what exactly would be, say, a quality system, because that's what the expert advisory panel was really looking for, is a quality system
Sure.
approach, what that would look like. You don't have a vision specifically, this is what we'd like to see for option 1, or this is what we'd like to see for option 2. Timelines, I get that. But.
Yeah, that is a huge undertaking to define what option 1 would look like that included quality management systems. Because quality management systems in every state or TNI or quality management systems, there's the 2, correct? 17025 and TNI. Each of the states that use quality management system, they look different. It depends on their state, the ones that are state created. So we've looked at them, but when you ask me what the vision is for ours, it would take time and a process to actually see what it would look like.
I just want to add that you said you said that option 1 and 2 will take this length of time for the rulemaking and regulation process. Even going with option 3 has to go through new regulations and changing the statute.
Yeah, all of
So I mean,
them.
all of them will take the time. So I don't,
Yes,
it seems
but-
like even on the
yeah.
presentation, and I brought it
Yeah,
up, that, you had cons listed on options 1 and 2 that
Sure.
definitely applied to 3, but you didn't have them listed. And it, just not state specific, was not
Sure.
listed on 3, but it was on 2, and it's like, it
So let me
applies to
clarify.
2 just
so
as well.
all of them are going to take a long rulemaking process. If we decided on 1, it would at least, anyone, well, quality management system, if it was 17025 or TNI, it is already, the language is already developed. So we could use it, but it would take the lengthy rulemaking period, which is at least a year.
Right.
That's being swift, correct, in timing.
definitely.
But if we chose 1 or 2, we would have to develop it and write it, and it's not off the shelf. So it's even a longer process
No, I-
than 3.
Yeah.
So let me just distinguish the difference.
Yeah,
between
no, I
1,
definitely
2,
understand
and
that.
3.
And just my,
Well, excuse me, can I jump in here for a second? Because I want to disagree with Christine on this. Because even option 3 is not really clear. Are we talking about all 3 volumes of which version of TNI's documents? Are we talking about 1998, 2003, 2009, 2016? Now, or are we talking about 1 module for 1 volume? It's not, we don't really even have a clear idea what option 3 is to say that it's easier or faster to adopt.
Well, we haven't even gone in that direction yet to even talk about 3. I think the idea, let's go back to the webinar. We have decisions to make, correct? And those are the decisions. And we've done the research. We figured out what our options are. We have pros and cons. So what I wanted to do is set it up so that you can tell me whether or not you need more information. And if that's what I'm hearing, then we'll do that. Because what we want to do is empower you so that you have the information, like I said in the webinar, so that you can come back to us and say, okay, this is what our recommendation. Remember, it's LTAC as a whole, the end goal, either a vote, consensus. So let's just focus on that and not the details. Tell me, did I not get the information that you needed?
Well, but-
In my opinion, you did not.
Then we need to vote and tell me, and we'll be glad to do that.
Yeah,
All
no,
right,
in
the
my.
one question I have is, you know, what seems to be confusing is when you say TNI, you know, we can interpret that as you're talking about the entire TNI thing, or are you considering your TNI option, using TNI but modifying it to our needs? You know what I mean? Is it strictly by the letter TNI and no other option for number 3? Or is number 3?
Now, quality management system includes TNI and 17025. That's the choices that the panel recommended, so it could be both. And it could be all the different versions that David mentioned earlier in his comment. So I want to know if we provided what you needed to empower you to get the information. And so I'm getting, you know, shakes of the head in the room, and all, as a group, LTAC needs to decide and make a motion or vote whether or not you want more information, because we're happy to oblige.
Can I just add to my saying that I didn't get the information? I mean, it was basically, you're saying that you did your research of, you know, the different ones, and yet, you know, Virginia was on there as a TNI-based state. When, I mean, personally, I know that you were emailed information over a month ago that they have a dual-based program. They have a different one. That wasn't presented at all, and yet, you know, so to me, to be able to adequately make a decision on this, or to say that I have a truly based, I would want the presentation of, we looked at, Virginia has modified the TNI to do this, this, and this. You know, this is theirs. Somebody else in the webinar brought up Arizona, how they have their own. This is what they've done as a state process. This is how long it took. This is, you know, that's the kind of information that I think would make us better informed to be able to give a true component. Is see the states that have come up with their own programs, and even if they're ones that are TNI based, why they went, you know, I mean, if we have any information talking to people, why they went the way that they did, what were consequences, you know, what were the benefits of doing it that way rather than just fully adopting TNI?
So those are
that would
great
help
comments.
me. Yeah,
And
that
I
would help
think
me make a better
As
decision.
an individual and a representative of CWEA, that's yours, but what about as a group? Remember, consensus
Well, I know
as a
some
group.
part of that, and I can refer to Steve, but some part of that discussion was included in the expert panel discussions. But I don't know how thorough, or, you know, and it would be nice to see it kind of in a synopsis where you could, you know, look and compare things.
Yeah, I think we need to be careful that we don't just reopen everything that the expert panel spent 18 months on.
Yeah, this is Allison in Southern California, and I believe that one of those presentations that I included in the appendices is from a state, the state of Wisconsin, that decided to go their own way and craft their own. And so that's even in the documents you received today, that the slides from that presentation are there.
Christine, this is David. I'd like to throw two things in. I will say I found the webinar very confusing. I was expecting a discussion on 3 options, and we didn't get that. We got, I don't know how many different options. So I definitely do not have the sense, based on that webinar, that there was sufficient information presented. But I also want to take exception to the idea that all we're discussing is a qualities management system. We're discussing an accreditation standard, which is a much bigger concept and a much bigger area to discuss. Quality management system is only one part of an accreditation system, an accreditation standard. So I think we have to stay focused on what it is we're supposed to be discussing. And it goes way beyond just quality management systems.
And I agree with your comment, and that is why in the webinar we started with what are the technical standards that ELAP has choices to implement as far as our program. So these are really good comments, and you know, we want the feedback. But again, you're one group, so.
So I'll give kind of what I was hoping for. It's basically what Mindy's kind of identified, and that is, of the options available for option 1 and option 2, how were they fleshed out? What are the strengths and weaknesses of them? What didn't work? We've heard about the Wisconsin attachment here, but we don't have similar evaluations of the other kind of TNI light type formats, for example, and so that would help me to understand with the emails I'm getting and the communications I'm receiving from a variety of different organizations, private sector laboratories, our municipal clients, about what they're kind of trying to deal with in terms of, what are going to be the strengths and weaknesses, implementation challenges of these various approaches. But without that information, I'd literally be, and we'd all, if we were interested in that level of dialogue, would have to go and find that information. So you've identified that there are some different states doing different things, but that's the additional elements I would need to be able to go, well, I would pitch, TNI, or I pitch, Virginia, or I pitch something completely different.
So I just wanted to make sure that what you're requesting is really clear so that we are going to provide you what you need. And I do want to say that the report, there were 3 options, but they were broad options. And when we look at this issue of lab standards, there are multiple ways to look at it, mix and match. And as you saw or heard in the webinar, there's decisions that have to be made, and they could be made in many different ways. So I don't want to just put it in 3 buckets because it's a very complex issue. So that's why the presentation was developed the way it was and presented in that fashion. And the detail of the webinar was simply because of time and resources too.
And I do think, if you really want full feedback on the webinar, in addition to anybody else in this room who hasn't spoke up, but I do think you have members of the public who watch the webinar, and it's like I can read you emails that people have sent to me, or you can even let other people, again, I don't know, the procedure on it, but you do have people that have opinions of it, that with what they thought it was going to be compared to what it was. And I don't know if you want to hear them, but they're out there, definitely.
I think everyone had their expectations on what our research was, but that was ELAP's research on an issue that we're looking at it from different angles, and we're not just looking at it at buckets, and the implications of them all to the program and to the agencies that we serve. So I think that was the disconnect, but this is now our opportunity to get what you want and what you need to empower you so that the end goal, right, is for a decision from this group.
Some additional clarity too. I got 2 different messages on the phone in terms of a modified existing standard. And I also got it at the TNI presentation. And that was that TNI, you need to basically be all encompass of everything TNI. You can't do TNI light. And yet I still need to read through it. But the Virginia standard, as I understand, has elements, and Jerry then conceded on the phone for our conference call, well, they took out the technical director's element and changed it, and presumably maybe other things. So from a legal standpoint, we are not obligated, if we choose to do something what's an existing standard that has some elements changed, to adopt all or nothing with TNI, do we? Because I heard 2 different answers on the phone, and Jerry kind of stumbled over himself with that. So am I correct that we could look at TNI, whichever 2003, 2009, 2016, and select certain things as yes and certain things as no? Do we have that latitude?
Yes.
Okay. I figured we did, but I got a message on the phone that we didn't, and then I got a message on the phone that we did, and I was like, wait a second.
One clarification that you can choose any within the volume, you can choose any modules you want, but you cannot change the details within a module.
Why?
Because that's copyrighted.
Then Virginia, so they rewrote their own and just based them off of, because to change the technical, the education requirement of the technical director, that's one little thing within the module. Granted, they changed other things as well. It wasn't the one little thing like Jerry said, but so basically they just based it off of their premises, and you just changed the words so it's not.
So I wouldn't go into asking those types of questions because it's not our copyrighted standard. If you want Jerry to respond, I can ask him and then we can bring it back to you.
Well, no, I don't. I'm just saying
what we know is that we can pay for it and we can use it.
2003
And we
is
can
free.
use sections of it.
2000 is free, but we really don't want 2000
I don't-
free.
But why do we
I
want
understand,
2009? Jerry's saying 2016 is
So
better and it's almost out.
So we'll need clarification in that.
Yeah.
If that's what you want, but I think as a group, again, in order for me to move forward on this, you know, taking your recommendation, your consensus decision, or your whatever the number vote, we need to,
Well, for me, the TNI workshop, one thing that I brought away from it, the appearance to me was the TNI system is written for a much broader spectrum than what we have even in our own group. And so clearly, I can't see us adopting some set of standards that are so far outreaching that I'm spending a lot of resource on something that's useless to me. And so, you know, if we don't have the option to pare it down or modify a TNI to our needs, then, you know, that's my question. Are we going to be able to pare it down to our needs, or is it word for word? And
Well, let me.
I've heard two answers
Can I jump in
already.
here?
Well,
Hello?
Just a minute, David,
So-
we've got one more comment
Okay.
from John Quinn and
Okay.
from Renee.
Bruce.
Oh, Bruce, sorry.
From a customer standpoint, I think it's great if you can cut it down to meet your needs, but it's got to meet our needs also.
Exactly.
You have to produce data that's defensible, that you have the records to show how it was done. So how you do that is fine, but
When I say my needs, I mean us,
Right.
not
So,
TNI as a
whatever
whole.
standard you adopt, it has to show that the data you produce, we can defend essentially in court.
Mhm.
So whether that's TNI, which, I mean, I'm not an expert on this, but I just know that those standards have to be in place so that we can depend on that data, because we use that data for compliance.
I just want to really echo what Bruce was saying, that because we do receive funding from EPA and we are required to have a quality system that we have implemented, which we do, we also require that from our grantees. And so that they can be individualized to some degree, but a quality system really is that basis, that we have that defensible and reliable data. And that's the whole basis of what our agency does, and makes decisions on that to protect public health as well. And so we're really looking to have a quality system with the laboratories that we do business with in that regard.
Okay, I'm going to go to David in Southern California, then Steve, then Bruce. David.
Okay, David here. I think Gilda wants to get in the queue as well.
Okay, yeah.
All right, I'm going to throw out a couple things. One, I disagree with the concept that TNI is the only quality management system out there. The U.S. EPA has all kinds of quality management system documents out there. The air office has it, the water office has it. So if we want to go down a quality management system route, which is fine with me, we're in no way limited to say, oh, it's TNI or nothing. There's all kinds of quality management systems out there which are already focused on environmental compliance with EPA regulations. The second is that in terms of TNI different states, we have to distinguish between using the concepts and using the actual language. In the case of Virginia, they have two different articles. One article is for commercial labs, where they follow TNI. Everything is TNI, 100% TNI. If you're a commercial lab in Virginia, you do TNI. And they have another article which applies to non-commercial labs, and they don't use any TNI. So it's not like they diddled with TNI language. They simply ignored it completely. That's different from what they did in Wisconsin. I read it.
No, I just said that would not be acceptable.
Well, whatever. What they did in Wisconsin was take the concepts of TNI and create their own quality management system. So if you read the section in their regulations that cover quality management systems, you will see the same ideas that are expressed in the TNI documents. It's all in 9 pages instead of 300 pages. So we have to distinguish between using the concepts found in TNI versus the actual copyrighted language. But I want to get back to my main point is the core of the accreditation process, the heart of the standard, is the methods themselves. When an auditor comes out to a laboratory, they shouldn't be looking first at all this other stuff. They should be looking at, are you following the method as it's written? And that's the same no matter what approach we take, option 1, option 2, option 3. At the heart of the matter are the methods. That's what will stand up in court. If you follow the methods.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I disagree.
I want to go
Well,
back to, David, I want to go back to the request at the beginning, is that the end goal is for all of you together to come on a decision. And so the question was, did we provide what you needed? And if not, tell us what we need to do, because we're happy to oblige and have another webinar.
All right, so let's go
Yeah.
to Stephen, if you want to address that issue. Okay, now addressing
So I
that
heard
issue.
from Mindy and I heard from Stephen.
All right, Bruce.
Well, first of all, I couldn't disagree with David more, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, don't go there.
It's a question really, Christine, in terms of what I need. If we were to make a recommendation that, like we're talking about the 2003, 2009, 2016 TNI, could we write regulations that say we're going to use the latest NELAC standard? Because that takes a lot of burden. Standard maintenance is a lot of burden. Meaning, if we come up with a new standard that will take all the time you're talking about, you still have to maintain it. There will be parts of it that have to be rewritten and revisited and redone. So there's a lot of work in that. You're going to choose some standard other than TNI. So the question really is, to clarify for me, if we make a recommendation that says we're going to go full TNI, which all of my constituents want, by the way, that's where they're going to come down. Can you write regulations that say the latest version? And that'll take a lot of the burden of maintaining the standard off of California.
So I'm going to defer to Marianne because she's the regulation.
So there are some rules that Office of Administrative Law requires, and that is when you incorporate by reference a standard, you have to specify the version of it, okay?
Yeah, so that's the general.
That's the general. However,
But we're not going to go into
Yeah.
detail about TNI though. I mean, we
No.
haven't even.
Yes, but no, what I'm saying is in general, that is a general rule for incorporation by reference, anything. Is that you have to give a version. If it's a method, you have to give what version of the method, what publication, volume, whatever it is. But that interpretation sometimes is used loosely, so you can say this so-and-so standard, and then you can say, or the most updated version of it.
Yeah,
That
other
is
states
up
have the
to
same.
OAL, that's up to Office of Administrative Law to accept or not.
Yeah. So,
Because
and then we're not
the
going
key
to.
point here is, if we decide to adopt the TNI standard, we're also deciding not to spend the resources to maintain the standard. They would then maintain the standard, TNI. And that takes a lot of burden off California.
Let's just stop. Comment noted. I just.
Question that
Yeah,
Christine was looking for.
Yeah.
Gilda, did you want to say something about the question of whether the webinar provided enough information?
Yes, basically, maybe I'm repeating everybody, but my take from TNI was that it deals with documentation and basically lab management, very little to do with specific methods. And I think that if the FOTs are defined and the methods are updated and a checklist is provided for each method, the rest is just documentation for evidence. And that could be maybe another checklist that's how we are going to look for it, and it can be called TNI or something without a copyright or whatever. I don't believe that the TNI is a vaccination against malpractice in our industry. It's just basically some guidelines of how to document what you're doing in the lab so you can defend your data. And if the FOTs and checklists are not defined, this could be incomplete process. Thank you.
All right, Rich and then Steve.
I'd like to make a comment, Andy. This is Hui, downtown California.
All right, you can jump in.
Okay, just a comment about the webinar in general. I actually, a little bit disappointed, when I, spend the time listening to the webinar because I didn't get all of the information I needed. And I think this is a, as you know, very complex decision, okay? And we're trying to discuss about 3 different options in one webinar. I don't think there's enough time to kind of do that, to achieve that in just one webinar. Instead, I think maybe we want to focus on just, option number 1, have a webinar on option number 1, discuss about it. Maybe ELAP can let us know, their vision as to what option number 1 would look like, hatch out some of the pros and cons and have a discussion, just focus on the one option. And then we go to option number 2. And then we go to option number 3, and at the end, we can kind of, think that we have enough information to vote on which option should be the option that we choose for California. So I just think that we need more information on each of these options, and it's going to be hard for us to do all of that in one webinar. So I'd like to have some sort of a more focused webinar on each of these options.
Okay, moving back to Northern California, Rich, and then Steve.
One of the pieces of information I'd like to have also is what kind of resources are going to be behind these options. In other words, I know in California, a large majority of the labs are quite small, so it's a burden on them to change their paperwork to do whatever option we choose. Are there going to be resources available to us? Are they going to cost us? Are they going to be provided by the state? That kind of question.
So, you said, what are the additional things that we would like to have available to us to help engage us on decision making? So one of the items that actually just came up a few moments back was what is necessary to have legally defensible data. We're a TNI NELAP accredited laboratory, Pacific Eco-Risk is. But I know a lot of the things within our TNI, our quality system, the quality system that we use, don't relate to environmentally defensible or legally defensible data. So Renee and maybe some others that were going, no, that's absolutely wrong to, I think it was Dave or somebody else on the call. What are those elements that are going to be critical to assure that the end users of the data toward the end of the table are going to be satisfied? Because that will also help me understand, well, is an option to reasonable to comply with that need and to do the minimal expectation that is necessary, along with methods and other things. So this concept of legally defensible data, a quality system that's needed, what are the elements of the quality system that are needed to assure that the data is legally defensible? If it's, you have to have MQOs and all that type of stuff. So, because there may be other things that we go, well, that's not necessary, so therefore it could be something different.
A lot, do I, like to say, I think a lot of labs have the information that already, and a lot of it is kind of a compilation. Training, documentation, making sure that the reagents are new, a log sheet, just real basic things. And in addition to, of course, the protocol for the, that you have the analytical protocols written and can demonstrate that you can do those adequately, but also just how you run your lab. Can someone step in and see what you're doing? Does it make sense? The training particularly is really important. Everything documented. Temperatures, maintenance, laboratory maintenance, instrumentation maintenance. All of these, which I'm sure we have logbooks. I know labs I worked in, we kept logbooks of everything like this. And just that type of thing, what happens, how do you plan for, let's say, a blackout or the instrumentation go down? What's your plan B on something? What would you do? You know what you're going to do because you have a business. How are you going to ensure that that business, which is obtaining environmental data for your customers, how's that going to continue? Just in a very business approach way is how we looked at it. We asked for the documents, for example, from our grantees. EPA's asked for the documents from us, so we've been busy writing them as well. And it's also kind of customized. And I know this is a big, oh gosh, what is it all about? And it's as daunting for us having to prepare the documents for EPA. But it's very individualized. For us, our business is collecting data, water data. Yours is analyzing it. And those, our project plans, our program plans, and our quality management plan that we have to write for EPA requirements are tailored for the type of business we do. And so ours looks very different than ARB's program plan, which looks very different. Our SWAMP program plan looks very different than our NPDES program plan.
And I think that's a key element that needs to be brought into the room, is that they're all individual, and what will apply to a small wastewater lab that's ran by one person does not fully apply to a large commercial lab that has, 400 employees. Elements of it are always going to be there, but every element does not apply. And I think that's the key element, that's saying this one option is the only thing that could apply. I think that's something that we seriously need to look at, is that this, just like the individual plans for different programs and projects, we need to look at that there are drastic differences between a commercially run business and a municipal or city, county owned, who don't have resources. They can't raise rates to cover additional costs.
I have to beg to differ with that, because as far as I'm concerned, if you're a lab in business producing data for compliance, I don't care if you're a municipal lab or a commercial lab, you should have the same quality
You should have the
assurance.
same quality data, but
No.
all the elements of the quality system
I
do
can't
not.
necessarily agree with that. If you're analyzing an arsenic sample, I need to know whether it comes from your lab or comes from a smaller lab. The same steps were taken, the same quality is there, and that requires the same assurance.
Andy, can I get in the queue?
Can we actually get back to Christine's original question, which is, do they need to expend more resources, because I know they're resource limited, on trying to essentially expand the one webinar?
Because there are decisions, and those decisions still have to be made.
Well, can I ask one
Correct,
question there? I
so-
mean, with Bruce saying that, is anything less than full TNI even an option on the table for you? Is that what, because if you're saying that, we're
I'm
never
not-
going to have
I'm not saying that
consensus.
because I
Okay.
can't say that I'm familiar with TNI. All I'm saying is you can't have a double standard. If you have a large lab and they take certain steps, a small lab has to take those same steps to assure the quality.
But California for years had a double standard. They had that large labs could be TNI certified if they want, as long as everybody met the minimum California ELAP standard.
Well, from
we
my
had that.
discussions about those current California standards, I think they're inadequate.
All right, so
And therefore not
can
defensible.
can I ask for a vote on whether ELAP needs to try to do additional webinars? And I'm gonna couch it in the terms that they compressed 3 webinars into one, in part because they didn't have the resources to create 3 webinars. And I assume,
And the times, right?
right, and I assume that is unchanged.
If you want it before June 15th, then yes, it would be, we still have a program to run. But if I just remind everybody, we envisioned the 3 webinars and you wanted more information. So we wanted to provide each of the options, the broad options around the decisions that we're making. But it was the time and the resources from the last meeting until, to have the workshops, 2 workshops, and then the webinar, and then meet by May 11th.
Andy, can I speak to your motion?
Sure, David.
I don't think that's the right motion. The problem isn't the number of webinars, it was what was in the webinar. The webinar didn't address the key questions this group needed to address. We couldn't compare and contrast the 3 options, or any number of options. It was like, random bits from one option is here and another bit is over there, it's all over the place. There's no side-by-side comparison of how are they the same, how are they different, where are they different, So, for example, the performance testing sample, how would that be different under option 1, option 2, and option 3? Accreditation processes, how would those differ? Where are they the same, where are they different? Looking at the thing was just a series of, I won't say random, but sort of disjointed elements that didn't flow in any way that allowed people to compare them. And I think the comparison is really where we have to go. We have to be able to say, here's what this looks like, here's what this looks like, and here's what looks like, and how are they the same, how are they different? And that's what was really missing, not the number of of webinars?
This is Cindy Zernicki, and I'm not an ELTAC member, but I did want to make a comment. I was really disappointed myself with the webinars, and I felt that, and I still feel that it's not so much about the webinar, but it's about the information that ELAP actually needs to have themselves before they can make a decision. So if you can't put the information together in the webinars, it almost implies, it does imply to me that you don't have the information to make an informed decision. And that's more important to me than a webinar at this point. But I do feel webinar, extending out the webinars and having that information is important, not only for us as the lab community, but for you in making the decision.
All right, so I think where we are at this point is...
Hey, Andy, this is Gilda. Can I just have a quick comment? Can I do that? Can I make a point? There is a misconception, apparently, about the small labs and big labs when it comes to quality. The small labs do not have a lesser quality in what they produce. It's the number of equipment are less, the number of people who process samples are fewer, and the number of samples we process are fewer. Therefore, when we have to document, say, calibration, if we have only one GCMS, we don't have the complication of a bigger lab with 20 GCMS for volatile. That's what the point is. But if you ask for data and supporting data from a big lab or small lab, you get the same quality data, or you should be getting the same quality data. I've noticed that there are references to double standard. There is no such thing as double standard. It's one standard, but it's much easier to manage a lab with 16 people and fewer equipment and less number of samples than it is with thousands and thousands. So I wanted to make that point clear, that smaller labs don't provide less quality.
Okay. Real quick comment, and just a thought that came to my head. Maybe we're coming at this from the wrong direction. Maybe what we should be doing is establishing that set of standards that are going to meet everybody's needs, and then look at the three options relative to that standards. Does option 1 meet it, option 2 meet it, or TNI meet it? And then we can pick from there.
How the webinar was decisions that we have to make based on our regulatory agencies. But that was the way we did the research. So it was a transparent way to tell you how we were researching it. Remember, it was time, resources. We envisioned the three. So what I would like is specific requests so that we don't fail to meet your expectations and make you all disappointed, as some of you have said. So that's really what we need as ELAP.
Is it possible to meet again with your, downstream customers of the data to see, I mean, like Bruce stated, that the current California standards are inadequate, which I know there's discussion on whether it's they're inadequate or they were always being enforced inadequately, but find out from you guys, meet with, Renee, I know you have issues with some of the data that's been produced. Find out what is missing in the regulations that you don't see, and find those in there, and then present that to us, or to the lab community as a whole to see, okay, then what are our options of standards that could meet that? Because we might not be that far off from the California standards in that if you add this. It might be that, you find, well, in that sense, a dual program is the best option. Even though people keep saying dual, there's no way, no how. California did it for years and it did work. So I don't know, having what you guys feel is lacking is a much better starting point, like Rich said, than trying to come up with all these different options but not knowing what our final goal to get to is.
Can I make a comment? Okay, coming from an agency that doesn't have, the federal oversight, like a drinking water program, we wrote into our regulations, for example, any detectable petroleum hydrocarbons is a violation. So for us, legally defensible is whatever the attorney decides. Whatever's written down, you better have followed it. And so legally defensible for me is different from quality data. There's quality systems, there's legal. And sometimes they overlap, sometimes they don't. in the case of here, what I need to know is the kinds of questions that we need to have answered so that Christine could go and get that information. What is it that we need to know so that we can advise her on which direction to go? What are the questions that we have about the 3 different programs? What is it as a lab community that we need to have addressed so that she could go and look for those answers? So things like what's required in the laboratory QC program? What's required of instrumentation? Are those the sorts of things that we as a committee need to know about? Or, how many people, how many people are actually needed to be on staff? How much equipment do you actually need to do? How many, I don't know. So what are the questions that we need to know?
Hey, Andy, can I get in the queue?
Go ahead, David. Keep it short.
I liked the discussion earlier. I've raised this last time, that I think we are looking at this in the wrong way. But there was supposed to be a gap analysis at some point where there was an analysis of what ELAP needs and what it has, and there's presumably some gap. It would be useful to see that. And it would also be useful to hear from the regulators, DTSC, Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality, what it is that they aren't getting now that they need to get. Rather than, taking from the abstract, what problem are we trying to solve? And if it's a big problem, then we need a big solution. If it's a small problem, we need a small solution. So I think starting from the gap analysis of what's missing now and versus what's needed by the data users is the better approach. And then we can start filling the gaps.
What did the expert panel do?
Pardon?
What did the expert panel do? David, it sounds like you want to do the expert panel all over again. I thought the expert panel identified the deficiencies in ELAP.
No, they identified that the current accreditation standard is inadequate, but they did not specify what was the inadequacy. They didn't say, in the standard put this, and this. They did mention quality management system, but that was it. It was not detailed. And if you read their options 1, 2, and 3, it's a couple sentences which describe process, not substance.
I think that, quality systems is not just 3 words. Quality systems is a pretty big issue, and they essentially said that the current ELAP system or the current ELAP accreditation program has no quality system, and therefore it's inadequate. So I think Bruce is correct. We don't need to reinvent what the ERP said.
The accreditation standard was inadequate.
David, I'm going to cut you off because Stephen wanted to say something.
So I don't want to have, I think what's an important element lost in the weeds here, and the board's behind me. So the issue of defensibility has come up here. There was kind of a concept, not necessarily a motion made to potentially address it and not wanting to redo the ERP, but there's 4 state regulatory agency staff or parties that are non-voting members of the ELTAC. I don't want to speak for you, but is it possible for you to form a subcommittee and identify the critical things that you want to see enveloped into whatever is the option and quality system or process that we have, so that we don't have missteps along the way? Do you have the time and energy to be able to put forth?
I'm not sure just the 4 of us or
just the 4 of you.
No, but Christine has there's more customers than 4.
Sure.
So that may be more appropriate in.
As long as there's no more than
9
4.
regions.
Well, actually, you 4 aren't even on our quorum. So
they can do anything they want.
I think what you're hearing from multiple people here is the desire to know what your critical needs are. Honestly, as a laboratory accredited in California, NELAP accredited, I took great offense to hearing that laboratory work being generated in the state of California is not defensible and is a suspect quality. Maybe there is data like that, and Oregon came down and audited us for 4 days, not a single finding. Now I'm off my soapbox, but I want to make sure that we don't kind of move down a pathway and give you this guidance and we're on these critical timelines, and then we come back and, well, that's not going to be legally defensible. Let's know what the legally defensible critical elements are. Let's not worry about whether it can be 2 different models or whatever, but what are the critically defensible legal elements, if I said that correctly, so that we don't go down a pathway and have to unwind this a month or two later?
I mean, I think what you're saying basically is ELTAC, meaning the laboratory community in this case, can advocate for whatever we want, but in the end, it's really got to be the data users, specifically the regulatory agencies, who say what will be acceptable to them, and that will constrain what the laboratory standard will be. And you've already been reaching out to some of your regulatory agencies.
And I'm not interested in opinion on what standard's better. What are the elements that are needed so that we can determine which standard options work for us? I want your time to be effective. I want your staff's time to be effective. I want everybody's time here to be effective. And if we're going to kind of come back a month later and go, well, we didn't get what we needed out of it, we're just wasting everybody's time.
So to be effective, I'm going to step in as facilitator
Awesome.
again.
Awesome.
Okay, so there's been lots of dialogue, and I think it's all valuable. I think you do need to know what the end user needs in order to be effective. Question, when is the next meeting of this group?
June
1 month from now?
15th.
June 15th, okay. I will be coming back from Europe, but June 15th. So between now and then, it sounds like this group needs a group of non-voting end users to give them a list of what is needed for a legally, what are the critical needs for a legally defensible end product?
Actually, you want just what we consider to be quality,
Yeah,
right?
I prefer what Gail said, which is not legally defensively, but
Okay.
acceptable quality.
So acceptable quality.
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that answer your question, like what you're needing, Christine?
Yeah.
What does it add?
Does that help you?
That's the whole.
I don't see how.
It does, it does.
So we just
Okay.
point you to
We essentially
CLP,
moved away from
the CLP
any
contract
discussion
laboratory
of
program, the
additional
EPA.
webinars.
Until we get that information, then we
Well-
can look at what are the options to meet that.
Well, ultimately, if this is all known and it takes a week just to throw it down on a piece of paper, then we can,
You know
you
that's
can begin
true.
scheduling, well, we're looking for, what the various states have done, specifically strengths and weaknesses, pros and cons, and what worked, what didn't work, what were the challenges, as it relates to assuring that those elements are met. So I don't know how long it would take to pull that information together,
Okay.
but we shouldn't wait till June
But
15th
given
or
that there
whatever.
are resource and
Yeah,
time
I
and
understand.
other considerations, it sounds to me like what you need are two things. You need this end user acceptable quality list, criteria, okay? You also want ultimately a spreadsheet of the various things that are out there, from like the modifications to TNI by different states and whatever, strengths and weaknesses and the implementation challenges, to be able to compare and
That would
contrast.
help me.
But I also understand, from my limited understanding, that there was this this scientific panel, the review panel, that came up with recommendations for the ELAP program as it moves forward. And there are key elements in there. Options 1, 2, and 3, correct? So it sounds like this table needs to include what was recommended and these other
The more
outside-
specific
the
information.
other specificity that you're needing to move forward. You've got approximately 1 month between now and the next meeting. There are folks that are in Southern California also that need to weigh in on this. We've already got an action of an FOT subcommittee, that's a subgroup of this larger group that will meet and inform on one piece. There will be, you, Stephen, will be drafting up a letter requiring, coming back to this group and formalizing an action there. And then this other subcommittee, is there a question to the agency and end user folks? Is there time to form and come up with that laundry list? Can you do it by email? You're not a part of this Bagley Keene thing. So you guys can perhaps coordinate some kind of a laundry list, so to speak. Is that possible?
I could get a list of things that we generally look for, that are contained in a quality system. They know it can contain more, can contain less, but I can certainly get a list out, given,
Okay.
my time frame, which there are other obligations as well.
So I just want to mention
If
that
that's-
they only cover a smaller group of the regulatory agency partners. We
Right.
have CDPH.
Yep.
DPR.
Yep.
And the 9 regional water boards.
Okay.
Can they reach out to, because you said you do roundtables with,
Yeah, the
you
swamp.
know.
The programmatic roundtables.
Yeah.
When is
What
the
time
next,
the
when is the
recent
next
swamp
informing
roundtable?
programmatic roundtables? I know they're quarterly usually.
Swamp would be roughly at the beginning of the next month, so.
So
usually
beginning of
first week.
June, so it could
We have-
potentially provide you, or perhaps if this larger group had, or this larger subcommittee, had a list that then they could say, well, what about this, this, and this, rather than starting it from scratch, would that be helpful? Could it be an agenda item, perhaps for your beginning of June meeting?
That I would open up to, well, as far as swamp, I usually don't sit on those. The QA roundtable is generally open to EPA, Fish and Wildlife, and the regional boards and Division of Drinking Water.
But I could bring that up to swamp.
Okay.
'Cause I sit on the swamp
Yeah,
QA.
yeah, that would be, yeah, and I could bring it up too.
Okay, so let me just, so then the roundtables, so beginning of June, a list, and then additions to it. Okay. Is there anything else that would help inform this group as a whole that you would hope to have?
Either the commercial labs produce these, I mean, my lab does them every day of the week. Big data packages,
Okay.
1,000 pages for 10 samples. And it has everything. And there's a list of each element for metals and semi-volatiles, volatiles, whatever. But we keep, like, they break down to level 3 data packages and level 4, which you take to court.
Okay.
And the elements of those packages are all defined, at least on our system, so we can just turn right around and send it to
Yeah,
them.
but what goes to
And
court?
what do you use? Do you use TNI?
We are a TNI lab.
You're a TNI lab, okay.
But we're also a DOD lab,
Uh-huh.
you know, it's a lot of different standards out there.
Okay.
Maybe they could take from that and
But they, it would
pare
definitely,
it
a legally
down.
defensible data package is what we would call a level 4. You know, you could march into court with that and let the attorneys have at it and.
The reality is though, Renee, as a swamp, engaged with data that from swamp and others, those aren't level 4 data
I think
packages.
we're like
No.
DMRQA.
DMRQA, but those aren't
yeah,
level
that's
4 data
fine.
packages,
Yeah.
so
No,
you
and
know,
we're not actually.
But that would be all inclusive. I mean,
might
if you
not
got a
need to
level
be
4
level
package,
4.
you're going to court. You
And-
got it.
and I
There'd be a
think-
base level
We
and
can
then
take away what they don't want.
Right, that's
Yeah,
what.
But I
could
also-
there,
I
could there be a baseline and then you go?
Well, I want to kind of just point out that we're looking for things that give us an idea of credibility overall, and I think I want to be sure that we're not walking in with a you must have this or else type of idea, that one that is applicable to the size and scope of what the laboratory does.
And just because you can generate a 1,000-page report doesn't make you a quality lab.
But if you could do it on every sample that goes across the transom,
You just
yes.
generated
You've
paper.
documented everything you do.
You just documented paper. You
Yeah,
haven't
well, if you do
documented
crap
quality
data, you
necessarily.
documented crap data, and anybody who looks at the package can say, this
You
is
did
crap.
crap data, yes.
But see, that's the key. It's data of known quality. That's what you make decisions on. If you get the data and you look at it and it's crap, you can't make a decent decision on it, you'll have to do something different.
But I think all the
But it's
agencies.
the documentation you need to decide what is the quality of the data that's in front of you.
But even, I mean, Chris Gunning and Jerry Parr both said at the training that they did that, even doing all this does not guarantee data quality because anybody, even if you jump through all these hoops, can
Can have a
still find a way around doing this or that. And that's what the audit portion
is.
with ELAP, with the new training, I mean, that's what they will catch. We're having faith in that. And that's, if you go back to the ERP report, a lot of the inadequacies are more so things that we're already working on, and by we, they are working on to correct within ELAP. I mean, we got the money for training. They've got a new manager who is taking the program seriously and holding them accountable to standards, making changes. So a lot of the things that are in here are already going to improve for the end users, their believability in the data, just in that respect that they know the audits are going to be correct. And, you know, people are being held to standards that for a while, I mean, and that's, I think, something we all admit, for a while they weren't. So.
Yeah, and let me say, Stephen, I wasn't
It wasn't directed at you, I've just heard it for a year.
No, I didn't mean that. I didn't
Please,
cast
don't take it
aspersions
personally.
on laboratories in California, because I've dealt with them for 30 years, but what I'm concerned about is this is a new standard that we're gonna have to live with for a long time, so.
Get right. And that's the big thing is get it done right. It doesn't have to be done fast. And that's, if it's gonna take longer to get the right standard that applies to everybody, the issue of time with whether we modify California standard, you know, do our own versus take one off the shelf, that keeps getting brought up, but it's still more important to do it right and have it applicable and workable to everybody than to do it fast.
But then I do want to interject as facilitator to find out from the folks that are being asked to do this, what pressures are you under in terms of board member expectations and, you know, fitting it in with everything else you're doing, and what's your end goal? What is the expectation of either the governor's office or your management on when you have to take it to the finish line? Given that we want to get it right, but how long? Like, is there an expectation?
So the expert panel report, when they interviewed the agency partners, they expressed to them that they wanted the standards to be revised as soon as possible. Immediate was the terms that they used. So that's the driving force, and we have briefed some board members, and they ask specifically, when are you gonna take this rulemaking package to us? Because they read the report and they see what the urgency is. So that's
your marching orders.
Yeah.
But along those lines, the challenge is that was their direction or recommendation to ELAP, State Water Board. But they provided 3 options. One option, if we just all blindly just decided it's TNI, check it, put it in place, it's done, that's quick. The other 2, Andy, you were on the expert advisory panel. You know the other 2 are not as quick. Stakeholder, but I'm sorry, right. But they know that those other 2 aren't quick. So yes, they'd like it done yesterday. Yes, we'd like a system that can be quickly adopted as much as possible, and let's move forward from the past. But the reality is 2 of the options they recommended for consideration are not quick fixes, as you've noted in your last webinar, so.
But what they need is a recommendation from me, and I need it from you to present to them on those.
And that recommendation could be option, whatever, 1 or 2, and then we have to flesh out how that gets done on time.
So I'm gonna turn to Steve.
With your permission, Andy, because
Go ahead.
All right, I'm here on behalf of the panel as their observer. And so since you asked a question, kind of very specifically about the panel, let me respond about that, and maybe I'll give you a couple other thoughts just as an observer, if you don't mind. First off, in terms of the panel, in terms of the 3 options, please do not take those as 3 options. Christina consulted with me and some of the panel members before she presented her webinar, saying, I'm breaking this down into component pieces. Is that acceptable and consistent with what you want? And their answer is yes. We were never thinking about it as it has to be
one of these
this. So the idea that's been brought up about, well, if you do TNI, you have to do 2 TTs, garbage, right? You all should not be thinking about this as option 1, 2, and 3. They don't. That was their shorthand for saying you have 3 broad classes of options. How you mix and match, entirely up to you, and they'll have 0 heartburn if you mix and match. Thought number 2 on the timing. All right, the panel recognized that developing the auditing standards, developing the quality management system, developing decisions on PTs are things you need to do quickly, because they saw that you had a big backlog. They saw that you were hiring on new people and training them, and the thought process was, what are you going to train these people to? All right? Don't train them to something that you're about to change. Don't train them to something that's bad. Get quickly to something that you are training them correctly. Similarly, if you're going, they opened the door, they didn't require, but they opened the door to accepting outside auditors, right? And if you're gonna use outside auditors, what are you gonna give them? So their thought was, it's kind of the core. Until you have that, it's hard to fix the people problems. It's hard to fix the backlog. So do it quickly. That doesn't mean it had to be done by tomorrow. It's just do that quickly because you can't solve a lot of these other problems. So speed is important, but not to the exception of doing it right. The third thing, this is the point of emphasis, is they were really emphatic about having an effective ELTAC. Right? And getting good ELTAC feedback into that process. Because the thought was, you want the community involved in developing the right direction. And so getting the kind of information you need to make those decisions is absolutely correct. Some thoughts on the meeting as a whole, if you don't mind, Andy?
Go ahead.
All right. First off, I want to be incredibly complimentary. I wasn't able to make your first meeting. This is probably your first substantive meeting, because I suspect you spent half of it on being a Bagley Keene last time. Only because I've been on these kind of committees and I know what happens. So I want to be incredibly complimentary. The level of intellect and the level of engagement of this group is really impressive. And this is exactly what the panel was looking for. Two, I want to compliment you on what you did right after lunch. You took what was essentially ill-formed train of consciousness thinking and turned it into 2 action items. And congratulations to you. You put her on the spot. Because what you're doing now is you're saying, this is what we want the FOTs to be organized like. I mean, you may not come to agreement. If you don't, shame on you. But if you do, when the review panel comes back, they're going to say, do you have an effective LTAC? You do? Have you listened to them? What they said this and you didn't do it, she'll get slapped. I think, sorry.
Something to look forward to.
You know, I mean, alternatively, if you leave it at the level of, right, if you leave it at the level of we just talked about it, then she had to interpret it and then know it. And similarly, I mean, Steve, the thing that you just outlined, you know, about the process, I mean, they told her, you develop your own protocols for how you do things. It's not just you all at labs. You at the state have to do it. You outlined a wonderful, you know, I mean, it may not be the final one, but just it had a nice.
I gotta remember it all.
It had a nice flow to it. And again, it's the kind of thing that she can live. It's also the kind of thing that empowers her to deal with the other agencies. You know? On this thing, I see you just now starting to get to it. I was really laughing as she said, do I need to do another webinar? And then people said, I want T&I, or I don't want T&I, I mean, or I want option 1. I mean, this, I think, is absolutely perfect what you're asking for. It is. I mean, maybe you start out with, I want to see what other states look like. Nobody else jumped in and said, I want that too. If they had, make her do it. But I think this is wonderful. What you're saying is, go to these people and bring back, because they will constrain our decisions. And then once we know that, then we'll answer your question about whether or not you need another webinar, because our decisions may be constrained. I may need more information about option A versus option B. So I think you're having exactly the right discussion. And I think you should put pressure on her. That's a hard task. But she has another committee that's set up to do that. Force them to do it. If they can't do it, then empowers you even more. But anyway, going back, I do want to emphasize, get the 1, 2, and 3 out of your heads. I mean, the questions that she did in the webinar may not be the right decisions, maybe others that you want to add to it. But it's not 1, 2, and 3. It's much more than that, all the way down to even some of the A's, B's, and C's she had in the webinar, like how quick do you implement it? Because that's part of your, the other thing, get out of your head, speed's important, but not at the extent of doing it wrong. So again, if you can all come to consensus that the slower is that much better, again, if you come to consensus. Sorry,
Okay.
sorry to
No.
Thank you, Steve, for
Thank you.
those insights.
Okay, so where are we at? It sounds like that there's some actions, that more information, being informed by the end users will help in your informing Christine on a path forward, ultimately. You've got homework.
is there more dialogue or conversation about this topic?
Yes, there are 3 white papers, and I think we should discuss them.
Okay. Is it premature to discuss them without this other information?
Comments on that? Besides David's cough?
I'll chime in since I
Okay.
didn't participate in any of them, and at the sake of potentially insulting all that did. I'm grateful that those were pulled together. I think they were each informative and each gave very interesting perspectives. But I don't feel like chewing up time today. We're all professionals. Hopefully we've all read them. And I'd like to defer engaging those as part of our discussion until we come back to this subject. Because otherwise we're going to go around the room and go, I like TNI, I hate TNI, I want something in between, or I just want something, blow it up, let's start it over. And they're all valid points from the parties that pulled them together, but I'm not sure we're gonna move the bar forward today by discussing those in depth.
Okay, one perspective. Other comments from up here? Jill?
I think a lot of people are really scared of TNI because it's so specific, and the other regulations are lacking that specificity that we're needing. And so people are, it's easier to go to like a broader regulation right now because it seems like a little safer. So the TNI is scary to people because it's so detailed, and I think people are just getting really caught up in those small details. And that's what I really picked up at that TNI workshop, was a lot of small labs were having a hard time feeling confident that they could reach all those regulations. And that's what I'm hearing from other small labs as well. And so I think if we could get more specific on these other options and other regulations, that would be valuable to other labs.
Just one comment from the webinar when Christine talked about 21 labs are using the EPA manual for lab surge. The reality is that's never been part of the California ELAP regs. It's only been used as guidance, and if people started paying attention to that, they would be just as scared as they are of TNI, because it's got some very specific things that a large number of laboratories are not doing. Just my rant.
It's the basis of our regulation.
The basis and holding people to it are two different
It comes down
things.
from primacy in order to have a DDW needs ELAP. It needs Bill's lab. It needs ELAP to maintain primacy. And in the primacy regulations, it said you shall, by regulations, and the basis is the US EPA drinking water
Right,
manual.
and Bill's lab
And
has
it's
to
not by
follow.
reference, it's built upon it. So it has all the elements.
Yeah, I mean, Bill's lab has to follow what is in that,
Yes.
because you get audited by EPA
By
directly.
EPA, yes.
If I can clarify too, because I probably broad brushed the value of the white papers. I understood it took considerable effort to pull those together. So I'm not suggesting that those weren't valuable contributions to our group, that we shouldn't flesh them out and have lengthy discussions about them. My point is I just don't think we're really prepared to get into the weeds of those today, given that I think we have some more work to do. That's all. I want to express the gratitude to people that developed those.
But I agree with your statement.
And given some of the dialogue just prior to this, that there is more information needed, I think it's premature. And just as we did last time, we deferred discussion until such time that we had these webinars. And so now here we are. And so, it's brought out that there's other information gaps. So I think we're making progress, but it doesn't make sense to talk about something before it's time. So other comments? Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, this is David down here in Southern California. No, I agree with what Steve was saying. I, of course, authored 2 of those white papers, but I think at this point it is premature to discuss them. I hope everybody reads them, and maybe we can talk at the next meeting, but I agree that this is not the right point.
Okay, so then the action will be that the homework gets done, that folks take a look at those white papers again, and be prepared to talk about them at the next meeting with the additional information that will be provided. Yes, please.
Well, I just had one comment, and kind of going around here. from my perspective as representing the commercial labs, if you choose anything other than NELAC total, you're down the path of a two-tier standard. You know, you'll have the commercial labs doing a majority of the samples for regulatory under the NELAC standard, and then you have a lot of little labs doing a different standard and a different level of work. So you know, if we choose anything other, we're definitely headed down the road.
I take offense to the different level of work. You can't use that term.
I'm not saying it's different quality. It's just two tiers. You got two standards.
2 tiers. So
You're just saying
they're
size,
still following the method. They're still documenting it. They're not doing all of these other elements that your lab does. So I just wouldn't say a different level.
There are
of work.
consequences going down the road without getting into minutia. What we were discussing this morning, a NELAP lab could add a compound, done. You know, and under that quality system.
You're right.
And it would make a different tier or a different level of effort, a different way to approach it.
For a commercial lab, but that is one that then you would be able to advertise, you would be able to get more benefit, you know, financial benefit by having the approval there. A municipal lab, if it takes us longer to add an element, that's on us. In the meantime, we're going to be paying you to run it for us until we get certified. So.
Well, I didn't want to debate that single point. I just wanted.
Yeah, but no, I know. I'm just saying that.
Okay,
Yeah.
yes, Steve.
I'm hope,
The term.
given that it sounds like without having to have a motion, we're kind of in agreement that we can move forward. I'd like to express gratitude to Christine for being willing to engage about how did the webinar go? You know, what was it? How did it meet our expectations? Sometimes we put a motion forward in a group and it doesn't have a lot of details. And then it's easy to come back later, a Monday morning quarterback, with the outcome of it and what it meant for us. So I'm appreciative that you and your role with this group is fully engaging and soliciting feedback so that we can kind of move forward in a way that we're all 2 years later when our terms are done, if we decide we're out at that point, feeling like we've had some significant accomplishments along the way and engaging and working together. So I'm appreciative of that.
Super.
Yes.
Thank you. I think we're actually going to manage to get back on schedule.
You are, see?
The advantage of a facilitator.
So I wrote down on the board, for those of you outside of the room, there's a few actions. The first one is to form that FOT subcommittee. We already have the 6 members. There will be a letter going to the ELAP formalizing the request. It'll be on the agenda next time. I hope that someone's taking notes on the agenda topics. The question that was posed earlier was, did the webinars provide enough information? The answer was no. Some members want comparisons of other state TNI modifications and consequences, but I did not hear group consensus on that. Folks wanted to know the strengths and weaknesses, the implementation challenges, and it was stated that the state needs data that is defensible. And then the question was, what elements are needed? That's where we're going to get more information to inform this group. The end goal is for ELTAC to come up with a recommendation. We can't lose sight of that. There will be separate focus webinars for each, there was a question, should we have separate focus webinars for each option, the pros and cons? I think that's a question to be answered later, because there are other steps and elements that will inform this group prior to making that decision, and that might come after the next meeting. Some elements may be universal, others may be type specific, for example, an NPDES versus another program. Current California standards are inadequate regarding defensibility. There was talk about level 4 standards and whether there needs to be a tiered approach. What ELAP needs, where are the gaps? There are Division of Drinking Water, Division of Water Quality needs. Think about the data users. It was talked about 4 agencies, but it sounds like it'll be more than 4 agencies forming a subcommittee to inform what is critically needed. And so I look to all of you to get that together. Yes, sir.
Just a comment about level 4
Yep.
versus level 3 versus level 2.
Uh-huh.
That's the amount of information that's provided to a client. It's not a standard. I mean, there are normal parameters to it, but it's not something that's required in any way.
I'm just going to take.
Doesn't change the quality of anything, it just changes how much information you give to your client.
It's the amount of info.
Yeah.
Okay. And then my other comment so the 4 agencies, and it's actually 4+ agencies, will form this subcommittee to inform what is critically needed.
For example, Swamp and other folks. There are roundtables at the beginning of June, where perhaps a list of information needs will be provided, and then they can add to it. We want to know what is acceptable quality.
Quick item.
Yes.
They're not a subcommittee because they're
They're
not.
not a part of
They're
this.
just gonna give
So
feedback.
Or,
Everyone
yeah.
phrase that.
Okay, so provide feedback.
So that means we
Sorry,
can
I
call
got chicken
everybody, is
scratch.
that right?
And then-
We can call and email
So we
everyone.
want to do the idea of credibility, we want data of known quality, and then we heard from a panel member, Steve indicated that it was not to be thought of as 3 options. We want to do it right, speed is not critical, and that the LTAC feedback is important, and he was impressed by this group. Way to go. Get more information on options other than TNI. Some labs are scared by the specificity. So those are just general comments that I noted down. Is there anything else to add to my, yes?
If those are your minutes.
It's not minutes, it's kind of a,
So let me just reword those slightly, whoever's taking the minutes.
yes.
Let's not say speed not critical, let's say speed is important, but not as critical as doing it right and incorporating LTAC feedback or LTAC recommendations, should LTAC come to a recommendation.
Okay.
In other words, if the LTAC recommendation is a slower.
You getting this?
Is a slower option.
Being recorded. Okay, good.
If LTAC recommendation is a slower option, that would take precedence
Okay.
over speed. But
Okay.
speed is still important to them because other things are dependent upon it.
Okay. You really don't want to photograph this. It's just my way of managing the information. So I think that the discussion, again, is kind of at, yes, please.
No, well, I have a couple things on here, but I think also we've still failed to ask for any public comments as well on the topic.
And I was
But-
still going around the
okay,
room,
yeah,
so we
no, I'm
weren't
sorry.
quite there
Yeah.
yet, but yes.
But, because one of the things in your webinar, and then like when you spoke at CWA, is that you always, you're telling people, reach out to your LTAC members. So I do have emails with specific questions about the webinar and stuff. So I don't know if that goes in the next topic where you're talking about constituency, or do you want me to ask those now and put them on the table, or where do you, you tell them to come to me, so when do you want me to?
give me those questions, and then
Okay.
you and I can talk and we can respond to them.
Okay, because you would put it out when somebody asked one during the webinar, oh, well, no, talk to your LTAC member and then LTAC can make a formal request. So am I allowed to make a formal request on my own, or does it have to be something that's as a group to make a formal request for information, or that's what I didn't understand.
So you can make an individual request, and you can also request based on your constituents. So anyone can ask me anything for the program.
Okay. Well, because one of them I know had emailed you questions but hadn't heard any response back, and so that's why they said, hey, when you go to the meeting, see if you can find out the information as well.
Yes, and I remember that
But-
email, just haven't gotten to it.
Yeah, okay.
Along those lines, I'm happy to be able to be a party that people can reach out to. And it's been quite a broad section, or cross-section of parties, private sector laboratories, municipal labs, et cetera, that reached out to me. So do they also have a process to reach out directly to you and your staff? And how would you like that handled? Because ultimately, if they're trying to express their opinion, that's their opinion. It's not necessarily my opinion.
Email me directly, you can email the general email box, we monitor that. But, having LTAC doesn't cut them off from communications from us. We're civil servants. If you have a comment, we will always take it and always respond.
And I think to a certain extent, we're jumping into the next topic.
Okay, sure, sure. So, is there any more comment on this item from anyone in Southern California, members of the LTAC? Any more in the room? Anybody, any member of the public that wishes to speak? Hearing none, I think the item, yes, I'm sorry, please go ahead.
Hi, this is Jessica.
Identify yourself, yeah.
City of Davis. First of all, I appreciate Steve Weisberg clarifying things for us, so the clarity of expectation is much, much better recognizing that the webinar did not meet expectation, not just by ELTAC members, but the members as well, so the public as well. Furthermore, I don't want to lose in the discussion the ability to actually, when you go to your presentation or research, to include state of Virginia, please. That is, they do have, for lack of a better word, maybe dual systems similar to California, but they are a couple steps ahead of state of California. So this is, and also their TNI-based quality system as well. So for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, please,
Yeah,
sir.
just quickly, I like, my concern was mostly the speed of the process. making
And you're
sure-
from?
Oh, I'm Tony from New York City, Vacaville.
Thank you.
I'm an ex-ELTAC member.
Okay.
I mean, what really works for me is we get this right, because this is something that's gonna be around for probably the next 20 years, 25 years. So I think putting an artificial deadline or something, we gotta get this done really fast and make a decision that we gotta choose a direction is a little premature. We need to kind of look at, one thing that hasn't really talked about is implementation. And we have a very diverse group of laboratories and diverse customers too that receive all that information. And I'm concerned that if we just choose a one-size-fits-all type approach, that we could end up actually making implementation much harder, not easier. If you choose something that is that is the highest standard and try to have everybody meet that highest standard.
Thank you. Any more comments from members of the public?
This is Gilda. I have to excuse myself.
Thank you for
Okay,
participating.
thanks, Gilda.
Okay, I think that I have almost had you back on time. According to my watch, you're right on the dot.
Right. I'll go with your watch because mine says the same thing.
Yeah, it's 3:00.
All right, so moving on to item 7, which apparently I can't. Well, we would move on to item 7. It's not just me. All right, we don't need that to know that we're on item 7. So, item 7, the one thing that we have specifically added to the ELTAC agenda, originally at Steve's request, but I think we all had the same concern, was how do we reach out to our constituencies where there are not predefined lists. So with that, I'll turn over to Christine.
This will be very quick, but before Gita goes, I just want to say thank you, Gita, for helping us with that.
Thank you.
Okay, so if you go to page 4 of the bylaws, I think Steve Clark brought this up last week, like what are the expectations? And it's D, page 4, and it's that we want all of you to report out at the October meeting on your communications with constituents. So, and we talked about this topic earlier today. What I envision at the October meeting is really an executive summary of just your communication. So not an Excel spreadsheet of every single person that sent you their comment. And what we are going to do is provide each one of you an electronic list and email addresses and names of the labs that cover your constituent category. And we'll email that to you directly. Because of privacy issues, we're not putting it in the packets. So you'll be getting that soon, 1 or 2 days, or you have it already, right?
Yes, and I will say that there probably will be some overlap because there's naturally some overlap amongst your constituencies to begin with, but one of the functionalities that we don't have built into our internal database right now is to track how many employees you all have in your labs. And I'm not going to personally get into the business of defining what's small and what's large and then splitting those up to who we think you all get. So I'll just provide municipal and commercial Southern and Northern California labs, and then I can pull some specialty ones also for the.
It's only 7 of us,
Yeah.
that's okay.
You know who you are, huh?
And those will come to you all electronically following the meeting.
And then specifically for Andy, he's going to be on the October board meeting for an informational item and present to the board LTAC's work, annual work with ELA.
And do we have a date for the October board meeting?
No, but we will figure one out soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
Since there is one, let me know.
Yeah. So did that answer everyone's questions? Yeah.
Yes and no. My question was more along the lines of what level of record keeping, just to make sure I capture it, do I need to have? So is it just I attended the CWA meeting and then LTAC was, and ELAP was discussed, or am I supposed to be keeping, more detailed records and?
I don't think you have to keep detailed
I would hope
records. I
not.
think the purpose of this is to move away from how LTAC ran before, right? It was individuals that didn't represent a larger group. And so if you can demonstrate that, and you don't have to have specific records, then that's really all we need. I'm hearing great feedback from all of you. You're getting emails and you are, this is exactly what we wanted. We didn't want a siloed group with just their personal opinions. We wanted the whole lab community to be represented as best as they could with this committee.
I'd like to hear more of, like, Mindy, you're getting all this feedback. I'd like to hear some of it. I mean, is there what's the best way for that, for her to share feedback that she's getting? Is it via email or?
Well, it's based
As long
on
as I don't go to more than 6
topics that
people.
we talk about, and then you can put the item on a new item for discussion, or you can individually email us to answer the questions that they have. But if it's on a bigger topic that we'll discuss, like fees, bring it up when we talk about fees, standards.
Yeah.
So that's how I envision it.
I know most of my requests for information and input is based upon the standard. What is going to be adopted? Hey, this is going to affect my organization this way. I'm this size lab. This is going to affect me
Right.
that way. In the pros and I've had both sides of the fence.
Okay.
So
I mean, one request that we've received formally from a few people is that, the whole, and again, I know it's kind of going back to the standard issue, but it's been one that I've heard numerous times, is that the presentations have been that T&I can work in very small labs. And there's been a couple of times where people have even questioned, can we have the names of T&I, municipal T&I labs that are less than 5 people? Can we have names of 5 different labs? Because, even we asked Jerry and Chris, and, Jerry said, oh, yeah, we have them, but I don't know any of them. And Chris said, no, I've never certified a municipal lab or inspected or audited. So, that's one that has been, I received it as, can you make a formal request to get us names or contacts of 5 T&I certified labs that are not commercial labs that have less than 5 people? So that people can reach out and talk to and maybe get some of the fear relieved to say, yes, it can work, or, how. I
think that would be really valuable.
So I have someone in particular, if you all want to hear from this municipal lab, it's not in California.
Well, no,
but
we
from
assume
the-
it's not. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's something you all can ask for a presentation or have the person talk to you. I mean, I specifically know someone.
Yeah, no, I think that would be,
Very
that would be very helpful.
I think
You
I
want
can
to
handle that
ask
list
them
too.
if they want to?
Great.
Yeah, the more the
So
merrier.
it
Yeah,
sounds like in
exactly.
conjunction with the discussion of standards at the next meeting, what would be good would be to get a presentation from that small municipal lab on,
Or even just a statement. I don't even know if it doesn't have to be a presentation, just like a
Well,
statement,
I guess my question would be if they just have a statement, yes, it worked and it didn't require $300,000 worth of additional labor.
Yeah.
Is that gonna be adequate for this group? I think I'm hearing from you, Jill, that yes, something like that would be.
I think
Mindy,
the people I'm
I'm
getting the
hearing
questions that.
You want more,
Or maybe
the
a
ability
little
to
bit
get
of
Well,
both.
if 5 or
Maybe-
10 people said that, I'd probably look up and listen. Yeah.
And that's why I was going to add that David, in one of his white papers, kind of discussed parties that dropped out in Florida, and they chose not to. Some of it was consolidation, they moved, they got bought out or whatever, depending upon the lab, but understanding what dynamic that was. I'm not interested in population size of one as a scientist, so, Bruce, so I'm interested in, you know, not an overwhelming majority, but what was the general vibe on both sides of that subject matter in terms of what drove certain parties to say, that's it, I'm out, to other parties going, I can do this, and here's the challenges we ran into. I mean, I know what we went through, but we were 21 people. You know, it was time and energy and cost, and it was quite.
Just for the record, Steve, checking in directly with Florida 2 weeks ago with all the ACIL guys, there's not a whole lot of substance behind the white paper on Florida at this point.
All I'm saying.
You look at those labs checked out in 2003, you know, so 13 years ago.
May not even be able to get a hold of people, but all I'm getting at is
This is down in Southern California, we have a couple of questions, so I don't know if David wants to go first, but this is Allison. I have a question, and not to derail the whole conversation, but when we say laboratories with 5 or fewer people, the definition is different depending on whether you include all your support staff, like your project managers or your accounting people or your, I mean, so can we define what 5 or fewer people means to you?
Allison, in my mind, we're talking a wastewater or a municipally owned lab. We don't have support staff in the lab. We are the ones who do anything. We don't do accounting though, because we work for our agency, so we do our own billing. That's where, a lot of this stuff that applies to commercial labs has no applicability to small wastewater labs. There's
right.
no.
So here's the problem, though, is when we talk about the size of the laboratory, if you're asking me, I say we have 70 full-time equivalents or thereabouts. But only half of those are people in the laboratory that would equate to, say, a comparison with LA County Sanitation District's lab, because all your HR and support people are outside of your laboratory. So that's why I bring this up, because laboratory size, once again, is another thing like FOTs that has to be defined.
Okay, next California question.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm sorry, I'm kind of lost where we are in topics here. What are we discussing at this moment? We started getting up in the labs in Florida study and all that stuff.
Technically, we are still talking about the ELTAC constituency contacts and bylaws expectations. But we've gone a little bit off topic, or a lot off topic.
Well, if you want to hear some feedback, I've been, and it actually this dovetails as well. Recently, I gave a talk at the CWEA Tri-County Spring Meeting in Carpinteria, and it was all these, and with a lot of small wastewater utilities, and we actually took a tour of their little lab there, and this sort of gets back to Allison's point. They didn't have a single FTE. All the lab work was done by part-timers, operators, distribution system supervisors, whoever was on duty at that time. So if you were to add up any FTEs, it'd be 0, or you'd have a quarter of an FTE scattered about. So when we talk about small labs, that's pretty about as much small as you can get. But let me say, I don't think the size issue is the big issue. Lab accreditation is a burden, no matter how you do it. The question is, do the benefits outweigh the cost of those burdens? And that's when we get back to those discussions, that's what we have to keep in mind is if we can come up with a standard that produces a lot of benefits, even for small labs, then we should do it. But if the benefits don't outweigh the cost, then we shouldn't.
Okay, it sounds to me, David, like you've gone back to another topic, and I'm not sure if it's item 6 or if it would be something else altogether.
Well, it's feedback. That's the discussion I had with these people. who were all these little labs that were gathering in Carpinteria.
So it was appropriate. We are on subject.
Yes, we're on topic.
I was looking at this going,
Okay,
how
all
do we
right.
get here? We are on subject.
It was about feedback, because that's, we get all the emails after all of the
Yes,
presentations.
this is Tweet from Southern California. Could I make a comment?
As long as it's on topic.
Yes, absolutely. So a couple of weeks ago, I had a meeting with some sort of a webinar, with CASA, and I gave everybody an update as to what's going on with ELTAC, as my responsibility. And I got a comment from one of the listeners. I think she's a CASA member, and she would be interested in, talking to or maybe learn about a, so-called small wastewater laboratory that, successfully adopt TNI. And I kind of mentioned that, well, the expert review panel went through this, and I think somebody from a small lab, made a presentation on this topic. Yeah, from Florida. But I think it's probably a good idea if if ELAP could find somebody who has this kind of experience that can maybe do a presentation and have people kind of listen to it and make their own judgment as to what they want to do. Because I think when that person did the presentation at the expert review panel meetings, I don't know if at that time a lot of the folks are paying attention to the whole thing, but now with ELTAC and us reaching out to the laboratory community, I think folks are paying more attention. And so if we were to have a presentation of on that topic now, we might have more viewers, and more people would be informed about what needed to do to adopt TNI if we choose TNI. That's just my comment.
Could I also add another comment? My name is Miriam from Southern California. When they do make this presentation, I strongly suggest that they factor in the cost, since municipal labs are publicly funded. And we have to answer to the taxpayers, and we have an extra fee that if we're going to increase our fees or whatever to comply with regulations, can we get maybe costs and benefits from those extra added costs that will be asked to?
Okay, thank you, Miriam.
Andy, I'm going to ask to get in the queue again if it's possible.
Hang on, David. Anthony wanted to say something.
I just have a few comments from the public health lab perspective. On the TNI workshop a few weeks back, looking at what seemed to us top secret documents that we had to look at. One person from my constituency was sitting behind me, and the way they focus on these things is they zero in on the details right away, because it looks just like some of the other things that we already have to follow, some of the other standards and guidance we have to follow. So they immediately looked at that and said, wow, we have to do this now? And that was one of the big responses that way. But the comment that was just made was kind of interesting too, because those of us that are county labs or city labs, we just can't, if there's additional cost, we can't just ask for more money. And we don't have fees that we can assess to anyone to compensate if there's a need to do that. So there is some problems with that. And there is a comparison, kind of a parallel of those of us that are laboratory response network labs. The CDC LRN dictates our methods. The Division of Select Agents and Toxins dictates some of the overarching quality assurance and procedures for running those methods, right? So what happens in those cases, when it just got too costly and too expensive, some of the labs dropped out of that program. They just couldn't afford it. And it just absorbed too many resources. So I'm just sitting here thinking and listening. On the one hand, it's great we have an LTAC and we're going through this process because that gives everyone a voice. But on the other hand, there could be some consequences on the other end that I'm seeing in another venue or another way. But I'm seeing some parallels here, right? So, but not very many other comments from my constituents right now on the TNI or the webinars.
Okay, David, you had something to say? David, are you on mute?
Sorry, yeah, I'm trying to be polite. In the preparation of the white paper, I actually did call labs in Florida. I wasn't just going off databases and things like that. And so I actually was able to talk to people. So in a sense, I was reaching out to a parallel constituency of small, drinking water facilities, wastewater facilities, and to answer some of the things. Yeah, there are some who've made that transition, and it's okay, and others who didn't. And in some cases, for example, Cocoa Beach, they consolidated their drinking water lab and wastewater lab. The two together are able to sustain, an operation. In some cases, though, other cases they simply dropped it altogether. And in some cases, it had nothing to do with TNI at all. So, that's sort of, I didn't want to overwhelm this white paper. I thought it was too long as it was, with all those kinds of details. But as part of the preparation, I did reach out to these laboratories in Florida and did get their input on this. And as Bruce is right, it's happened 15 years ago, and sometimes finding someone who was at that time working there was sometimes difficult. But a lot of folks, a lot of old folks in the utilities I know, and some of them hang around.
Okay, thank you. Any input from the public on ELTAC constituency contacts and bylaws expectations? Hearing none, we'll look for the information from Kate for each of us so that we can reach out and go from there. Christine, auditor checklist.
Did you want to take a break? No?
Okay.
Want to keep going?
5-minute break, enough time to go to the restroom?
Or does everyone, I'm just putting that out there.
I'm okay with keep going.
All right, I don't see a big move for the restroom.
Okay.
So feel free to go to the restroom if you need to.
Okay. So this item is on auditor checklists. So I have just 3 slides here, and I wanted to give you some background on the auditor checklist. So if you all recall in March, at one of the expert review panel meetings, the review panel recommended that we re-energize ELTAC, and we're all here. This is great. But they also requested that we review ELTAC method checklists. So they were method checklists that were owned and developed by ELTAC. And so we do have those checklists, and we reviewed them, as you all remember, during the meetings. But what we found was there was some inconsistency in them as well, because we were reviewing them from the methods and line-by-line requirements of the methods. So what we did is we took them and we kind of compared them with other states like Virginia and New Jersey, because those really follow methods line by line. And if you all know, we are not completely trained in all the methods, which is why we're getting training. We need more experience. So it was a policy decision that we're not releasing those checklists. So for distribution to the laboratories. And I just want to remind everyone what Steve Arms said in the panel. He said that checklists are tool, not the rule. And when my auditors go into a laboratory, I've directed them to look at the SOPs and review their quality assurance manual and use the checklist that we have as just a guide, because there's a lot of things that they look in laboratories, but we're not using it the way as far as compliance. So it's just to help guide us. And you review your quality assurance manual, you follow everything that you've identified in your manual when we conduct the audit. So, and we're strictly, at this point, because the regulations are not adequate, we all agree, we're reviewing your quality assurance manual, and we're looking at the method SOPR, the SOP in your laboratory for that specific method.
Okay, so, go ahead.
No.
And it's different for, you know, and we do have, aquatic toxicity has its own
It's quite a
checklist.
prescriptive checklist, so.
Yes, yes, and we want to work with ELTAC for your technical expertise. But that is just the general, we have not, and if you all know, we don't give you checklists before your audits. It's your responsibility to know what you are to follow in the method.
Well, ELAP has always sent out the micro checklist.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, that's.
We're not sending the micro.
Not anymore,
checklist,
but
yeah.
no, but I'm saying
And then
that,
we've
yeah,
stopped, right?
yeah.
So that is a policy decision, and so I just want everyone to kind of, we did a little bit of research, and it was owned by ELTAC.
So maybe there was a question,
Sure.
and I thought you were done, so
No,
then
go ahead.
if we can go back to the previous slide, I will follow up after Gail's done.
So, my question is, this is an interim, right? You're just using the LTAC checklist as a guide, as an interim. Because part of the TNI standard is some very specific checklists, auditor checklists.
Yeah, we're not using the TNI checklist. This is something to just, to get us by,
Okay.
based on what we have now, and the
Okay.
expertise we have, and
So the TNI checklist then, is that going to be part of your evaluation of that program? Is that an element you would adopt?
it could be, but we're not even looking at TNI's checklists.
Okay.
It's not any part of our program.
Okay, but I mean, that's a
Yeah.
pretty critical part for a lab, that checklist is a
Yeah, but
page,
that's
yeah.
a future discussion in the
Yeah.
standards that we choose. So we're not using them, and I hope no one's giving them to you.
So my advice is when we do get to whatever standard or quality system kind of process that gets accepted, is that you have checklists. I understand that you want to provide some flexibility to
So
staff.
can we wait till we get through this? And
Oh,
then we
okay,
can-
yes, okay, I thought that you were already moving on to the next subject.
So that is currently how we're running, so that we could, we know that you all are certified by methods, and we're method-based right now. There are some other states that are strictly like that, and so we've used other states that are method line by line. And this helps my auditors that are not as experienced as some of you that know the methods like the back of their hand. They can follow it line by line. So we haven't released them. Laboratories call and they ask for the checklist. We say, sorry, use your SOP. We'll help you as much as we can, but you should know the method. The poly decision was made so that to not distribute it was because we wanted to be able to meet with all of you first and talk to you about the possibility of owning the checklists again. So just like the other topics that we talked about, I'd like a recommendation, a decision on auditor checklists. So this is just a screenshot of what we had in October of 2014. We took it down when we revamped our website, but it has all of this language, how it's owned by ELTAC, and we need ELTAC because they're the technical experts, and some of those methods were not the most updated method checklists. It's not used for the requirements for certification, so they can't use this checklist and point to it and say, here's a violation or a deviation from the method. It's something for you all to consider. But we want to harness your expertise. So these are the things to consider. Like, do you want to own these checklists? You're the experts out here, and you have a lot of experts that are your constituents. And we're happy to own it and update them and ensure that we follow consistent use of checklists. One of the biggest things that your complaints were that we were using different versions of checklists. That was a presentation specifically from David. And so that's not good. We don't want to do that, but we do have, I do ensure that staff use the same one at both offices, Sacramento and Glendale, but we're not the experts. So we would like to harness your technical expertise in your mission to assist us. So that's things to consider. So you can.
Stephen.
So I full-heartedly support that. I mean, I understand where we are right now without a process in place. You guys are kind of using what you've done and not get your hands tied, but you're absolutely correct. One of the biggest challenges has been the lack of consistency in the audit
Yeah.
process, because I always call it the shiny object syndrome, monkey in the zoo. The staff member will kind of get off on a tangent, and so I think the checklist, both the aquatic tox one that you're using right now, modified, fine, NELAP as well, if we go down that pathway, or a different quality system. What it, I believe, does for your staff as well is you have to identify in your SOPs or your quality manual where those elements are. So it allows staff to relatively quickly confirm that, yes, they have those components addressed in their quality manual or in their SOPs. And then when they come and decide to audit, obviously you're not going to be able to audit all of those elements on site, but you can pick and choose which elements to audit, and you're not having to struggle as much from a staff resource allocation, because you're putting the responsibility, at least the way we've operated, on the laboratory to have those checklists identify where everything is. I think it's an efficient process when it's run that way, but I don't know if that's how it's been done with everybody.
Yeah.
So.
Hey, Andy, can I get in the queue?
Yeah, you're in the queue next, Dave.
Thank you. I'm up? Okay. Just a little background here. I was on the ELTAC committee that drew up those checklists, and I wasn't an ELTAC member, but they were not intended to be ELTAC's property. They were intended for ELAP. So they're yours, and they weren't actually intended to be the end of the conversation. They were intended to be the beginning of the conversation. It's like the committee worked on and said, okay, look, here's a starting point. Let's take these and go with them. And then that second step never happened. We never then took those checklists and then said, okay, what here works, what doesn't work, what's up to date, what's wrong. It was just these were all just starting points. So that's one of the reasons they never got used, was because they were never actually finalized.
Yeah, well, they were on ELAP's website when I came on board, so they were being used. So that's good history, and it's good to know. But, let me give an example of the world that I came from before, is in the stormwater world, is that, CASQA is the association, and they have handbooks, right? And there's checklists in there, and they assist the facilities on future inspections. If you get inspected, here's a checklist of things that we've developed based on the general construction permit or the industrial construction, permit, whatever. And so it assists. It's an advocacy group that helps the industry comply. And so I think it would be great if you could help your constituents with some really good checklists and help us get them in really fine shape to help for compliance purposes. We'll do the work. I'm not saying here, we've already done the work. They've done a lot of work developing those checklists based on the recommendation from the panel, and we'll keep using it, but it's something that you all can consider to review to ensure that we're all on the same page, we're consistent.
So you're going to give us those checklists for us to look through?
We could do that. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So what are our responsibilities of ownership of this? I mean, that means we'll have to maintain.
If one line item's wrong, you're going to jail.
No, there could be a disclaimer, that, if you look at this page here, it's really tiny, but it says,
There is a disclaimer on there. I found it.
Good.
Yeah, I read through, there's no in here, but there's some really good language in here that it's just the starting point for your inspection. They also look at the diverse functions of the lab, and they review other things other than what's in the checklist, the operations, quality assurance, SOPs, other things. So I agree with David, it's the starting point for compliance of a lab. But other industries do this, They have assistance.
It's a tool.
It's a tool, yeah.
It would make your audits go. You're saying that you're gonna make these checklists better, improve upon them, and make them available to the laboratory community, right?
Yeah, well, that's what we want. That's the ultimate goal. But how we get there and how we work with you, it's depending on how.
And I think it's key because there's been checklists that have inadequate citing, for where they're citing regulations from and that kind of stuff. So having us all review it, obviously I'm going to look more so at the checklist for the methods that we do in our lab that are important to me. Stephen's going to look at aquatic, and there's ones that we would each, and we all cover all of the different areas, I think, overall of which ones. So, I think it's a great idea to have ELTAC be partners with you on this and take ownership or take, but yeah, when we hear back from somebody, because it's one thing that's talked about in our group meetings is who had an ELAP audit, what, you know, and somebody will say, well, somebody cited this and, you know, I don't know where it's found anywhere. Does anybody know? And that's something we bring back. Well, this was in a checklist. Does anybody, you know, and we can talk about that as an LTAC group.
Sure.
So, I mean, I think it's a great idea.
Well, another comment to the state of ownership, like if it's owned by LTAC and it goes out to the lab community and ELAP uses different checklists,
No, we wouldn't use.
you'd use the same.
We'd use the same.
So
There are other things about an auditor, like
That's
basic auditing skills that they need to, we have checklists as, you know, did you
Every
call
auditor
them
I've ever
prior
had
to
in my lab
the
for 30
inspections?
years
Do
has
you have?
checklists. It's a tool.
Yeah, so not, this is specific method checklists. We do
Yeah.
have checklists for our auditors to ensure just safety and
So you get audited by
travel.
A2LA, they got checklists for everything.
So what the checklist is a step to assure consistency, if conformity, if consistently applied. SOP review for consistency with the method and conformity with the method could also be identified within a checklist. So what is your vision for, as a head of ELAP, for how you're going to address the historical complaints about auditors deviating from their framework? Is it, do you have, can you tell me like 3 or 4 things? We're gonna require these checklists, not only methods, but also for quality systems, and we have this list of things that they're obligated to do. Because I think one of the things that I would hope you're looking to do is to make those complaints be de minimis.
Yes.
And if somebody does complain, you can go, these are the things we've said that we're going to do, and they did those. Or, yeah, employee X, you didn't do that, and so let's talk about performance.
So there's a lot of things. Consistency is number one. Trained, they're all trained. Definitely very specific standards, more specific than what we have now, right? On what they need to do so that there is no arbitrary and capricious finding on it. It's definite. And for example, if they were to define a method deviation, it would be something that the method checklist would say that they didn't do. And then the other parts of our regulations would be very specific so that there is no room for commentary and personal opinion. It's just very objective. You did it, it says you did, you're supposed to do this, you didn't do this. That's my vision.
Okay.
For what we want. And so if we're just gonna focus on that, I want it to be very specific, line by line for my staff, because we're not as experts like you. Some of us do have 10 plus 20 years at the bench, but most of the staff now don't have all that experience that you have.
So that would address routine laboratory audits for accreditation. CDPH also in the past has had spot audits of laboratories to solicit information about specific dischargers that they were concerned about. We underwent one. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever been through. There was no notification up front, which I understand. It's a spot audit. We want to kind of get that data before anything happens to it is a concept, I suppose, whatever. But there was no report of it on the back end. It was weird. And so given that is an option, because if there is concern about a particular discharger or regulated party, you know, what they're reporting versus what the lab reported, I think was the underpinnings of it. Spot audits can be needed for that, where there's not a lot of notification.
Yeah, we can do unannounced audit, but we have separate auditors. We have a separation of function, yes.
Okay,
And then Miriam is in charge of the 3 and.
This is before the state board.
Yes.
So you guys are gonna have similar procedures and processes for those as well.
Yes,
Because
for
to go through an audit and not even have a report was like, what the heck happened?
Yeah, that's not,
It was
we
bizarre.
wouldn't do that. But for our management system, we have a separation of function. The auditors are the fact finders only. And then they come to management, or if it's drinking water, it has to go through a US EPA certification officer for either micro, organic chemistry, or inorganic chemistry, and then it goes through management to review for any major issues. And then if there's an investigation or referral from an agency, any one of these agencies, we have a separate auditor that goes out in close collaboration with Nick Knight.
Wouldn't that be under the guise of enforcement at that point though, right?
Yeah, because it would be a referral from the agencies, and Marianne's staff have been keeping busy.
So
because they
separating
have-
assessors from enforcement's really big in
Yes,
the
we are.
international accreditation community. And you must keep those
We do have
two
that.
branches, but you know, you don't have to follow international rules, just count.
No, I don't,
Locals only.
They're just the fact finders. They go into your lab, they tell you what, you're not complying with, and then they come to us and we review, and you get accredited.
So short answer is checklists would be.
They could be used.
Could be.
Those could be used for her purpose if there was a specific complaint from a
I'll debrief you later on
regulatory-
what transpired, and maybe you
Okay.
can inform me on what you're gonna do differently. I could care less, come in and audit us. It wasn't, it's just our data that's being submitted to the discharger, but, I have certain expectations of my time that I'm going to have a report for what was the outcome of that audit. And to have nothing was just, I wonder
That
if the
was
person had some.
CEH when
Yeah.
ELAP was there?
Yeah, just right before it's
I
transitioned
know.
over here. So anyway.
We have had that, yeah. But that won't happen anymore, yeah.
All right, so it seems to me, there are a couple of questions. One is the basic question that Christine has asked, which is, is LTAC willing to own the checklist? And I think the corollary question is, what's the process for updating the checklist? Because there's already
There are a lot
an
of them.
acknowledgement that there are
Yeah.
lots of errors and some of it's been taken care of.
Yeah, I suggest you do it you break up in subcommittees and like you did the FOTs, but
Well,
staggering
can I first ask LTAC for a consensus of, should we be the ones who own the checklists? Or the other model is, yes, we assist ELAP by preparing checklists. ELAP then reviews those. If they have changes, they can come back to us for technical advice on whether we think they missed something on their changes. So they're two related but different models in terms of who's got the ultimate responsibility.
Andy, David here.
Yep.
I'm not even sure what that means. How is LTAC ownership different from ELAP ownership? I mean, we're an official state body that advises ELAP, and ELAP is an official state body that enforces regulations. I mean, there's no copyright issues here. I don't even understand what the question is.
Yeah. To me, I think it's a question of who's got the responsibility for ensuring that those checklists are completely current.
So the word that they used on this old webpage was they were prepared by LTAC. They were developed by LTAC. So I don't know how you want to interpret that, but we have some, but I don't feel confident in our technical expertise. I think we want to look to you to review them. Because it's a symbiotic relationship, we help each other, right? It will help with our audits, it will help with your audits for compliance.
I don't have any problem with that. I mean, it's, as long as we're not saying these are officially sanctioned by LTAC and, you can say they're reviewed by us and, I don't have a problem reviewing them and giving you my feedback at all.
And I'd like to have a process where changes do come before LTAC.
Yeah.
A parallel isn't necessarily a checklist, but programs in the state of California, it's not unusual to have releases of new elements. Swamp and Seedon are perfect examples. Like, leave well enough alone for a couple months, would you? And so I think making sure that they came before LTAC as revisions were done would assure that we didn't get version 1.12 out and we still thought we were on version 1.0.
Yeah, and you have my commitment that there won't be different versions of these LTAC prepared or LTAC reviewed checklists. It will be the ones that are used in each office.
Well, I had to kind of bring this back to the beginning, but isn't it, before we invest a whole bunch of time and effort into updating these, and then we go down the road and say we do T&I, and we decide we're going to use the T&I checklist. Well, now we've spent hours upon hours updating all of these to update them to current versions and so forth. I'm all for using checklists. I think that they create clarity,
There are no TNI methods.
transparency, but I have a concern where we're going to be investing a whole bunch of time and effort only to possibly be saying, well, we're going to scrap this and we're going to use all these checklists.
So there are other states that have
They're not method specific. There are no TNI method specific checklists.
discuss and something we could use, or you can, well, if you use the one if you review the one we're using, then that is time invested by you. I don't know what, what we could do, but if we decided on a standard today, rulemaking would take a long time. We're still a program that's operating, and we're still a program that's audited, and I need something that's technically
usable.
I mean, and as David said, and I think Bruce just commented, that
I don't think
TNI
there's
doesn't have method-specific checklists, so we still need these, whether we do TNI or not.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
would they be
TNI
kind of geared toward whatever regulation?
Yeah, will they be about the method?
They'd be
Right,
just
these-
about the
These
method.
these checklists are specific
Method.
To
to
the method.
particular methods.
So what if?
So if we go with the TNI standard, there's gonna be a lot that falls on top of these that's not LTAC's responsibility to manage for ELAP. If we go with a standard that gets developed by scratch or from scratch by California, it's still presumably going to require that you follow the methods as written, and we'd still need the checklist. So,
Well, thank you for that clarification.
Andy?
Yeah,
David here. I just wanted to emphasize that and this is the point I was making earlier in the standards discussion, whether we use TNI or not use TNI, we're still going to use the same method. And that doesn't change. And so the checklists, whether we use TNI or not use TNI, will be the same for the method-specific components. Now, obviously, management and all that other stuff would be different, but for the core of the operation here, methods will be good methods.
right, and I think we're all in agreement on that part of it. So I think it comes back to the question being, does LTAC take all of these checklists that we had posted in October 2014, get the feedback from Christine and Miriam in terms of corrections to those checklists, and then we start from there and we maintain them when there are new things? Or do we basically say, okay, we've got these, ELAP, you have already made some corrections to these checklists, and we'd be happy to look at your corrections to be sure that we're in agreement with those corrections, that, you're not interpreting something that the experts think is wrong, and just do it that way. I mean, we did a lot of work a number of years ago, and the question is, do we want to, keep going and expanding on that? Or, is that going beyond our purview, or more importantly, beyond our resources, because we are all volunteers?
Well, Andy, David here.
Go ahead.
Well, this is where past experience could be helpful. As I said, I was on that committee, but I wasn't an LTAC member. We can bring in non-LTAC members to work on this, so that's not the same 14 people reviewing every checklist. We could form, let's just say, FOT 102, which has some of the simpler methods in it, and we can bring in some outside experts, who are in the lab community, but not necessarily members of this group. That way we don't burn ourselves out, doing 1,000 things. We only burn ourselves out doing 100 things. I think that, and we can send out an email saying, hey, LTAC is forming a subcommittee, going to look at checklists for field testing 102. Who's interested? And maybe some people are only interested in TDS, and others are only interested in pH, and and so there'd be subcommittees.
I think that right now it seems like a lot for LTAC to kind of manage these checklists because we have so many other big items. But in the long run, when you look at LTAC, when we're all gone, it could be something that is a duty of LTAC. So it's something that they look at each year and kind of revise. And so it's not such a daunting task. You know, right now it seems kind of daunting, but I think in the long run, it might be a good thing for LTAC to kind of take ownership on.
Here's one of the challenges though, if I read that right, it says last updated April 21st of 2009. How many of those methods have been updated to since 2009?
Right, but if
which
it's
is
done on a yearly basis,
yeah,
then
so
it's not.
I'm not saying I want us as a group to accept to do this tomorrow, but if we're going to be responsive as a technical advisory committee to the complaints that the laboratory community has had about the auditing framework, then part of our responsibility is to address some of the checklists that the auditors are going to use so that they're up to date with the latest methods. So there's chicken and egg scenario on what we've got to do first, but I would say that, you know, later after a meeting or two, we should definitely have this on the agenda again to see about revisiting where are we on our kind of immediate tasks that we had to have more critical dialogue about that were consuming, you know, 7 hours of meetings or whatever of hours, but to make sure this doesn't fall off the radar and get pushed off into the distant future.
And left for
undone.
years and years. Yeah.
Because then I can tell you, I will receive complaints from constituents going, audits haven't changed, nice job on the LTAC, you know. So.
Can we maybe have subcommittees based on the FOTs that we were picked to help revise and pick out, you know, priorities for checklists and start working on them? And if, you know, ELAP already has something, they can send them to our committee.
We could send, we can divide them into the field and testing subcommittees that you formed and give them to you to review.
I think review of your corrections to the checklists is something that I think we're all willing to do. Where I sense some hesitation.
But it's not going to be right
as
away.
expressed from Jill and Stephen and myself, frankly, is, whoa, do we really want to start creating a whole bunch of new checklists at this point when we've got some other critical path items?
So I think we September, October, somewhere in that ballpark, whenever, you know, I think we've got a lot of things that we're trying to tackle between now and then. So I propose we wait until then and make sure it just gets, you had a projected set of agendas, right?
For September?
No, well, no, just I think you had kind of spelled out at the last meeting, we expect to do this meeting and that meeting. We should probably put that on
We can revisit that at the next
placeholder.
meeting.
Yeah.
I mean,
Not planned.
But are you stuck right now in the sense
Yeah,
that
we
you
don't
guys
give
are
you
doing
anything.
audits and
We
you
use-
don't have anything? So anybody who's
No, we
getting
have,
audits?
we have revised these and reviewed them, and
Okay.
we've used other states that are that are line by line method checklists, and we've updated them, but we don't give them
Yeah,
out.
see, I'm just feeling for the people who are getting audits right now that have nothing, who would rather have a checklist to go off of. For us to
Yeah,
keep,
and they asked
you know,
for it,
'cause
and
they're-
I say, I'm sorry, and this was before we were formed, I said, I feel strongly about consulting with LTAC on this very highly technical issue, and, you know, you have your SOP, you should know the method, you're certified in that method. We'll review your quality assurance manual, your SOPs.
Yeah, so I mean, I
Yeah.
kind of feel like we should act on it a little bit sooner I mean, I'm supposed to be moving labs in 3 weeks and all this, so I have as little time as the rest of you, but it's, you know, I mean, I kind of feel like for our constituent labs or anybody else, and to help you guys, that we should do that review as soon as possible so that you can put them out to the public and, you know, and people can use them, but.
Yes, I agree. I think it's a priority. I think this is a strong priority for us.
It seems as though what was discussed earlier on the agenda, isn't there disagreement regarding the FOT issue entirely? And so it seems to go on to jump to doing this might be maybe, I mean, I can understand having the guidance, but it might be a bit premature and maybe just busy work right now, rather than dealing with the issues. You know,
That's true, yeah, if we make changes to the FOT. Yeah. But we're not making changes to the method, because the methods are all set, 136, so it's.
Yeah, I can't see how it's busy work if these are the actual things that our labs are being held to. When an auditor comes and looks at our lab, they are going to look at the methods, and if we have a checklist to help them decipher these methods, I think that's a priority for us.
Well, and I apologize, that was a poor phrase. What I meant was because of the other pressing issues. That was my direction for that.
Yeah, I mean, here's the recommendation I'm going to make to put out to a vote, which is that we table the discussion of updating the FOTs at least until our next meeting, and perhaps the one after that. I mean, when Christine and I look at the agenda for the next meeting, which I think will probably consist of standards, and fees, and something brief on the FOTs and on the regulatory stuff, we may find that getting back into the checklist discussion at that point is premature.
So take the can on the road a little bit.
Right, exactly.
I'll second that for a month, and that's maybe a compromise with some other opinions from the other ELTAC members.
Okay, so we will see whether it's something we can actually fit into the agenda at the June meeting.
Can we have a vote, please?
I'm sorry, can we have?
David, you had a question?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the motion?
The motion is in a nutshell to kick the can down the road in terms of who will be responsible for updating checklists and so on until at least the next meeting, and possibly the meeting after that, depending on how full our agenda is for the next meeting.
Okay, I would like to propose an amendment to that motion. I would very much like us to have a discussion on checklists at the next meeting. It doesn't have to be a long one, but I think what will be useful about that, and I'd like it to actually be the first, to have it on the agenda before standards. So I think it's a useful way to frame the standards discussion is start off with the discussion of this checklist. Let's say, just look at one checklist and sort of go through it and say TDS, just off the top of my head, and sort of look, and maybe just look at that one checklist as a group and sort of, what's good about it, what's bad about it, and then we don't have to make any decisions, but I think it's a good discussion to have. And then when we talk about, standards, we can look at it from a more concrete sort of approach. I think part of the discussion problems I've had is that our discussion has been very abstract, standards and principles and stuff. But what does that mean when an auditor shows up in the lab? How do these standards and principles and things like that actually work out on the ground? And I think that's an interesting way to look at things. So I would propose that at least we have, 30 minutes or some sort of little bit of discussion on this, maybe look at one individual checklist at the next meeting.
Okay, so I heard an amendment. Do I have a second to the amendment?
What specifically is the amendment at 30?
The amendment is to actually have it on the agenda for a 30-minute time frame maximum, and to go over a representative checklist, and I think you said connectivity or TDS or whatever it was, as an example of content framework. Does this make sense?
Yes.
Format.
There you go. Just to move us forward, I'll second it.
Okay, all right. Can we have a vote on it? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye. Aye.
All opposed?
We need to capture how many ELTAC members have left. We've only lost one here.
We've lost Gilda on the other end.
Just two?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we still have a quorum. So.
Since we can't
Okay,
see,
so the amendment passed. So I think in this case, the amendment sort of supersedes the original.
Yes.
No. From a Robert's Rules perspective, you now vote on the main motion, having adopted an amendment to the motion.
All right, since you did the amendment, David, can you explain how the main motion would now be even relevant?
Oh. Well, I mean, if we're going to follow the rules, we got to follow the rules. And sometimes it does seem kind of arbitrary, and but if we're going to do it, let's do it.
It's not relevant.
I think what we've done is we've amended your motion.
Right.
But we haven't passed your motion.
Right.
So that's why we need a second vote.
So there was a vote on the, yeah.
So a vote on the amended motion.
Yes.
All right.
You've already got a second on the main motion.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. All those in favor of the amended motion?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? All right, the amended motion is passed, which is essentially the same as the amendment to begin with. All right, so is there any input from the public on auditor checklists? Hearing none, let's move to the next big elephant in the room.
One more thing, I'm sorry, this is Miriam again. Can we look at the ELTAC checklist and the ELAP checklist during the next meeting while we do this, comparison, please?
Sure, I think we could take an ELTAC checklist and look at the ELAP modifications to that
And we can do a
checklist.
couple of those.
So you're saying an LTAC checklist and an ELAP checklist, aren't they the same thing now?
Yeah.
I mean, aren't you down to
Well,
one
we
that
took
you've
those
edited?
that we had, and then we found there were inconsistencies.
Right, okay.
And they weren't updated.
Okay.
That's
Okay,
what
so
the
you have
expert
both
panel said
versions,
to
okay.
review the LTAC
Right.
method checklist, and we found, right, format, content.
Okay, so
was
you
not
still have both
adequate.
versions
Mhm.
available, okay.
So I think that probably would be useful to
We
give
can give you a
LTAC,
handful
that
of
will also
it.
give LTAC some sense of what the level of effort might be
Yeah.
to update them based on what
Yeah.
you guys
So
went
can you
through.
send us
So-
those before? I mean, before next week?
We were considering including them part of the package, and
Right.
it crashed the file. So we can do like a handful of, so you can see the difference.
Okay. At the meeting or before the meeting?
Right there, the two files.
I don't think so.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll have it.
And before we move on, in relation to our meeting packet, we've had some items today that haven't been in our meeting packet. And so are you updating the website to include those additional items, like the presentation earlier today, elements of this that, aren't concerned for release? Because just for.
Specifically, do you mean the content from the slides?
Sure, yeah.
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 We can
We
have
can put the presentations
Bill's
up.
slides.
Yeah,
That'd
we
be
can
great.
put the first
and I
meeting and the
didn't put
second
Bill's
meeting.
Because I wanted to get permission before I
Right.
Yeah.
release that.
Well-
And I don't
But-
think the webinars, the content from the webinar is up.
It is up.
It is up?
Just
Okay.
recently, yeah.
What tab is it under?
It's under
Go to the calendar.
It's under the calendar, okay.
Okay, so let's move to the last item on our new business, which is draft regulations on fee structure. And Christine wanted to start out.
Okay, so just like everything else is that we would like for you to come together with a proposal for us. And we want to follow the drinking water, Division of Drinking Water model, where they brought together some stakeholders and they put together 3 options for fees. And so in preparation of that, we put together this expenditure information sheet from the information we got from accounting. Let us know if it doesn't meet your needs. We also included the letter from the laboratory accreditation work group that was mailed out to me. And David is the chair. So I wanted to let you know about the time frame. So my proposal is that you form subcommittees one subcommittee to put together options, just like the model that Division of Drinking Water used. In June, the state budget's gonna come out, and we should have this structure of ideas, those 3 options formed. We'll want to talk about it at the next LTAC meetings in June and July. Just vet all of the ideas and specifics of the option at those 2 meetings. Have outreach and education workshops, and then August have like formal stakeholder meetings and present the plan that is to you all, going to the board, and then September we want to take it to the board for recommendation for adoption. So based on this information, really, is it what you need to put together options?
Speaking from my perspective, I think one of the other critical parts of this is knowing the number of FOAs total that are accredited by FOA. So that way, if we're looking at models, we can look at, okay, there are, 100 labs that are accredited for what we might consider to be the more complex methods. And there are 600 methods that are accredited for TDS. Because if you've got that, then you can take some of these numbers and you can sort of work backwards to say, well, if we use this model, say, increasing the base fee, what does that do for different FOA costs and things like that? But right now, all we've got is, this is what you spend. We don't know what you spend it on.
I would like to add to that. Who's exempt from fees, and what is the breakdown for that? So total number of laboratories, what is the number that is exempt from fees?
It's just the public health labs, and there's about 30 of them, so it's really not a huge group of among the 700 that we do certify.
That's something my GM keeps bringing up. He's like,
but it does take up resources,
yes.
right?
We verify that they're certified by the state of California as a public health laboratory. We don't just let anybody claim that.
Right.
So,
okay.
I was unaware there were any exemptions from fees, so what's the basis of that exemption?
It's in our regulations that public
It's
health
in the statute.
How does it happen? And it's just the public health labs are exempted from fees in your?
Reference laboratories, which are, we just have a few.
No idea how that got in?
There were exemptions done in the program that weren't supposed to be exempt,
Oh, yeah,
but we've
if they're doing
stopped that.
drinking water.
Yeah, it's the same way you get the license plates that don't have to get tags every year.
Well, but there are other labs within the state of California, Cal Fish and Wildlife.
No, but it's like county public health.
And others that pay fees, so just curious to me to.
We don't pay fees.
Well, so then it's not just the public health labs.
It's a reference.
We're considered
Yeah,
a
they're
reference
reference
lab
laboratories.
because we don't do any commercial work.
What about the university laboratories?
They do pay fees. Like San Jose State does pay fees.
UC Davis.
Yeah, just kind of odd, right?
So I think it'd be really valuable to have that in the fee
So I
information.
think, Joe, what you're looking for is not just which labs, but looking at my question of the FOAs by fee paying and non-fee paying.
Right, relating the two together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And number of labs in relation to the total amount of labs.
I saw a note that David and the LAWG put out about, asking for kind of an accounting of where the level of effort was going, and I think that kind of parallels what Andy's talking about. What are we spending the money on?
Yeah, we have to be very careful about getting into this fee for service talk.
I'd be careful if I were you too.
Yeah.
We want to push the other side of that because we're supporting it.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a circuitous argument, and you can't. My constituents don't want to let ELAP hide behind that circuitous argument. You have to be fee supporting.
As a program as a whole.
Yes.
So all of these staff that we've listed, well, we can list, but actually David is listed in the laboratory and work groups letter. You know, we know what they do, but they cross over. You know, administrative staff, you know, technical staff, they do PT reviews. Sometimes they dip into the renewal of certifications. But, yeah, we don't, it's not a fee for service. It's not hourly. What did you work on PTs? How many hours did you work on this PT? So I don't
think we're
account
asking for
staff
an
in
accounting
that.
down to that level. It's more in the realm of if the users, I'm speaking purely for my constituents, and they're all private business people, hardcore. What do we get?
Right.
You know, and you know what? We don't want any of that. So if we're gonna support it, they kind of want to know, what are we paying for it? 'Cause there's also, of the 700, half probably don't get accreditation services. They're more licensed. You know, they're done by other states and you approve them. So that kind of breakdown needs to be determined as well.
So could I put Bruce on the spot to talk about the drinking water program and how the draft fee regulations are working and how you moved away from the fee for service and how that's what it was previously?
Sure. I mean, back in early 90s, when California was in one of its financial crises, and they were getting rid of all general fund, they put the drinking water program on a, I guess, I don't like to call it fee for service because I don't look at the water utilities as our customers. The people who drink their water are our customers. But so we had a fee program where for systems that had 1,000 connections or more, we charged them per hour, and they were captive clients. And then for systems less than that, there was a set fee. That program had a number of disadvantages. One, a utility 1 year could pay $50,000 and the next year pay $1,000, depending on what our workload was and what their issues were. Another was, of our 24 district offices, each district office had a billable hour goal, kind of like consulting engineers. So those district engineers had to look at their workload, and they sometimes had to look at large water systems that probably didn't need our inspection, but because they had to generate the fees, they had to do that work. We are going to a fee structure that's similar to the board, where the utilities are going to be charged per service connection, and it's to support the whole program, so that we will not be held captive to doing a public health function based on where we need to raise our fees. So, and we're all in favor of it. Some of the utilities, it's a zero-sum game. Some of the utilities are going to pay more, some are going to pay less.
Hey, Andy, can I get in the queue?
Yep.
All right. In terms of what we were after in this letter, there was actually, a little earlier, there were listening sessions that ELAP put on where they got input from laboratories on their thinking on fees. And then the lab accreditation work group met after that, and a lot of us had attended that meeting, and we continued the discussion. And some of the discussion went, because right now ELAP has two fees. There's a base fee, which is the same for every laboratory, and then there's the FOT fee, or FOA fee, I suppose, be more appropriate, which is, varies from lab to lab, depending on how many FOAs they apply for. And so the question is, where should the bulk of the fee come from the fixed fee, which is the same for every lab, or should it be from the variable fee, which varies with each lab? And so there was this back and forth, and the big question was, well, if ELAB spends the same amount of time approximately for each lab, then the fee should be the same for each lab. Whereas if there's a big difference in time that ELAB spends on, a lab with a lot of FOTs versus, ones with only one FOT, then the fee should be more pushed to the variable end. But the problem is we didn't know. We don't know where ELAP's time goes. And so it wasn't so much that we were looking at a fee-for-service model, but sort of trying to figure, well, how could we equitably divide the cost of operating ELAP among the labs so that it reflected, effort? And so the idea was, well, if ELAP's spending 90% of its time on admin and 10% on on-site, prepping for on-site, debriefing from on-site, then most of the fees should go to base fee. On the other hand, if the admin and the sort of fixed costs are pretty much fixed, but a small portion, and most of ELAP staff time goes to reviewing PT samples, goes to reviewing, prepping for audits and so on, then that's where the bulk of the fees should go. So that's sort of the thinking behind the letter.
I think that, I think your concept of different fees for different size labs is a good one. In the drinking water program, it's a per connection fee with a base fee, so very large systems are going to pay more than very small systems. However, when you get to the concept you're talking about, fee for service, then you introduce a very detailed time accounting system that we've had for 20 years, 25 years, and that you're going to essentially be paying for, that. I personally like time accounting programs. They make it easier to hold staff accountable for what they're doing. But you just have to consider there may be simpler ways to have a fee that's appropriate to different size systems.
So David, was the information that we gave you what you were looking for?
Well, not really, because it tells us, okay, how much you spent on salary, how much you spent on, indirect costs, but how much of that salary went to, on-site assessment?
Well,
much of that, or rather, let me amend that. How much do you plan on? Maybe looking to the future might be a better. You're in transition, so maybe the current situation is not really representative. But do you imagine of this $2.4 million in basically salary and benefits, how much of that is going to, on-site assessments, PT samples, that kind of thing, versus how much of it is administrative, reg writing, things that basically occur for every lab? And that's what we're really after.
Well, the on-site assessments and the PT reviews are performed by technical employees. So when you look at the salaries for the technical employees, they both fall into that bucket for those activities. The administrative staff employees are the only staff that handle administrative work. So
the management and the administrative would count to everybody as part of the base
well,
fee?
You know what, it's interesting when we had this discussion about management too, because they review technical work and they perform technical work too.
And then technical staff right now, which is Miriam and all of her staff, they are knee deep in the transformative initiatives and all the things that ELAC never did before. So, what David said, it's not like reflective of what we're really doing. I think the way we should look at this, is from a different angle. And we've been looking at what other states do. And just, we could do comparisons and tell you, what are the issues that we see with the fees. I mean, one lab we could spend 5 hours because they didn't have a complete application, where another just, 1 hour, and it just, or 10 minutes even, 5 minutes. So, one thing I can propose is to let you know, like, what are the roadblocks and the hurdles that we have to face as far as, I was talking to Andy before, we have a lot of labs that don't submit their applications within 90 days of the expiration, before it expires. And so the law states that it is expired. And so we're not even exercising that.
You write them a ticket and charge them a fine.
I mean, we essentially could be revoking certification for half of our laboratories, because that is in the law. And I I couldn't see myself doing that. You know, I'd get a call from the governor. Half of your labs are decertified. I mean, that would not happen.
Yeah, but
We
the
want a
labs like
compliance
me, that it's like I'm hustling to get it done. I mean, how does that make it any fair? It's like,
So
cancel them and let me absorb their.
different
There should
topics,
be a
but what
ticket.
I'm
There
saying
should
is
be a
that,
late
you know,
fee.
our resources are just.
But is that in the
They're
regulation?
spent
Is it allowed
everywhere.
right now to do a
Right.
late fee? Because
No,
that's
but
one of the.
that was, I think that is in the draft regulations, right?
For a late
Is that-
For the video, yes.
Yeah, some have
We
late
could
fees,
discuss
some have
somewhere.
rush fees. We have labs that submit it and say, you know, I need to get this right now because I have a client. And, you know, we want to help you all. We don't want you to go out of business. We wouldn't want you to lose money. So, you know, those are situations where states, like Kate said, they do have specific fees for rush and for late. And so I would like this subcommittee to like look at all of those and come to us with options.
Christine, David here.
Wait a minute, David, Stephen was first.
Okay, I'm in the queue then, thank you.
So, I'm gonna circle back a bit, because I know there's the issue of near-term fees, and as you indicated, from a business perspective, I'm looking at nuts and bolts of this program's likely going to grow in staff, is my gut instinct. Depends upon what protocols are put forth and how accreditation is gonna be managed. And from a purely business perspective, when I look at growth and revenue, I have to look at what is the additional capabilities of my staff in terms of taking on that additional responsibility before I hire another staff member that comes with salaries and benefits. So I'm obviously not expecting that level of transparency, you know, from not transparency is not a good word, level of detail from you guys, but I am concerned as we frame out a process here that's going to move this program forward for many, many years, that it's going to require additional staff, and there's got to be some level of justification from a business perspective on how, okay, well, we are saturated, so I need 3 people. What did you base the 3 people on? You know, so I'm less concerned about this short term. We're gonna have a 5% or a 3% fee increase, and we're gonna change it from base fee to FOT fee, FOA fee, and fines and mitigations for responsible parties that are late. I'm more looking forward to the future about how are we gonna set up a fee structure that has those elements in it, but supports the justification for staff changes. So.
Yeah, I think I'm up.
David, you're next, and then Bruce.
Okay, yeah, I think that's what we're looking for. When we're asking for, in the letter, when we ask for, you know, sort of where the labor time is going, we're not asking for and every 5 minutes, and, you know, it's just generally. And more towards the future rather than the present. We understand the program's in flux, a lot of new staff, probably a lot of empty positions. And you're doing a lot of admin right now because you're trying to write new regulations, you know. But long term, 5 years from now, where do you see the program being? Is it going to be mainly focused on on-site assessments and PTs, or is it going to mainly be focused on admin? And so where should those fees be focused? You know, and again, no one's expecting a five significant figure breakdown in costs. Just, you know, one significant figure.
All right, Bruce.
Well, I like the fact we're looking at where this is going, and I agree with the 2 previous speakers. You know, we're able to take the short-term hits here, but we have to look for a long-term structure. Just to be clear about what my constituents want, they want nothing to do with ELAP assessment services. They want third-party, private sector guys, and then we'll just mail in their report that says you're T&I compliant and you've done the rest of this stuff. And then what we would look for if ELAP does offer services to labs like us, that you're competitive with the private sector. And where we are right now and where we're headed, you know, right now I suppose you're comparable to where we were when the large labs paid for most of the program. In other words, $20,000 for a lab like mine in Berkeley would get the job done. But I can see that we're on an upward building trajectory for costs. Therefore, the fees match the costs, and from a business perspective, this is heresy. You know, it's just hard to accept. And I get Bruce's point. You know, We don't want you guys on billable hours, and government is not a business. So if you try to make it one, you're gonna end up with something that none of us want. But there has to be some cost accountability, comparability with the private sector programs in terms of what it costs. My constituents are very clear. They don't want ELAP assessment services until ELAP is a bona fide NELAP AB, so you can accredit us for the rest of the states that we all need. What we want is licensing services fees. So we'd be willing to pay for whatever base fee there is to support the program, but we don't want to pay for assessors that we don't use and don't want. So that's just being clear about, in terms of representing, you know, my people. They're very.
It's to the program, like our enforcement staff and enforcement activities, that how do you assign a monetary value to that?
You put it in the program, make all the labs pay for it.
Overhead.
And that
Okay,
becomes part of the
and
base fee.
And then what that does is
So-
trickle down those costs into the base fee, which
Which is fine with us. It's
is
what it costs to
fair,
run the
fine
program.
with you, right?
We just don't want
But
to
that
pay
might
for.
not be fine with a lot of other
There's a lot of other
labs.
small labs that are good
So
labs
we
that
could
can't
put it
afford
into
to pay
buckets as you,
for the other bad labs.
I'm okay doing that. We could maybe break this down a little bit further and work with our accounting.
Because if we don't use assessment services, and that is a component of the cost of running the program, and you know what those things cost, just break that out and charge the folks who do use it, because we'll be paying for assessment services elsewhere.
I mean, they're DOD certified, you're looking DOD, DOE, NELAP, ELAP, and then the potential for other independent parties that need to come out for labs that are looking at GLP. So, I mean, to have.
We could have one guy do it all.
You could literally have one party come out, they might be out for 8 days, but, you know, and so there's that logic of the cost for these organizations that have multiple accreditations. The other concept is, we need another audit like we need another hole in the head. You know, they're coming out and auditing on the same thing, so why do we need another audit? So that when you were talking about auditing services, that's, I think, was your point.
Assessment services.
Assessment services.
I don't,
Assessment.
audits.
Assessment
Audits
services.
are what accountants do.
Yeah, assessment.
That's for Bruce's billable hour program.
The labs still call them audits, I
Accountants
can
do
assure you of that.
But on
So-
that, for the enforcement actions, shouldn't the bad actors be paying for the time spent on enforcement?
Find them.
That's
I'm
fair.
all for
Rather
that.
than saying put it into the base fee and make everybody pay for it, there's no reason the good labs should be paying for it.
Citations, you know,
Exactly.
but
That's-
they don't cover the cost of an enforcement
Yeah,
program.
well,
They
so-
need to be higher.
Christine, some states have collected some serious fees. Like, I'm thinking New Jersey just fined one lab $5 million.
Yeah, I've been keeping up with the enforcement, but you know, we wanna do
So we pay
progressive
for 2 years of
enforcement.
ELAP with
We
that.
wanna get, you know, hammer the labs that are truly bad, but you know, we're a program that was literally, you know, enforcement free before, and an industry that was not regulated. We don't wanna hammer all of you just to pay for our enforcement staff, so you know, we are educating you on regulations and we'll take necessary enforcement, but you know, it is a good point, the enforcement staff benefits all, so we can put this in buckets for all of you, but if we refine the information, can we get a group together? Do you agree to follow the Division of Drinking Water model and put together some options to bring to the larger group to make a recommendation so that we can follow this time frame?
Options and then more information, some of the items.
So I'm assuming that the big issue is how quickly you can get this more detailed information to us, because looking at this schedule, if we're gonna have a subcommittee present at the June meeting, they likely need this kind of breakdown within the next week or so.
Yeah, I think, Andy, you're gonna have to push it to another month down the road.
Well, it says for the July, to vet ideas, so hypothetically, in the month of June, if additional information is provided, a subcommittee could be formed at the June meeting that would, between June and July, come forward with
Based on
vetted
the
ideas
information.
and make a recommendation to ELTAC.
Okay, so I'm hearing a recommendation from Stephen that we don't form the subcommittee until the June meeting, after we've got this further information.
Projection of what we-
Yeah, well,
So
yeah.
you're looking for a 5-year projection of where we see the hours being spent once the program is complete?
not projection, where the vision for the program in 5 years
In 5 years,
from
where
now.
will our money be spent?
But you know, a lot of that is dependent on the standard that we choose,
I'm not
right?
looking for that, I'm looking for, you got a budget coming up for this year. What are your needs and therefore what, how are you spending the major buckets right now? And are you short or not? And if you're short or not, is there justification for a fee increase percentage
Well,
wise?
that's a separate issue. We have the emergency fee regulations where we can increase fees based on our program and what we need to, our revenue that we need. This is for a more sustainable, effective fee structure so that, for example, we get the revenue we need for, or the equitability for all of the labs. Because it is, as Bruce said, a zero-sum game. Everybody pays for this program, right? I mean,
So on this one, you're not even really talking about an actual increase or a dollar amount. You're talking about how best to assess and disperse the fees to make sure everything's covered.
And why
Okay.
why do we care about a state budget being adopted in June then? I was considering this as an immediacy issue
Yeah.
based upon a state budget adoption and needing to get it to the board for a recommendation. So I'm kind of
Yeah,
confused
you know,
now.
we have had we've been directed to create a more equitable, sustainable fee structure for our stakeholders.
Hmm.
So that's the urgency behind it, is that we don't feel now that fees are assessed. A lot of our stakeholders have told us that fees aren't assessed in an equitable, a way that they would determine as equitable.
So then, how am I supposed to relate that back to a state budget adoption?
If we could move in the next couple of months, we could take this to the board in September and get a new fee structure into place next year.
Okay.
If not, then we wait until.
I better understand what your goals are now. Okay.
But the issue then becomes if you're gonna give us the information for what ELAP might look like in 5 years in terms of distribution of labor and so on, but we're gonna come back with a proposal for fees to meet what your budget is in 2017, 2018, there's going to be a disconnect.
Yeah, I think in order to make what it sounds like you guys want, the information that I would want is, okay, out of the labs, how many labs are certified? Of those labs, how many fields of testing they're certified for? And how many methods in those fields of testing, how many of them already have TNI or NELAC certification where right now you're just able to, that we know that they're already certified here. So honestly, if they're already having those assessments, is your time and money spent there? I don't know. I think all of that information for the overall 700 labs that are certified is what would be able to help us make a better assessment of what is fair to where we're deciding that.
I think we can give you a snapshot of what we're doing right now, but I mean, the standards play a role in how this is, play a role. Remember, state created, we may not get reciprocity for the other states, right? And I can't just certify a lab and not have to go out of state, that's additional trouble. So all of these things, so we can do our best to get the information that
So
you're asking for.
it seems to me then we've moved from the, let's look at it 5 years from now after ELAP is stable, to instead saying, given where ELAP is right now and what changes you might see within the next 6 months to a year, that's what we need to be focused on at this point. And it may be that 2 years from now, ELTAC will come to ELAP and say, our constituents all say we're having problems with the way the fees are allocated, can we revisit them?
One of the dealings with my constituents, they also want me to bring this up to this board, which is, in the other states, and I'm sure California is the same, the agency, EPA, provides money for primacy states to operate accreditation programs. So the question becomes, where's the money from the EPA that's supposed to be allocated to operating an accreditation program, and how would that offset the user fees that we might want to, look at?
Is that the case?
No.
ELAP is completely fee supported.
No, I understand, that's how it's organized in this state.
Right.
But the way the agency gives you money for primacy, it's supposed to run programs like this. as well as the drinking water lab that Bill's from, and those types of things. So the question then becomes, of those funds, can we tap into any of those funds to offset the fees for running this particular program?
Yeah, well, I'd say this, Division of Drinking Water's excluding ELAP, who is 100% fee supported. I think our program is looking, being on the order of something like $38 million, and 6 to 8 of that comes in the federal grant, so.
So you're already underwater.
Yeah, and they've already promised 1.5 million for training for that multi-year contract.
And that's
So they're
coming
gonna pay for the
from
training.
SRF set-asides.
Well, that's awful nice of them.
So
See if we can get any
and,
more.
you know, if you listen to the webinar, we're
I mean, honestly, that's,
looking
I've
for
just,
other types of possible
literally,
funding.
Well, you got the answer.
yeah, I did.
But Christine is looking, I mean, she's
Yeah.
talking to other people, she
We're
tells me
looking,
that.
I mean, we certify labs for the Clean Water Act for DTSC, so we'll be knocking on doors asking.
That's money. The bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
does that
So
money
I
go into
think
the general
we have a
fund, or is there a
consensus
special?
that we don't
No,
form a
it's specifically-
fees subcommittee yet.
The fund from EPA specifically.
Do I have anybody who
has to be
thinks we
used for the
should
state primacy.
form it before we get this
But
information?
that's all it is, just 6 million?
Maybe it's 8,
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I was trying to,
it's not much.
Well, how much is it?
trying to
in
listen to what you were saying.
My,
Do you know?
my statement was that I think we have a consensus that we don't form a fees subcommittee until the next meeting after we have
So I was
more
told.
detail. And at that point, we can create a subcommittee
Yeah, I don't
of
know how
up to
accurate-
We
6,
don't have any independent research here.
put some
You were
models
told
out there.
that.
Dissenting opinions should speak up.
Yeah.
It's a lot of work.
Right.
Exactly.
Anybody in Southern California disagree with that?
Not here.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Okay. Then we have a consensus on that one. So I think that, any public comment on this? Hearing none. So at this point, I think we've actually completed all the items that were on our agenda. So if we review the action items from the meeting, I think the primary one for ELTAC is the subcommittee on the FOTs, Stephen's draft of a letter,
Set-asides for
and
SRF program? But now-
those, I believe, are the only things that we need to worry about doing. ELAP has a number of things on their bucket list
It's a
to
certified
provide.
one, state regulatory agency.
If there are any specific things that we haven't already talked about in terms of being sure we get them on the agenda next time. And I think so far what I've heard, the agenda next time is the fees, standards, the review of the FOTs, the review of
I'll get that number and send it to you.
and
30-minute,
and the 30-minute presentation on the auditor checklist.
for me, I'd like to, I know it's just more paper, but I really liked having that kind of forward vision, kind of handout of what the forthcoming meetings are going to entail. It's easy when we don't have that in front of us, which I don't have with me, to start stacking up the next meeting with agenda items when we forget maybe there was something already proposed for next month. So if we can have that in our agenda packet as kind of an ongoing vision for our forthcoming meetings, that would help us.
Yep, we can do that.
Can we also decide when the meeting after June 15th will take place?
So it can't be the first Wednesday of the month, right, Bruce?
Sorry, what?
That's
The first Wednesday of the month? Second Wednesday of the
second
month?
Wednesday is off.
Is executive staff.
So are we looking at a meeting in July? I thought originally we were going May, June, and then August. I mean, I think all of us do have real work to do.
We can do a doodle poll.
You have 2 members not here, and ultimately attendance is pretty much mandatory over the 2-year window with what 2 absences allowed, so it's probably best to do a doodle poll.
Okay.
Okay.
Is the May 27th ERP update Q2 thing happening or no?
It is.
Okay, so that is still on the
May
schedule. Okay.
27th.
I still had it as tentative on my calendar, so I didn't have anything on it.
I thought it was the beginning of June.
Did it get
not
moved?
May
I think
27th.
it did move to June 7th.
Oh,
It's
yes,
June.
it did,
Oh.
because some of the panelists couldn't make it.
And I know that Steve sent it.
Yeah, it's June the 7th.
Not to everyone.
From,
I haven't gotten any emails from Steve. I was on his list originally, like,
Through the expert panelists?
yeah, but I did not get
email
anything.
So what is that item?
I don't have it in my calendar.
Okay, yeah, it can be on our website, that would be great. Our
That's
website,
the-
your
The
website.
ERP quarterly check-in.
so it'll be mainly Christine giving a presentation on ERP.
Because that is a question that I've gotten from a few constituents is, okay, all of this big discussion is on the accreditation standards which affect the labs, but how much and what is ELAP? And I know you talked about it at our CWA meeting, but they only had, 50 people in there, so there's a lot of people that are asking,
Okay.
what has ELAP been doing to address their issues that were so much bigger than
Yes,
that?
yes. And I will improve my Jalapa report to include all of that. We were pressed for time, I think. You wanted to give me 5 minutes, I think. But we've been doing a lot, so we'll carve out enough time at future meetings to report out.
And you did say that was June 7th?
June 7th, from 10 to noon.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Anything from Southern California?
Well, we're just a little confused. So what dates are we looking at now?
For the next ELTAC meeting, is June 15th. We will do a doodle poll for potential dates for the following ELTAC meeting, which will be either sometime in July or August. And we were just talking about the date of the ERP webinar, which is scheduled for June the 7th from 10 to noon, which is mainly ELAP reporting back to the ERP on where they are. And Steve had asked me to talk a little bit about ELTAC's perspective.
Okay, so we do not have a date yet in July or August?
Correct, we're gonna do a doodle poll.
Okay,
So we'll
thank you.
get that out maybe later this week.
You're gonna be presenting LTAC's perspective, you're just gonna write something, or did you want input, or?
I would love input before I write something, as opposed to the usual thing of Andy's gonna write what he's gonna write and then look for input. So, if anybody on LTAC has, specific things that you think I should definitely bring up, and remember, this is mainly pertinent to what ELAP is up to. It's not we don't like the direction ELAP is going on standards or whatever. Please send me an email and I will incorporate it. I might actually do it before I get on a plane to the East Coast, which is where I'll be doing this from, in the middle of another meeting.
The field of testing comments that we sent to Miriam, are we going to get a compilation of that?
We're gonna synthesize it.
Yeah, okay.
I'll email you. At the next meeting.
And then anything that Miriam can get back to our subcommittee on that beforehand. And right after this meeting, we can just email within our subcommittee to try to figure out who wants to take the lead on that subcommittee and so on. So I'll get an initial email out, but hoping somebody else will volunteer to be the chair of that subcommittee.
I thought the person who sent out the first email would be the chair.
Usually it's the guy who's not there.
Oh.
I normally find someone who responds that says not me.
Right. Motion to adjourn?
Second to the motion? Yes. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
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 We are adjourned.
Thank you.